Genius doesn't even begin to cover it. This guy operates on a level most mages spend entire lifetimes trying to reach. The kind of powerful mage who makes other powerful mages nervous just by existing. That brain of his has made him a target. The Empire wants what's inside his head, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to get it. 3 assassin mages. That's what the Empire decided to send. Not 1, not 2, but 3, as if numbers alone would be enough to bring him down. They finally corner him, closing the trap they'd spent so long setting. Every single thing they planned falls apart on contact. Nothing goes the way they expected. Hunters and prey. That's how they saw it. They were wrong about which one was which. The moment he shows them what he's actually capable of, the confidence drains right out of their faces. The first mage launches a stun spell, going straight for him without hesitation. It bounces right back. A mirror spell. Clean and effortless, like swatting away a fly. That same mage gets hammered into the ground by his own reflected magic, courtesy of a casual flick of power that barely cost our guy anything. No mercy in his words either. Bastards like that, he says, should be erased so completely that not even a trace remains. The second mage goes for a sneak attack, flames coming from behind where he supposedly can't see. It looks like a direct hit. For one brief second, it seems like the ambush worked. But that barrier of his, the fire crashes into it and achieves absolutely nothing. Those flames never stood a chance. Heat that would incinerate most mages doesn't even register to him. Verdun's response is one word: pathetic. And then he fires back without blinking. What comes next isn't even in the same category as what that fire mage threw at him. Ash. That's all that's left, burned to nothing in an instant. 2 down, 2 still standing. The odds just shifted dramatically, and everyone in that fight knows it. The third mage launches a dozen daggers through telekinesis, filling the air with spinning blades aimed straight at 5 or do 9. A dozen daggers against him. Cute attempt, honestly. Every single one freezes mid-flight, caught in his telekinetic grip like they'd hit an invisible wall. The mage who threw them hasn't even processed what just happened yet. Still mid-shock when the real retaliation begins, Verdun reverses the momentum on all of them, sending every blade screaming back. The mage doesn't survive what comes next. Those daggers do exactly what daggers are designed to do. One enemy left. Verdun scans the area, but something's already wrong. The fourth mage has vanished. No trace of him anywhere nearby. That coward bolted the moment things turned ugly. Pure survival instinct, no loyalty to the mission. Running across open sky, burning through mana just to put distance between himself and certain death. But distance isn't going to save him here. Verdun activates mana detection, and the search takes almost no time at all. Several mountain ranges away, the mage is airborne and convinced he's safe. He is not. Being tracked from that distance alone should have terrified him. But that's not even the worst part yet. Verdun raises his hand and begins casting. What forms above him is not a normal spell. The meteor that materializes is so massive it blots out the sky. An extinction-level response to one fleeing mage. The runaway mage looks up, and every desperate calculation in his head reaches the same conclusion. There is no escape. The math simply doesn't work in his favor anymore. The meteor hits, and he ceases to exist. Back on the ground, Verdun is barely standing, legs threatening to give out completely. That spell burned through nearly all of his mana reserves. The power was extraordinary, but the cost matched it. Before using that again, the formula needs refining. Raw power without efficiency is just wasted potential. Here's the thing about Verdun. Magical genius has always been baked into his DNA, something that's followed him across lifetimes. But in his previous life, that gift sat locked behind a wall he couldn't break through. All that talent, completely inaccessible. He could see the door but had no key, and because he couldn't access his own power, everything he built with his mind became someone else's property, stolen by people who had the strength to take it and the cruelty to keep it. That's where the story really begins. Verdun is brilliant, and right now that brilliance is the reason he's trapped inside Bohemian. The magic tower built on secrets and suffering. The tower master caught him, and Merciless doesn't begin to describe what followed. Torture. Slow, deliberate, systematic, designed not to kill him fast but to break him down over time. What the tower master is extracting isn't blood or bone. It's the one thing Verdun actually has. His intelligence. The accumulated knowledge of a lifetime spent studying. That's the resource being mined out of him against his will. A lab rat. A test subject with a countdown. Every day inside this place bringing him closer to the end. The Tower Master has planned for him. Verdun has finally connected the dots on exactly why this is happening to him. No power, no physical strength, no magic to fight back with. That's the answer. Weakness made him a target. To understand how someone this smart ended up this helpless, the story needs to rewind. 15 years back is where the context lives. That's when everything that led to this moment was set in motion. He came up in an orphanage. No parents, no safety net, nothing but a single dream burning inside him from the beginning. To become a mage, he got himself into the magic tower as a basic worker, thinking proximity to magic would eventually become magic itself, but the growth limit crushed that. A compatibility test at age 7 had already written the verdict. No mage potential. For someone whose entire identity was built around that dream, It was a sentence worse than failure. He refused to accept it. The dream didn't die just because a test said it should, so he found another path, absorbing spellbooks left unguarded in rooms he cleaned, pulling every scrap of knowledge out of the tower's library, while everyone around him saw only a servant doing menial work. Years of that grind eventually paid off, through nothing but raw effort and refusal to quit. He clawed his way up to researcher. Once there, his ideas hit the tower like a shockwave. Research so sharp and original that even senior mages couldn't dismiss it. He brought his greatest work to Lucard, the one person in that tower he actually trusted. Lucard looked at what our guy had built and couldn't deny it. The potential in front of him was genuinely limitless. From tower laborer to magic scholar wasn't just possible, it looked inevitable. Or at least, it should have been. Lucard made sure it stayed a dream. The backstab came the night before submission, and it was surgical. Verdun's thesis papers, stolen clean, one day before they would have changed everything for him. Lucard handed them to the tower master under his own name, claimed every idea as his own. And when Verdun went to report the theft, he had no idea what was about to happen. The tower master, Balrog Besius, supposed pillar of Bohemian magic, stared at that multidimensional continuity theory and felt something shift inside him, something that had nothing to do with justice. Verdun still believed the master would do the right thing. That faith was about to cost him everything. He had no idea what was coming. What that thesis actually did was light a fire in Balrog's chest. Not admiration, not fairness, but greed, and with it came a cruelty he didn't bother hiding anymore. Now Verdun is locked inside that tower, running on regret. He wishes he'd walked away and built a quiet life somewhere no one could find him. Instead, every day is labor. Every night is something worse. Tests, experiments, pain that doesn't stop when the sun comes up. They injected drugs directly into his veins to watch how his body responded, forcing him to validate theories built on his own stolen research through experiments that treated him as the instrument. On top of that, they pushed him to develop new potions, refining formulas through his body as the test subject. Every time he considered resisting, the Tower Master reminded him exactly who would pay the price. The people he still cared about were leverage, and Balrog knew how to use it. As far as he could see, the fight was already over. No power, no allies, no exit. Just a slow ending at the hands of people he couldn't touch. Lying there in the dark, body wrecked and spirit hanging by a thread. Something pulls at the edges of his mind. Fragments of a time when things weren't like this, drifting up through the pain. The memories come distorted, barely holding their shape. He catches glimpses but can't fully reconstruct them, like trying to read through cracked glass. A girl surfaces through the haze, Roalene, and with her, the echo of a promise made when the future still felt open. To become a great mage. If that growth limit score had landed even slightly higher, the whole trajectory of his life bends in a different direction. One number, one test. That's the distance between this nightmare and a life that actually meant something. But right now, hope isn't something he has access to. Admitting that death is coming feels like the only honest thing left. Then a voice breaks through, cold, distant, almost like an insect whispering from somewhere deep inside his own mind. It reads him accurately. The will to live hasn't actually died in there, no matter what the surface looks like. Verdun himself might not have believed it a moment ago, but something in him recognizes the truth of what that voice is saying. The voice doesn't stay small. It multiplies, those whispers building on each other, stacking into something that carries actual weight. Survive the torture, it says. Grit down and outlast every single thing they put him through. Because what waits on the other side of that endurance is something worth reaching. Rebirth is the word it uses. Survive long enough, and he won't just recover. He'll become something no one can step on again. Power beyond his limits. A ceiling shattered. That's what's being promised. For the first time in longer than he can remember, something inside Verdun reignites. Not hope exactly, but something sharper and more dangerous. The resentment that's been building in him this whole time, that's not a weakness. That's a weapon, and now he knows how to point it. So he gets to work. No announcements, no declarations, just action. He's going to reconstruct his own body through a method no one has ever successfully theorized before, let alone attempted. A way to defy the fate that was handed to him at age 7. By tomorrow, those limits break. He's decided, and at this point, his decisions tend to hold. The theory of defying heavens, the framework for full bodily reconstruction. It's done, completed after everything they put him through, built in the margins of every tortured night. He's going to execute it regardless of what it costs. Even if this magicless body doesn't survive the attempt, a successful outcome means walking out of this tower a free man tomorrow. That long, brutal night finally exhales into morning. The day of execution has arrived. The daily routine begins like any other, but underneath the surface, everything is different now. Scrubbing floors in an alchemy lab. That's the assignment handed down to him first thing in the morning, as if last night's torture session wasn't enough of a greeting. Before he even gets near the lab, one of those scumbags stops him to bark orders. Clean up the dried blood on your skin, patch those cuts, and don't you dare show up looking like that. The berating doesn't stop there either. The guy just keeps running his mouth like the sound of his own voice is doing him a favor. Every word lands, and our guy absorbs every single one without flinching. Head down, orders followed, exactly what they expect from him. Inside the alchemy lab, he moves through the equipment methodically, wiping down surfaces, maintaining the machinery that belongs to people who would never give him credit for understanding it. Mid-task, mid-routine. The kind of moment where nothing is supposed to happen. Then Roalene walks in, and the whole energy of the room shifts. He asks her what she's doing here, and her answer is a reminder he clearly hadn't kept track of. She's leaving. Verdun pieces it together. She's heading to Arente, the magic city, to continue her studies abroad. It's not an opportunity handed to just anyone. Only the tower's most exceptional talents get that kind of placement. He means it when he tells her he's glad for her. Genuinely. No performance behind it. She doesn't look glad in return. She looks worried. The kind of worried that doesn't go away just because someone tells you everything will be fine. And then she extends the offer again. Come with me, she says. Arente is different. No arrogant fools with their boots on your neck, and real opportunities to learn in a place that might actually recognize what he's worth. Then, very quickly, she adds that none of this means anything beyond basic concern. She's not inviting him because she likes him or whatever, just to be absolutely clear about that. Silence sits between them for a beat. And then our guy gives his answer, a verdict that honestly wasn't hard to predict. She doesn't hide what that answer does to her. The sadness is right there on her face. He watches her go from behind the bars of his window, her figure getting smaller until it disappears. Relief is the strange thing he feels. Relief that she has no idea what this place has been putting him through. The experiments, the injections, the nights that never fully ended. She doesn't know any of it, and that's exactly how it should stay. With her gone and clear of this place, she won't be anywhere near the wreckage when his plan for this tower finally goes off. And speaking of timing, the Magic Festival is coming, and for this tower, it doesn't get more critical than that day. It's not just some local celebration. This is a globally recognized event, marking the construction of the first magic tower and the revival of magic itself, which means every department in the tower is stretched to capacity. Here's the opening our boy has been waiting for. When the festival kicks off, the high-ranking mages all scatter to the major cities, and only the bottom-tier ones are left holding things together, a skeleton crew standing between him and everything he needs. Right now, he's moving through the tower toward the guardian of the treasure vault, playing the role they've always assigned him. T gets served with a straight face, and then he pushes. The tower master sent him to clean the vault, he says. Access requested. The guardian doesn't like it, makes his displeasure known in the most arrogant way possible, but eventually steps aside. Verdun walks in and pulls the door shut behind him. First order of business, a soundproofing artifact, activated immediately, sealing the room from the outside world entirely. This is the moment. Everything before this was set up. He moves deeper into the vault, further from the entrance, further from anyone who could stop what's coming. And there it is. The artifact that sits at the center of everything he's planned. The Tower Master apparently burned a fortune having it made. A staff that enables triple casting and temporarily unlocks latent talent in whoever holds it. The kind of tool that changes what a mage can do in a single instant. That staff isn't just valuable. It's the linchpin of his entire plan. Standing between him and it is a 7th-tier protective magic circle, designed personally by the Tower Master. Because of course it was. 7 years. That's how long Verdun has been quietly, methodically studying how to crack that exact spell. Every stolen hour of study pointed at this one lock, and now the Tower Master's most treasured artifact is finally within reach of the person he least wanted near it. Elsewhere in the tower, completely unaware, 2 guards are deep into their drinks and deep into their complaints. Everyone else is out at the festival while they're stuck babysitting the power source, which is exactly the kind of assignment you get when your luck is genuinely terrible. They drew the short straws, and they know it. The self-pity is flowing as freely as the alcohol when the door opens. Our boy walks in, calm as ever, carrying exactly the energy of someone who belongs there. They send him straight back out for more booze. As he turns to go, one of them starts mouthing off about the day he takes the Tower Master's seat. Then he won't be drinking cheap garbage like this anymore. The other one isn't buying it, pointing out that climbing to the top of this tower isn't exactly a casual ambition. That particular dream dies faster than either of them expected, because our guy is already holding the staff, and the math on what happens next is not in their favor. 1 throat, 1 cut, done. The second guard spins toward the source of the blow that just dropped his partner, and finds Verdun standing there, which is apparently the last thing he expected to see. His brain immediately files this under insignificant person doing something stupid. A rank 1 nobody overstepping, about to regret it badly. He decides to educate him on exactly why that's a mistake. A rank 3 tidal wave spell comes roaring forward. Real power meant to end the conversation quickly. Verdun raises the stolen staff and answers with Earth Spear, a spell that shouldn't be possible from someone at his level. Stone projectiles, massive and fast, tear through the air toward the guard. There are too many of them, coming too fast. No clean counter available. He goes down right there. With his last functioning thoughts, the guard can't reconcile what just happened. A rank 1 laborer, using magic, wielding a spell that overwhelmed a rank 3 cast. Nothing about this computes. Verdun doesn't wait for that confusion to resolve itself. He steps right up to the bastard and finishes it, looking him dead in the eye, making sure the last thing he sees is the face of someone who was supposed to be harmless. Both of them gone now, and their fingerprints are the key he needs next. He presses them against the access point for the power source, the throbbing heart that keeps this entire magic tower alive. 7 years of grinding toward this exact moment, and it's finally here. He taps into the mana pouring out of the power source and begins the most dangerous cast of his life. Defying heavens. If this fails, he's already made his peace with what that means. The circumstances being terrifying has never once been a good enough reason not to try. Magic circle after magic circle gets layered over himself and the power source, each one interlocking with the next. Then the Defying Heavens spell ignite. The framework for bodily reconstruction, activating for the first time ever, on a body that was never supposed to be able to hold this kind of magic. It starts. Mana floods out of that heart in volumes that make the air itself visible. The output is so overwhelming it lights up the sky for miles in every direction. Something that size can't be hidden and can't be mistaken. Whatever our boy is pulling off down there, it is not small. The only thing that could generate a signal that massive is the power source itself, which means someone has broken into the tower and is draining it completely. Within minutes, the structure above starts to come apart, stone and magic dissolving together until the tower crumples into nothing. Beneath all that rubble and dust, something moves. He pulls himself out, and the staff in his hand crumbles to powder the moment it's done its job, standing alive in the middle of a flattened ruin while everything around him has been reduced to debris. That's confirmation enough. The plan worked. Then something catches his eye above him, the Tower Master, airborne, furious, burning through magic to close the distance between himself and whoever just annihilated his life's work. He's using magic circles to rip through the air, hunting the thief who turned his tower into rubble, eyes scanning the wreckage, locking onto his target. Balrog doesn't hesitate, doesn't posture. He opens with one of his most devastating offensive spells because this isn't a conversation. Verdun is already gone. Teleportation magic, activated the moment he had the opening, pulling him out of range before the spell lands. The Tower Master is left standing over a crater, no target in sight. The frustration hits him physically, jaw tight, fist clenched. Then the aura comes, malicious, uncontained, thick enough that the rocks around him stop obeying gravity, lifted by sheer compressed rage. Rank doesn't matter, title doesn't matter. Emperor or child, whoever did this is already dead. Balrog just hasn't gotten around to making it official yet. Deep in the woods, far from anything recognizable, our boy steps awake, disoriented, no immediate idea how he got here or how long he's been out. Cold river water pulls him fully conscious as he splashes it across his face. Then he looks at his reflection in the water and stops. His hair, the brown he's had his entire life, has gone ashy gray. His pupils, always black, are now a clear, pale blue staring back at him. He genuinely can't tell if the reconstruction changed his appearance intentionally or if something unexpected happened during the process. His body is rebuilt, but this version of it is different in ways he didn't fully anticipate. The sequence comes back to him in order. The vault, the staff, the 2 guards, the power source, the cast. All of it completed before he got out. He was already moving through the teleportation circle before the Tower Master could land anything, pulling himself across the continent in a single jump. Now he's standing somewhere that has no name he recognizes. The vegetation around him doesn't match anything that grows near Bohemian. The flora is completely different, which puts him somewhere on the far side of the continent, half the world away from where he started. The Defying Heavens cast rebuilt this body. The magic circle got him out, and he is standing in a forest he's never seen before as a free man. That realization breaks through, and a laugh comes out of him, full, unguarded, the kind that's been building for years. He can't help picturing Balrog right now, standing in the wreckage of everything he built, absolutely losing his mind. And honestly, that image makes the laugh louder. The tower is gone, the records are ash, and as far as anyone still alive in that organization knows, the lab rat either died in the collapse or vanished into nothing. Neither version points back to him. That said, he's not deluding himself about what comes next. A man like Balrog Besius, the one they call the Omnipotent, doesn't crumble over one bad day. The manpower is gone, but contingencies exist. The tower will rebuild itself around whoever's left. For now though, the damage is real, the freedom is real, and the score is very much not settled. Every day Balrog spends rebuilding is a day Verdun spends getting stronger, and when the time comes to finish this, there won't be anything left standing. And beyond revenge, if Verdun pulls this off, his name gets written into history permanently, the kind that doesn't fade. Revenge in the tower gets shelved for now. Not forgotten, just filed away. What matters today is growth, becoming the kind of mage that makes the payback worth something when it finally arrives. That's the mission from here forward. Not long after, he stumbles across a goblin. Some creepy little green thing straining with everything it has to yank an axe free from a wooden box. Verdun handles the distraction. One hit. The goblin goes down before it even registers what happened. No dramatic power surge, no sudden breakthrough. Whatever the reconstruction did, the magic gains aren't showing up yet. The hair is gray, the eyes are blue, but the mana capacity reads the same as before. The body changed, but the ceiling hasn't moved. Not yet. He pulls his attention outward. Goblins roaming this freely means he's well outside any main settlement, deep enough that civilization stopped bothering to maintain a presence. Then the ground tells him something. Car tracks, deep and hurried, cutting through the dirt. A wooden box sitting abandoned nearby, the kind that gets left behind when a driver stops caring about cargo and starts caring about survival. He reaches out with mana detection. A thread of mana trails down the road ahead. Faint but consistent, and something worth following. At the end of that trail is a cart driver, wide-eyed and white-knuckled, moving like something terrible is still behind him. Once he calms down enough to speak, the story comes out. Bandits, supposedly wiped out weeks ago. Very much not wiped out. He'd even dropped Baron Pitt's name as a shield, hoping the reputation alone would buy him safety. It bought him nothing. Then the mercenaries he paid to escort him decided self-preservation was worth more than their fee and vanished into the trees. But even that wasn't the worst part of his day. The worst part had a massive body, tusks, and a smile that made it clear this was fun for it. An orc, and not a small one. The one silver lining, while that orc and its goblin crew were too busy tearing through the bandits to focus on him, the driver used the chaos as cover and ran. Those bandits bought him his window to escape. Unintentionally, but still. Then a growl from somewhere too close cuts through the tree line, and whatever calm he'd managed evaporates instantly. He whips the horse into a full gallop. But the road had other plans for him, and it looks like his luck just ran out. A thick root catches the wheel at exactly the wrong moment. The cart tips, rolls, and goes over completely. He drags himself upright, disoriented, and finds himself staring directly into a cluster of eyes that are not friendly, not hesitant, and very hungry. The creatures push out from the tree line, drawn by the smell of something they can't fight back. He's shaking. He knows exactly how this ends, and there's nothing in front of him that changes that math. The closest one launches forward while the driver squeezes his eyes shut and stops fighting the inevitable. Then nothing happens. Or rather, something does happen, just not what he expected. Earth magic erupts around him, solid and immediate. A dome that wasn't there a second ago, and the caster is exactly who you'd expect at this point. The creatures pivot, recalculating, new target acquired, and this one isn't hiding behind a dome. Verdun stands on top of a stone monolith, perfectly still, watching them redirect their aggression toward him. Good. He needed something to test against anyway. These things are about to discover that charging blindly at our guy is a terminal mistake. He opens with a volley of flaming arrows, fast and precise. Several of them catch fire mid-charge, burning before they can close the distance. Reduced to ash while still moving, the orc pack leader roars, fury and authority combined, and the next wave surges forward. As that second charge closes in, Verdun goes for something he's never actually pulled off in combat before, double casting. Fire and an electrified arrow spell, layered together and launched simultaneously. The result is Heatwave Arrow, a combined cast that hits like two separate attacks, fused into one. The blast that follows shakes the ground, the trees, and the air itself. A detonation that doesn't stop at impact. When the smoke settles, there are no goblins, just scorched earth. Verdun stares at it, genuinely caught off guard by the scale of what just came out of him. Before the reconstruction, a single goblin would have been a serious problem. Now the entire pack is gone without much effort. Something in that rebuild clearly worked. He turns attention shifting to the carriage driver sealed inside the earth dome, which, now that the fight is over, is rapidly becoming a problem. Enclosed stone, no airflow, and a man who's been in there long enough that breathing is becoming a genuine concern. But in the half second his focus moves away from the battlefield, the orc leader, still breathing, still furious, makes its move, caught slightly off guard, though the orc isn't anywhere near strong enough to. Cart back on its wheels, horses reattached, crisis fully resolved. A little later, it's like the ambush barely happened. Conrad, the driver, is grinning like he just won something, and the gratitude pouring out of him has no ceiling in sight. Without Verdun, he'd be monster food right now. He knows it, and he makes sure Verdun knows that he knows it, offering a free ride as a starting point while insisting that's nowhere near repayment enough. Verdun tells him to watch the road, specifically to not flip the cart a second time, and calls it even. Conrad, being Conrad, cannot let a single moment pass in silence. He fires off questions like he's being paid per word, riding the high of still being alive straight into Verdun's patience. And Verdun's nerves are still not fully settled from that orc sneak attack, which hit closer than he's comfortable admitting. When Conrad finally asks the right kind of question, Verdun flips it back. Do bandits usually operate this close to dangerous monster territory? Generally they don't. Conrad confirms this was his first time encountering monsters on this route. Completely unexpected. Baron Pyth controls this forest, and Conrad has known the man since childhood. The Baron had personally assured him the bandit problem was handled, which is exactly why he didn't hire expensive protection this time. He took the familiar road, skipped the mercenary costs, and nearly died for it. Lesson received. The pieces start clicking together for Verdun. If this is Baron Pith's territory, then the teleportation landed exactly where it was supposed to. He's wiped his tracks thoroughly, but the Bohemian Tower will eventually start piecing things together. And someone with Balrog's resources doesn't stop looking just because the trail went cold. Changed appearance helps, but it's not enough on its own. He needs to stay buried until he's strong enough that being found doesn't matter anymore. So 5 Verdun becomes Asher. A new name, a clean slate, to be carried until the day he's standing face to face with the Tower Master. And there's no reason to hide anything anymore. Meanwhile, at Baron Pythe's estate, the Baron and his staff look visibly unsettled watching Conrad climb down from that cart looking the way he does. Conrad, ever the optimist, frames the whole thing as a minor orc inconvenience and waves off the concern with his usual energy. The Baron tries to apologize. His assurances about bandit control had clearly aged poorly, but Conrad shuts it down before any guilt can take root. He's alive. That's the only score that matters. The Baron's gaze shifts to the mage standing quietly beside Conrad, a man who clearly had something to do with Conrad still being here. An invitation inside follows immediately. Sometime later, clean clothes, a warm meal, a roof overhead. Asher sits across from the Baron and means it when he offers his thanks. The Baron brushes it off with the ease of someone who genuinely enjoys hosting, insisting the best he has is the least he can offer. Then, remembering he hasn't actually done the basic thing, he straightens up and formally introduces himself. Baron Pythe Henrod, Lord of these lands. The table between them is loaded. A spread that makes it clear the Baron doesn't do things halfway. 5 million elk lands on the table as compensation, a reward offered without hesitation. Because what Conrad came back with was a life, and that has a real price. Then the Baron leans in with something that's clearly been sitting in the back of his mind this whole meal. A job. Unusual timing aside, with pay that makes it hard to say no. Asher runs a quick internal calculation and finds no reason to decline. Real combat, real practice, and money he actually needs. 3 things this job hands him at once. He asks what exactly the work involves. A few days ago, bodies turned up in the southern forest. Not injured, not robbed. Hanging by their necks, the investigation traced the victims back to a nearby farm town that no longer exists. The whole settlement. Gone. Bandits were the obvious first guess, but a search of the area turned up nothing. No tracks, no evidence, no trail. Whatever happened there was cleaned up deliberately. Asher lands on the same thought immediately. A mage covering tracks explains the missing evidence. He asks when the operation moves out. 4 days, says the Baron. Those 4 days pass without ceremony, and when the morning comes, a team is assembled and ready. Commander Enoch steps forward and introduces himself. The senior knight running this operation, calm and direct about it. His squad harassed, dark-haired and steady, and the younger Peric rounding out the group. Asher, meanwhile, has fully come to terms with the fact that the Baron played him smoothly into this bandit hunt, and there's nothing to do about it now except go. He spots additional figures hanging back and asks the obvious question. Are they part of this? Adventurers, it turns out, pulled in by rumors of a strange orc sighting in the area, which apparently travels fast enough to attract professionals. Gold rank is the benchmark Enoch uses, on par with experienced knights, trained in channeling raw energy into their bodies and weapons. The rumors say the best of them can split mountains. The rumors might not be exaggerating. Here's the thing, though. If knights and gold rank adventurers are still pulling in a mage for backup, whatever's waiting in that forest is not a routine bandit problem. Moving through the trees, Enoch keeps it simple. The moment Asher identifies a mage among the bandits, he tells them immediately, no delay. Tier 2 mages and experienced knights sit at roughly the same power tier, but long-range spell capability makes mages a nightmare to engage in an open environment. Best case, there's no mage involved at all. Then they find the magic circle, and the best case dies right there. Verdun steps forward and hits it with a dispel. The camouflage layer peels away. What was hiding underneath it is not small. A circle so large it's almost architectural. Nobody in the group bothers pretending they're not surprised. The first spell Asher dismantled was basic. This one underneath is something else entirely. A warning system, built to alert whoever set it up the moment intruders cross it. Asher calls the group back immediately and walks forward into it alone. The warning circle collapses in seconds. Asher dismantles it like it was a practice exercise, not a 7th-tier defense system. Eno watches it happen and something clicks into place. This is exactly why the Baron insisted on bringing him. Without a mage in his group, that circle alone would have shut down the entire operation before it started. Quick context worth knowing. Adventurers in this world operate through a guild system, picking up independent commissions across different territories. Their job description covers exploration of unknown or dangerous regions, and at the core of it all, monster extermination. Sounds straightforward, but the reality is a profession built entirely on surviving situations that would kill most people. That risk is exactly why adventurers are treated like celebrities in most places. Skill in that line of work converts directly into wealth and reputation, and the world knows it. There's a darker edge to it, though. Some adventurers absorb so much death and violence over the years that the line between warrior and predator starts to blur. The emotional control goes first, then the moral compass, until the only target that satisfies the bloodlust is human. That's what a bandit is in this world. A former adventurer who crossed a line they can't come back from. Speaking of which, two of those exact people are right now in the woods, furious about the losses they took from Baron Pythe's raid party. On top of that, the orc and goblin activity in the area has made the forest miserable to operate in, and their food situation is running thin enough that just eating is starting to feel like a fight. The leader doesn't sit with frustration quietly. He erupts at his men for standing around doing nothing and orders them out to hunt animals before the situation gets worse. What he doesn't know is that Asher's group is crouched in the tree line watching the whole thing unfold. The knights are locked on Commander Enoch, waiting for the word. Eno reads the moment perfectly. Leaders just sent his men away. Numbers are down, conditions are ideal. Blade already moving toward ready position. But Verdun steps in before the charge begins and urges him to pump the brakes. His role here is strictly insurance against the enemy mage. But charging blind into a camp where they still don't know what that mage is capable of is a fast way to turn a good situation into a catastrophic one. If the enemy mage's circle ranks above 5 Verduns, this whole thing falls apart on contact. Enoch hears the concern. He does, but time pressure is real. Those hunting parties will come back, numbers will reset, and the window will close. Verdun tells him there might be a way to solve both problems at once. Back at the bandit camp, the leader is seething. All that movement through the woods and barely anything to show for it. Lost a new recruit on top of everything else. His mage, on the other hand, isn't interested in wallowing. He'd rather spend that energy finding a solution. Fair point, since nobody in that group could have predicted an orc materializing out of the forest to start killing people. Even by adventurer standards, that's an unusual day. The only reason Varia is mixed up in all this darkness to begin with traces back to one decision, killing a teammate for money. And now here he is. Varia floats the idea of targeting another village, which Vilshin shuts down immediately. The Baron is already furious over the last round of corpses. Walking into that radius again would be an invitation for annihilation. The concealment magic has been holding so far, but that's not a permanent solution. They can't root themselves in one spot forever. Vilshin names a city, Martas, close enough to reach from where they are, far enough from the Baron's immediate reach. That's the next move. They're still mid-discussion, still mapping out how to hit the village near Martas, when a high-velocity beam tears through the air and grazes past, both of them detonating on impact with the ground and sending a shockwave through the trees. Vilshin's barrier snaps up fast enough to absorb the blast. An explosion with no warning wasn't impossible to imagine, but it still rattles them. Vilshin reads the situation instantly. They've been found. This is a coordinated ambush, and standing still is no longer an option. The two knights under Enoch's command are already in motion before that sentence finishes. Their combined assault hits the barrier from multiple angles simultaneously. It buckles, then shatters, and both men are thrown out of its protection. The enemy mage takes a heavy strike on the way out. Varia's head snaps toward his friend, the worry written plainly across his face. Here's the thing about mana barriers. Easy to raise, easy to break. The casting cost is low, which makes it accessible in emergencies. But the moment it breaks, the backlash on the caster is brutal. The person explaining this in real time is Verdun himself, stepping into view and making it very clear to everyone present that the mage is currently compromised. The whole plan just became executable, and Enoch wants their mage going full output immediately. Varia feels the ground shift under him. The Baron didn't just send knights, he sent a mage, which means this wasn't a retrieval mission. This was an execution order dressed in armor. He refuses to fold, surging forward instead, blade already swinging. Steel hits steel as Enoch meets him head-on. Varia snarls something about sending all their heads back to the Baron. Cold, specific, the kind of threat meant to land psychologically. Enoch's response is to smile and tell him to go ahead and try. The confidence in that smile is its own kind of threat. While those two are trading steel, Verdun is sprinting after Vilshin, who has apparently decided that surviving means running. The mage is burning through earth wall casts to buy distance, throwing up barriers behind him to slow pursuit. Vilshin clocks the pattern. Verdun is using ground-based magic, no flight. That puts him at second circle at most, and second circle doesn't threaten a seasoned third circle mage in an open chase. Confident in that assessment, he spins and unloads a multi-ice arrow barrage directly at our guy. Enough firepower to end a second circle mage cleanly. The arrows close the distance fast, and Vilshin is already mentally filing this one as finished. Then Verdun pulls out multi-flame arrow and fires it directly into the incoming barrage, a spell for spell counter that Vilshin clearly didn't see coming from someone he'd already categorized. Fire meets ice in midair, both spell volleys colliding at full force. The collision doesn't resolve cleanly, it detonates, and the crater it leaves behind is the kind that changes the landscape permanently. Vilshin recalibrates fast, impressed despite himself. A second circle mage keeping pace in a direct exchange is not normal. He pities the kid for picking this fight, but the respect is real. If Verdun had brought a knight with him instead of engaging alone, Vilshin's injured state would have made this much harder to manage. Going solo was tactically questionable, but the mage is injured, and confidence can paper over a lot of tactical gaps. Then Verdun walks out of the smoke looking completely unbothered and tells Vilshin plainly he was never going to let him run in the first place. The enemy mage shifts his read on the situation. Complex attribute magic from someone this young with this level of control, not a generic talent. A genuine gem, misplaced in some corner of the world where nobody recognized it. The compliment doesn't change what happens next, though. Vilshin has decided this young man made a miscalculation, and the penalty for miscalculations in this world is death. Third circle ice magic. Falling ice erupts from above. Not arrows, not projectiles. An entire glacier's worth of frozen mass dropping from the sky directly onto our guy. Vilshin watches it fall and genuinely believes that's the end of the conversation. The glacier hits, and Verdun is still standing there, completely untouched, like gravity just made an exception for him. Vilshin's brain stalls. What he just watched happen doesn't add up. Dozens of earth spears have punched upward, intercepting the falling ice before it could reach either him or the ground. A defensive array conjured fast enough to catch a third circle cast in transit. He's standing in the middle of it, entirely relaxed. He calls the spell's name and closes his fist. The entire ice formation shatters outward, reduced to fragments. The sight of earth spear, from a mage his own detection had filed under second circle, snapped something in Vilshin's composure. That spell shouldn't exist in this man's arsenal. Verdun decides to answer the confusion directly. Ice gathers at his fingertips, and then fire. And then two more attributes cycling through his command in plain view. 4 attributes. 1 mage, no hesitation. The ice spike that follows isn't a spell. It's a verdict. It drives through Vilshin's body, and in his final conscious moment, the truth lands. He was never the one in control of this fight. With the enemy mage down, Verdun stands over the aftermath with the energy of someone who's already processing the next step. Useful practice, that's his read on it. Good experience. Now, remember that orc the bandits mentioned? The one nobody seemed fully worried about? That same creature is currently eating someone, wearing an adventurer's necklace around its neck like a trophy. And from the look in its eyes, it's not done yet. 2 days back, Verdun doesn't go anywhere unprepared. Before this mission even started, he'd already brewed something using ingredients taken from the magic tower on the way out, a compound he named the magic circuit dilator. The irony of it isn't lost on him. A man who spent years as a forced test subject for tower experiments, willingly injecting himself with his own creation. But this one was his formula, his choice, his terms. It wasn't gentle. The pain hit like a full-body detonation, screaming, howling, every nerve ending in revolt against what was happening to his system. But that agony was the price of entry into the third tier of magic, and he paid it without hesitation. Back in the present, Verdun looks down at Vilshin's body and states, fairly matter-of-factly, that the man is dead. Delivered with a tone of someone noting a weather change rather than someone who just impaled a mage with an ice spike. What matters now is what this accomplishment means for his standing with the Adventurers Guild, and by extension, with the Baron. His eyes drop to the wand still gripped in Vilshin's hand. He picks it up and runs his appraisal spell across it without hesitation. Modified stone wand, built to reduce casting demand and amplify ice magic efficiency specifically. 5R Dawn reads the stats and makes the decision immediately. This comes with him. Perry comes crashing through the tree line, out of breath and visibly relieved, explaining that once they wrapped up the bandits, the silence from Verdun's direction started to feel wrong. Verdun keeps it brief. The mage was operating at a level that stretched things out. Perrick takes one look at the battlefield around them and decides no further explanation is needed. What actually surprises 5R Dawn is the other direction of that comparison. The knights folded the entire bandit group in the time it took him to handle one mage. Perrick grins and reports that the only unfinished piece is Varia, who Enoch is still working through. Shouldn't be long, he adds, as he bends to collect the mage's body, then pauses mid-motion to answer something Verdun just asked. The wand. Verdun wants to know if taking it crosses any lines. Perrick waves it off. Anything not directly connected to the mission objective is fair game to keep. Standard policy. That's all Verdun needed to hear. The Baron's generosity continues to pay dividends, and the wand is officially his without any complications. Regrouping with the full team, Commander Enoch moves to command Asher directly. The mage's contribution was the margin between success and a very different outcome. Verdun deflects it cleanly, framing the whole thing as a learning exercise for himself. Varia, now in restraints, looks like he's staring at a ghost, still not fully processing that his mage, his capable and battle-tested mage, is dead. His next thought arrives fast and cold. The Baron is going to order his execution the moment he sees him. If death is already guaranteed, then sitting here cooperating is the stupidest thing he could do. Quietly, methodically, Varia starts working at his restraints. Then screaming cuts through the air, not battle cries, not commands. Screaming from Enoch's own men, getting torn into by the bandit who's now free and fully unhinged. Varia has locked onto the knight as his exit. Remove the biggest obstacle. Take the horse. Disappear into the forest before anyone reacts, without Bilshan watching his back. Speed is the only thing he has left. Get to the horse. Get out. That's the entire plan. His blade finds Enoch's again, the clash coming harder this time. Desperation layered over aggression. He goes for the face, reckless, committed, the kind of strike a man throws when he stopped calculating odds. Enoch doesn't reach for his weapon. He catches the wrist, other hand grabs the collar, one motion, controlled. Varia doesn't even register what's happening until it's already done. The ground rushes up and hits him full force. He can't breathe. He can't move. The fact that the commander dropped his sword entirely to take him down by hand is the thing he's most stuck on. Furious, winded, pinned. He screams at Enoch about honor, about what a knight should be. Enoch laughs, genuinely, then explains, very calmly, that pride is something the living get to enjoy. It's not available to anyone else. His blade rises, point level directly at the bandit's head, and then it comes down. One clean strike. Varia is gone. The body gets dragged clear of the area to be disposed of properly. Enoch turns to Verdun and offers a brief apology, not for the kill, but for the method. It was messier than he'd have preferred. Verdun doesn't flinch. Instead, he acknowledges the commander's ability directly. No theater about it. Then he asks the obvious question. The other bandits are restrained, not dead. Why? Enoch explains. Information gathered during the mission suggests some of them may have been coerced, not willing participants. Before any execution order gets handed down, interrogation comes first. Mission complete. The knights organize the guards to escort the detainees and the bodies back toward the castle. One guard is managing a bandit who's giving him trouble, and in the distraction, a second one bolts. Full sprint into the trees. Pure survival instinct. A knight starts to give chase, until Verdun's arm comes out and stops him. Something about what just happened feels off, in a way he can't immediately explain, but his gut is flagging it hard. They don't have to wait long for the answer. The sound of screaming erupts from inside the tree line, the bandit's voice cracking as he begs for help that isn't coming. Then the smell hits, thick, metallic, blood coating the air around them. Whatever is in that forest didn't come here as part of this mission, and it just made itself known. A projectile rips out from between the trees, aimed straight at one of the knights. His sword comes up just fast enough to deflect it. It skips across the ground, trailing blood with every bounce, and when it finally stops, everyone gets a good look at what was just thrown at them. The bandit's severed head. Whatever is in that forest doesn't negotiate. The tree line splits open and something steps out that makes the entire group feel small. An orc so enormous that several of the knights struggle to process that they're looking at something real. Verdun runs the numbers fast and doesn't like the answer. Not one person in this group is equipped to put that thing down. That's not pessimism. That's just math. The full picture lands when the behemoth raises its giant blade and turns those eyes on them. Less like a creature sizing up a threat, and more like a predator deciding which one goes first. At this scale, calling it an orc almost feels like an insult to the word. And then everyone notices the rest of them. Dozens of these things fanning out through the trees, not just one. One look at the red one leading the pack tells Verdun everything. That's the one running this whole nightmare show. The shape of it, the teeth, the expression, it shares something recognizable with the orc he encountered before. That smile is characteristic of the entire breed, elongated tusks curling out from both sides of the jaw, permanently set into something that looks disturbingly pleased with itself. The red coloring sets this one apart from the rest. Bigger, denser, a different category entirely. Something in its evolution crossed a threshold the others never reached. Survival mode kicks in the moment the red orc opens its mouth and the minions surge forward. Enoch doesn't waste a second. Defensive formation assembled. Clear priority established. Burn through the minions first, then redirect everything toward the boss. The plan doesn't even get a chance to breathe before the red orc bypasses the entire setup and swings that massive blade directly at the commander. The sheer force of the impact launches Enoch off his feet before the blade even makes full contact. He hits the ground hard and doesn't get up fast enough. The red orc is already closing in, foot raised, ready to end it right there. Both knights slam in from the sides simultaneously, blades driving into the creature's foot hard enough to force a response. The orc staggers back, wounded enough to break its momentum, And that window is all Enoch needs. He explodes off the ground and drives straight into the creature's chest. First a stab to anchor the blade, then a full downward drag, tearing the wound open wider with every inch of movement. The monster drops. For exactly 1 second, it looks like this is over. Then it starts laughing. Sprawled on the ground, bleeding and genuinely amused by its own condition, its hand reaches out and grabs the nearest goblin, one of its own, without hesitation, and bites it clean in half. The knights go quiet in a way that has nothing to do with discipline. The goblin disappears entirely, consumed, and what happens next makes everything before it look like a warm-up. The wounds close. The laughter gets louder. The red orc pushes itself back upright with the energy of something that just woke up, not something that was nearly killed. Enoch's group stares at the reality of what they're dealing with. A self-regenerating boss monster that gets stronger every time it eats one of its own men. The creature's roar fills the air, and Enoch forces his voice over it, rallying everyone into position for round 2. The second round opens differently. The red orc winds up and hurls its own blade like a javelin, full force, on a direct line. It crosses the distance between them at a speed that doesn't match the size of the thing that threw it. Harris barely gets his arms up in time. The catch happens at the last possible fraction of a second. The question of how an orc developed that level of precision and intent hangs in the air unanswered. Then the force behind the throw becomes obvious. The blade crashes through Harris's swords like they were assembled from scrap. Fragments spray outward, slashing across his face. And if you're thinking that's the worst of it, it isn't. The blade takes more than just his swords. Harris loses a piece of himself in that exchange, a wound that goes beyond a cut. Peric's focus cracks the moment he sees Harris go down. The battle on his side becomes secondary instantly. He doesn't register the red orc shifting toward him until it's already there, closing the gap at a speed that shouldn't be possible for something that size. He swings everything he has into full commitment, aiming to sever the arm before it can reach him. The blade connects. Nothing happens to the arm. The flesh doesn't give. The orc barely reacts. Peric is now directly under it with no working attack and a hand the size of his entire upper body descending toward him. Earth magic erupts between them. Verdun's spell buying exactly enough interference to stall the crush and pull the orc's attention. He shouts Peric's name and points him back. Peric breaks into a full retreat, alive but weaponless, and running on adrenaline. The immediate question is how any of them are supposed to kill something that their best attacks can't scratch. Peric has no sword and no answer. Verdun's analysis lands quickly. The goblin consumption isn't just healing, it's an active buff, stacking recovery speed and damage resistance simultaneously. Peric's full-strength arm strike achieving nothing is the proof of that ceiling. None of them have faced an orc at this tier before, and for a moment, the question of whether this thing exists outside the normal classification system sits heavily over everyone. Verdun shuts that down. Mythological entity, it is not. Terrifying, yes. Impossible, no. He maps it out fast. Consumption and regeneration paired together, direct influence over the surrounding monsters, and the combat capability to trade blows with experienced knights simultaneously. By every metric, this orc is the apex of its group, the kind of threat that only exists at the top of a very specific food chain, but apex of a food chain is still within the bounds of something that can be beaten. Verdun holds to that. Here's where his thinking gets technical. Standard magic has a hard ceiling. Pour more mana into a spell, and at some point the structure collapses under its own weight. That's the balancing rule that governs every conventional spell in existence. Every spell, that is, except one category, geographic manipulation. He activates it. The circle shifts in his hands, the geometry of the spell locking into place, and then the ground itself becomes the weapon. An earthquake tearing through the terrain, reshaping the land underneath everything standing on it. The guards spiral into panic. They were already fighting something out of their weight class, and now the earth is moving beneath their feet. Enoch's voice cuts through the chaos. It's their mage. It's controlled. Hold your positions. The words are confident and immediate. Even as he said it, the commander knew that calm was more of an instruction than a realistic expectation right now, because what Verdun has done is lift the battlefield itself, the ground beneath him rising, a platform carved out of the terrain and elevated above everything else. Every orc in that formation drops into the gap below as the land reshapes around them. The red orc claws back upright from the chaos, eyes scanning upward, and finds Verdun above it. Already mid-cast. A fireball with a density that makes the air around it shimmer is already formed and ready. Third-tier magic, released without hesitation. The fireball descends into the pit of orcs and detonates, the heat visible from a significant distance. From above, the sight of it hits differently. Peric is practically vibrating with satisfaction watching the creatures that nearly killed him burn from a position of total safety. The turnaround is complete and he's savoring every second of it. Verdun's mind is moving even while the fire burns. Geographic manipulation has no ceiling because it operates outside the standard balancing rule entirely, and yet no mage in recorded history uses it as a primary offensive tool. The reason is simple. The mana cost is so catastrophic that the damage output doesn't justify the trade. He's feeling that cost right now. Third tier is already stretching his reserves, and anything beyond it is currently out of reach. For a man who just restructured his own body to break through magical limits, the irony of still hitting a ceiling stings. Then a sound rises from below that shouldn't be rising anymore. The red orc is still moving, not just alive, actively eating the corpses of its own burned soldiers to fuel another round of recovery, growing stronger from the same assault that was supposed to finish it. Perek is done pretending to be calm. He tucks in directly behind Verdun and stays there. Verdun pivots completely away from fire magic and thinks differently. Water magic this time. He pulls the wave spell into form and releases it. The force of the water hits the red orc's body like a wall and staggers it, momentarily but meaningfully. That stagger is the opening. Verdun drops from his elevated position, takes the risk of close range, and sets up the follow-through. Multi-ice arrows combined with a wind gust spell. Both cast simultaneously. The wind doesn't just carry the arrows, it amplifies them. Velocity and density both multiplied beyond what either spell achieves alone. The double cast resolves as bitter cold arrows, a combination that produces something neither component could achieve independently. Ice spikes stream down in columns across the field, locking the orc's minions into place where they stand. But the red orc tears through the ice around it and drives a hand straight at Verdun. Still not dead, still furious, still not willing to go quietly. He rolls clear of the impact and resets. The creature's regeneration is remarkable, but frozen mass has a limit. And right now that limit is being reached. He comes up from the orc's blind side and releases the frozen orb directly into the creature's body. The ice expands outward from the point of contact and doesn't stop, spreading until the red orc is sealed inside a complete statue of frozen mass locked mid-motion. That's the end of it. The orc that couldn't be burned, couldn't be cut, couldn't be brought down by experienced knights, stopped cold by a mage who wasn't supposed to exist at this level. Genuinely one of the more impressive creatures this story has put on the page, and it's still lost. Scene shift. The magic city of Arente. Word has spread, and the city is buzzing with it. The Bohemian magic tower has gone dark. Doors shut. Operations ceased. The dominant rumor points to the main energy source exploding. But the numbers don't add up for a lot of people. Too many mages vanished. The tower stopped functioning entirely. An energy source explosion alone doesn't produce that kind of comprehensive shutdown. The scale of the destruction is the thing that keeps breaking the explosion theory. The damage is too widespread, too total, too deliberate looking to fit a simple accident. Theories are filling the gap. Divine punishment, internal sabotage, a traitor who'd been waiting for the right moment. Everyone has a version of events they've decided to believe. Then one old man in the crowd tosses out the idea that maybe the Bohemian tower was sealed, possibly bugged from the inside, and that theory lands differently on one particular set of ears nearby. He keeps going, working through his logic out loud. A tower doesn't seal itself, he insists, and there had always been whispers about secret experiments conducted inside those walls. Maybe someone finally made the experiments the reason for the destruction. The man's drink goes everywhere when a hand grabs him without warning, demanding he repeat exactly what he just said. He stares back, completely lost. Then the cloak comes down. Roalene. Standing there, eyes sharp and expression tightly controlled, because what she just heard about the Bohemian magic tower means something very specific to someone who knew who was trapped inside it. Elsewhere, the atmosphere is completely different. The Pyth territory is in full celebration mode, banquet tables set, the returning group welcomed back as the heroes of a successful mission. Baron Pyth took the news of their victory personally and threw the full weight of his hospitality into the response. One notable absence at the start of the festivities. Asher is nowhere in the immediate gathering, and then he appears, dressed like he has somewhere important to be later, arriving fashionably late with the energy of someone who was absolutely worth waiting for. The Baron, well into his drinks by this point, doesn't register the delay as a problem. He's too happy for problems. Asher offers his thanks and admits he didn't expect the lower-ranking soldiers to receive an invitation to a banquet like this. The Baron cuts him off with something genuinely worth noting. When a man puts himself between danger and this land, rank stops being relevant at the table. That's a rare kind of thinking from someone who sits at the top of a territory. The Baron turns the conversation toward the mission itself. He already knows the broad strokes, but he also knows that what his group walked into wasn't a standard bandit sweep. Asher confirms it without hesitation. These were not ordinary criminals. People with that level of skill, that kind of tactical competence, that much raw ability. They had every tool available to build something legitimate for themselves. The choice to destroy instead of build was exactly that, a choice. Verdun doesn't say the next part out loud, but it tracks with everything he knows about people who let talent rot into something worse. The Baron then shares that he didn't wait for them to return before starting the investigation into the criminals. The report came back with the full picture, gold rank adventurers, both of them carrying a history of successful missions before one decision collapsed the whole thing. A teammate killed for money, consequences fled, and then a disappearance that made tracking them impossible. The two of them reassembled in the shadows, built a bandit operation around their existing skills, and eventually brought that operation straight into Baron Pith's territory, where it ended. Verdun sits with the weight of what the gold rank actually means. Fourth highest classification in the entire adventurer hierarchy, earned through a volume of completed missions that most people never reach. The 10 million elk bounty on their heads stops looking like an exaggeration when that context is attached to it. Verdun's intervention is the only reason that subjugation mission didn't collapse into a disaster, and our boy has finally pieced that together. Every bandit cleared, 0 serious casualties on their side, and the whole operation intact. Pull Verdun out of that equation, and the outcome gets ugly real fast. The Baron, meanwhile, is looking at Verdun like he just found his favorite person in the entire world. The man's happiness is practically leaking out of the room, celebrity status achieved. Not only did Verdun dismantle the powerful bandits, but he handled the demi-human situation too, clean and efficient enough that even the Adventurers Guild reached out to send their respect. The truly hilarious part? Verdun was just doing what he was assigned to do. The Baron might genuinely be too deep in his cup to understand the concept of just following orders. That said, the Baron sets down the theatrics for a moment and addresses Verdun with a weight that demands attention: gratitude. Real gratitude is the first thing out of his mouth. The defenseless villagers were kept safe because of what Verdun did, and because of that, the people who lost their lives to the bandits were at least given proper funerals. That's not a small thing. Every knight in that hall, right down to their master, is caught in the same current of admiration. Drinks raised, voices lifted, all of it directed at Asher the Great Mage, the hero who saved the Pyth territory. And the rest of that banquet? Every single person in the room felt exactly the same way. Verdun carries the memory of that night long after it ends. And what strikes him most is how completely different it felt from every gathering he ever endured at the Magic Tower. Rank didn't exist in that room. Status didn't buy you a better seat. It was just people celebrating together, and honestly, sometimes that's the thing that hits hardest. That gap between the cold, rigid atmosphere of the tower and the warmth of this place wasn't lost on Verdun. He felt every inch of that difference. This banquet welcomed him. Not as a tool, not as a rank, just as a person who belonged there. Something he hadn't felt a single time since the day he walked out of that nightmare of a tower. For the first time, the mage laughed. Not politely, not carefully, with his whole chest. A genuinely warm moment. Don't get too comfortable though, because the story isn't done with him yet. Because while Verdun was finally catching a breath, something no one saw coming was already in motion. The Bohemian Magic Tower was heading straight toward collapse. Let's shift focus for a moment. Roalene returns to the Magic Tower, and the first thing she feels is relief. The tower is still standing, still intact. All those rumors about its destruction? Apparently unfounded, and her face lights up because of it. A man catches her return and questions why she's suddenly back from Arente. She explains, the news about the tower's destruction reached her, and the reports of the disruption tearing through the landscape were alarming enough to pull her back. But standing here now, seeing it with her own eyes, none of that seems to be the case. With that worry off her shoulders, her first instinct is to find Verdun, the one person in this entire tower that actually matters to her. But the moment his name leaves her lips, the man doesn't say a word. He just points toward where the crowd has gathered, a missing persons list. And right there, carved into it like a wound, Verdun's name. Roalene's world doesn't just crack, it shatters. All those names on that list, all those people, gone. And worst of all, Verdun, last confirmed doing his duties until magical energy exposure took everything from him. Most have already written him off as dead, his body listed as unrecoverable, like something swallowed whole by the event. Think of a nuclear detonation. You don't recover what it takes. Roalene's body is shaking, her mind drowning in questions with no answers attached. In fragments, memories of him flash back, conversations, moments, everything she took for granted, all of it muddied now by the fact that he stayed, and she was gone when it happened. The injustice of it refuses to settle quietly inside her. They were never supposed to end like this. No goodbye, no warning, just nothing. That despair doesn't stay contained for long. It breaks through the surface as physical grief. And she weeps for the friend she's never getting back. And then the grief shifts into something raw. She loses it, completely. She even family zones him mid-speech, which, okay, Aaron and Mikasa territory confirmed. But underneath the classification, her denial is volcanic and completely beyond her ability to contain. Before that energy turns destructive, Sir Valdek appears, stepping in to pull her back, reminding her that unloading her anger on the people around her won't accomplish a single thing. He finds her shrunken, hollowed out, the fire still there but nowhere to go. Her first question cuts straight to it. What actually happened here? Valdek breaks it down. The power source went berserk, conveniently timed for when every high-ranking mage was away at the Magic Festival. With no one there to contain it, The surge wiped out every single person assigned to protect it, but the damage didn't stop at lives. Years of critical research erased. Records that took decades to compile gone in a single moment. The treasure vault didn't escape the destruction either. Everything housed inside that vault. Spellbooks, rare artifacts, irreplaceable materials. All of it gone. Baldek is furious about the full scope of it. But the loss that gnaws at him most personally? His experimental test subject? He doesn't breathe a word of that to Roalene, but privately, his frustration centers on one thing, not being able to recover Verdun's brain. The man was literally planning an Einstein-style extraction. Yeah, that kind of unhinged. Still, Valdek isn't ready to absorb the loss and move on. They have a lead, a small one, but enough to start pulling threads on whoever triggered that power surge. That snaps Roalene's attention back to him immediately. He tells her 3 hours before the surge, someone disappeared without a trace. Valdek used every personal connection he had to chase that thread down, and eventually he found something, a pendant. Honestly, if you've ever seen the Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh!, you've already got the visual. Roalene stares at it and can't process what she's seeing. That necklace, she knows exactly what it represents. It's the symbol of the Black Hour, a shadow organization, dangerous with magic, and operating toward one goal: total world domination. What doesn't click for her is what they could possibly want from a magic tower. Baldek is convinced they're the ones responsible, even if the exact method, how they slipped inside and triggered the collapse, is still unclear. His response to that? An extermination squad sent directly after the Black Hour. He wants her on that team, and after witnessing what she's capable of today, he's already decided she's ready for it. The Scarlet Mage is burning. Not with grief anymore, but with something far more focused and far more dangerous. Anyone standing between her and the people who took Verdun from her should start running now. What a turn. Fast forward a few days. We're back in the Pie territory. Let's check in. Verdun is at the Adventurers Guild, sitting quietly with his tea, completely unbothered. The man across from him, though, is drowning in guilt, apologizing repeatedly for the orc situation going sideways, and admitting that even their gold rank adventurers couldn't handle it. Verdun shrugs it off. No complaints, no resentment, just calm. His reward for the subjugation mission gets handed over in the form of a note. Reading through it, the mage realizes they've stacked his payment with the bounty on the new orc's head, the one that refused to stay dead. The grand total? 24 million elk. Taxes slice that number directly in half, landing him at 12 million elk. And yes, the story actually acknowledges taxes, which is more than most Manhwa bother to do. The guild representative lays out the taxation structure clearly. Unregistered fighters get hit the hardest, and there's no exception to that rule, even for someone who just pulled off something extraordinary. The charges are firm, no negotiation. What makes it funny is the very next thing out of the same guy's mouth. A completely legal way to soften that tax blow. Not a loophole, just an invitation. Join the guild, and Verdun's tax rate drops significantly. High-ranking adventurers get a preferential rate. And given what he's already accomplished, he'd enter directly at silver rank without having to climb from the bottom. Attractive offer. Objectively smart move financially. But for Verdun, it doesn't fit. It would get in the way of what he's actually building toward. And right now, there's something that matters to him more than 12 million elk. So he turns it down, calmly, like a man who has his entire priority list memorized. The money is secondary. Strength is the goal, and nothing gets in the way of the revenge he's working toward. Not even the kind of wealth most people would retire on. What's going on inside Verdun's head in that moment is worth paying attention to. 7 years spent as a test subject in the Magic Tower. Used, studied, discarded, and yet through all of it, the one thing that never got stripped from him is that he is still, at his core, a mage. That identity drives him straight to the guild's storage area. Because being a mage means chasing mysteries, not milestones, which is exactly why he brought the dead body of that special orc variant, the same creature that seemed physically incapable of dying. Except now, the circumstances are different. This time, Verdun's going full surgeon. One thing that immediately stands out, the remains haven't decomposed at all. Courtesy of one of the guild's preservation artifacts, the creature's condition is frozen exactly as it was. The fact that the story takes 2 seconds to explain why the body is still fresh instead of just skipping it, small detail, but it genuinely adds something. The preservation artifact does its job. The creature's state is intact. The smell radiating off it, however, is a completely different story. Our boy is barely holding on. Setting that aside, he gets to work. Red pupils, reddish skin, all standard markers for this type. The real anomaly starts at the torn mouth, that grim Joker grin you'd never want to encounter in person. Add to that a physique that sits in a league above the average orc, and you got something worth examining closely. Impressive as that physique is, it still doesn't reach the tier of an orc warrior or an orc lord, so it's not an evolutionary leap. The intelligence reads similarly, Sharp, but not exceptional. Verdun's conclusion lands on mutation rather than evolution. But even as he says it, his expression makes clear he's not fully sold on his own answer. Something isn't adding up, and he knows it. The regeneration ability is what breaks his theory. That level of recovery doesn't fit neatly into a mutation explanation. Stack on the raw strength and the consumption ability, and the classification gets murkier the longer he looks. Then, mid-examination, Verdun catches something he almost missed, a scar. Small, out of place, and distinctly odd given everything else about this creature. Here's what makes it suspicious. Regeneration resets the body. This orc withstood flame spells, lost chunks of flesh, and kept moving, meaning it absolutely should have been able to close a minor wound without leaving a trace. And yet the scar is there. Verdun pulls in closer. The only explanation that holds is that this scar existed before the regeneration ability was ever acquired, which means something was done to this creature before it became what it is. Surgery. There's no other word for it, because the only natural path for demihumans to gain new abilities after birth is through evolution. And this creature isn't following that path. The conclusion rising to the surface of Verdun's analysis is one he really didn't want to land on. This orc was made, artificially constructed. And if that's true, the implications stretch far beyond one dead monster in a guild storage room. This is the worst-case scenario for everyone in range of whatever created it. Morning of the next day, the knights arrive to see Verdun off. They're not treating this like a routine departure. This is a send-off for someone they consider a savior. Verdun pushes back, insisting they've already given him more than enough. He does leave with 2 new artifacts in hand though, the beast hide robe and the ring of circulation, giving him a welcome bump in mana capacity and recovery speed. The Knight Commander doesn't accept the deflection. As far as he's concerned, every bit of it is deserved. Verdun takes the words in, thanks his friends and says his goodbyes, with a quiet hope that their paths cross again one day. As a final gesture on his way out, they pass along one more piece of support, telling him to visit any branch of the Conrad Merchant Guild. Once they learn about his connection to the Knights, that guild will back him up without hesitation, and with that, Verdun heads out. It doesn't take long before he reaches the village sitting on the border between the Pith and Martes territories. He cuts the flight spell and lands, continuing the rest of the way on foot. This border village is a one-stop that makes sense. Somewhere to rest and recover before the road ahead gets harder. He picks up an apple from a vendor and keeps moving. That's when a voice nearby stops him. Not directed at him, but loud enough to catch. Someone's venting, and they're not holding back. Verdun clocks it as a clean intel opportunity and activates Whisper of the Wind without drawing any attention to himself. 2 men, talking about goblins that raided their livestock, a costly loss and one that's left a bitter taste. On top of the missing livestock, they're now looking at a hefty fee to hire adventurers to deal with the problem. One of them is convinced they should have just handled it themselves, would have saved everyone the coin. The other shuts that down. The village chief made the call, and the call was adventurers. Nothing to do now but wait a day and let the professionals handle it, expensive as that is. That last detail sticks with Verdun though. Why did the goblins raid this particular village in the first place? Goblins in this world follow a pattern worth understanding. It always starts small, petty theft, minor nuisances. But given enough time and enough numbers, they shift into full raid mode, storming villages and feeding on the people inside. Think of them less like monsters, and more like a spreading infection. The moment they show up, you call in the cure immediately. To Verdun, this reads as standard protocol. Nothing unusual enough to hold his attention, but just as he's about to move on, the 2 men pivot to something else. A rumor. A monster spotted in the forest. Something they clearly weren't supposed to be talking about in public. The village chief wanted it kept quiet. The loudmouth didn't get the memo, or just didn't care, assuming no one nearby was paying attention. Nobody except Verdun, who is very much paying attention. According to the story, a man named James was out setting hunting traps like any other day. Then a sound pulled him off course. A wild boar, clearly in distress somewhere deeper in the trees. He followed it. And what he found was a goblin that had no business being that size. Enormous, straight out of a nightmare, tearing into the boar. Same torn mouth. Bigger than an orc. James didn't stick around long after that. The reason they're keeping it from the adventurers is money. If word gets out about a monster that size, the fee spikes immediately. But Verdun has already heard everything he needed. He drops the spell, and the pieces start turning in his mind. The torn mouth. That specific detail is what locks his focus in. It's too familiar to be coincidence. Whatever this goblin is, it's pulling him directly toward the same thread he started unraveling with the orc variant. The investigation just got a new lead, same day. Deep in the forest, a group of adventurers is already on the job, methodically hunting down goblins like they're clearing out a pest problem. 2 of them stand out immediately. Silver rankers Myrna and Loki, both moving like this mission is barely worth their full effort. Loki is already running his mouth, taking a jab at Myrna for acting proud over hitting a target that was practically standing still in front of her. The tension between these two is real and loud, while the other pair in the group keeps their heads down and treats the mission with the seriousness it deserves. Iris and Mild are already coordinating. She's picking up directional intel on the goblins from him, and the group is starting to tighten their formation. Mull's read on the situation is that whatever's left of the horde is almost certainly tucked inside the large cave ahead, a classic goblin lair setup. Sharp as ever, Iris clocks something the others haven't. These aren't standard goblins. Hobgoblins. A tier above the typical nuisance, but still manageable as long as no one gets sloppy about their surroundings. Final phase. The group moves on the cave, and Iris takes the lead, calling out the warning devices and totems one by one, ordering them wiped out before they advance another step. With the totems down, she rolls out Imbusight. Darkness stops being a problem. Her team can move through the cave like it's broad daylight. No torches needed, she tells them, and Loki is already impressed. Not for the first time either. The man holds their leader in consistent, genuine regard, and honestly, she keeps earning it. Confidence restored. The group presses into the dark, but just as they're moving deeper, Iris catches herself for just a second, her attention pulling back toward the entrance. Something there. A faint trace of mana, subtle but real enough to register. She talks herself out of it and moves forward, which, spoiler, turns out to be a mistake, because that instinct? Completely correct. There is someone back there, deeper inside the cave now. A cluster of tiny goblins is gathered, shrieking and performing what looks like some kind of ritual mourning over their dead. That ceremony ends abruptly. An arrow cuts through the dark and drops one of them on the spot. The two swordsmen hit the ground running immediately after, tearing through the rest before they can scatter. Even Myrna has to admit it. This is going almost too smoothly. But Iris isn't letting the group breathe yet. Clean progress doesn't mean zero danger. Then a loud noise ricochets through the cave, and every head in the group snaps toward it. Myrna volunteers to push ahead and scout. I'll be honest, the moment she separated from the group, every alarm in my head went off. Iris tells her to stay careful as she heads forward, and I genuinely hope that warning means something. What Myrna finds at the end of that path is not a sight anyone was prepared for. Tiny goblins. Torn apart, limbs everywhere, remain scattered like debris across the ground. The scene breaks something in her. Myrna stands there, completely speechless, the horror settling into her before she can process it. Locke follows after her, wondering what's taking so long, and then he sees why she can't form a sentence. Because whatever is making that sound further ahead is not something you just describe casually. There it is, the monstrous goblin consuming its own lesser kind without a single pause. The scale of this thing is genuinely incomprehensible standing next to it. The adventurers may as well be insects watching a creature that belongs in a completely different classification of existence. Nobody moves, nobody speaks. Fear has the floor. The mutated variant is fully absorbed in its feast, completely indifferent to the four people watching it. And that's partly what makes it worse, because it wasn't even listed in the mission briefing. And here's where the group makes the call that defines the next few minutes. They look at it, clock its massive size, and decide they can handle it. Just a big goblin, right? Iris lays out the plan with precision. Myrna targets and destroys the right eye. Mild and Locke keep the creature occupied, and Iris holds for the finishing blow. Everyone takes their position. The blonde archer moves into her angle, 3 arrows already drawn and aimed. From where she's standing, the giant goblin hasn't registered her presence, and frankly looks like it wouldn't care even if it did. Myrna steadies her aim, locks the target, and lands it clean. The eye is gone. Not what I expected, but she delivered. Pain hits the monster, and the 2 swordsmen charge in immediately. Staying close, staying loud, keeping its attention fractured. Locke is the first one in, accelerating hard toward the creature. His slash connects, a clean cut across the goblin's body. Not deep enough to end it, but it's damage. It counts. The problem is the goblin's response time. Before Locke can reposition, the creature has already decided he's the first one that needs to die, and that decision comes with immediate follow-through. Iris fires back. Mana burst. And the command carries the weight of someone who's done this before. Multiple explosive detonations slam into the creature's body in rapid sequence, each impact compounding on the last. Between the eye, the sword, and the explosions, the giant goblin finally hits a threshold of pain it can't ignore, and it starts screaming. Then it reaches down and grabs one of the smaller goblin corpses off the ground and hurls it like a weapon. Locke watches that thing fly toward Iris, and his brain genuinely can't catch up with what he's seeing. The monster just used its own dead as ammunition. Iris has nothing left to block with. That projectile is heading straight at her, and she is completely exposed. If it connects, the fight ends right there. That's the exact moment our boy steps in. Air rail activates, and the trajectory of that incoming goblin missile gets redirected just enough. It misses Iris by a margin that's way too close for comfort, landing right beside her instead. The corpse hits the cave wall with a force that reduces it to nothing recognizable. Iris hits the ground, shaking. Not from injury, but from the kind of close call that takes a few seconds to fully register in your body. That was nearly the end for her. Myrna locks back in immediately. Arrow after arrow. She's targeting the creature's remaining vision and she doesn't let up. The giant goblin staggers, then drops. Mission done. The whole group converges on Iris within seconds, checking her over, relieved to find her intact. She's shaken, but standing. What she can't explain is how that projectile changed course. The physics don't add up for her, and she knows it. Something redirected it. She just doesn't know what. No casualties. Mission cleared. Time to head back to the village and collect what they're owed. Even Verdun, watching the whole thing from the shadows, admits this wrapped up cleaner than expected. A peaceful resolution, all things considered. Burrow had his invisibility running the entire time, full Harry Potter operation, and the whole exercise wasn't just about protecting them. He wanted a closer look at another specimen of the artificially created demi-humans. Cross-referencing this one against the orc variant, the pattern becomes undeniable. Same torn mouth, same carved demonic grin cutting across the face. That's the common thread. That's what he decides to call them, the Gustures. But this goblin doesn't fully match the profile. No enhanced strength, no regeneration, no power growth through consumption. All the signature traits of a Gusture are missing. The working theory sharpens. This was a failed experiment, a prototype that didn't make the cut. What does stick with Verdun, though, is the mage leading that group. Iris is running a post-fight check on the goblins right now, and he's watching her with genuine respect. The judgment she showed throughout that fight, the sensitivity she demonstrated when she picked up his mana signature outside the cave, that's not a skill you fake. That's a seriously sharp mind. Beyond that observation, though, the cave isn't offering him anything new to work with, until his attention gets yanked somewhere else entirely. A man steps out, clearly not an adventurer, uniform completely different from anyone in Iris's group. And the look on his face is less caught off guard and more mildly inconvenienced. Iris doesn't hesitate. She goes straight to guard stance, demands identification, and tells him plainly not to take another step. The man apologizes, cheerfully, as if he's the one who wandered into someone else's space, not the other way around. The audacity of that response alone should have been the first warning sign. He's more surprised about the totem than anything else. He specifically wanted this cave kept off the radar, and the goblin built a totem anyway, which is what gave the location away. He's disappointed the brain manipulation didn't produce full obedience. He then just casually asks them if they noticed anything unusual about the goblin's behavior. This man is asking for a peer review of his experiment from the people he's about to kill. That's a special kind of unhinged torre. When nobody answers, his disappointment deepens. Silence confirms the goblin was unremarkable. He starts mentally preparing the bad news he'll have to deliver to his professor. Nobody engages with him, and it barely slows him down. He just talks anyway, processing his losses out loud. Then, midway through his own monologue, he arrives at a simple conclusion. The four of them don't leave this cave alive. The group snaps into combat formation the second those words land. Iris keeps her head and pushes back. 4 against 1, she points out, and asks him how exactly he plans to manage that. The man's answer? Some kind of anti-movement restriction magic that Sukuna genuinely could have used during his final fight. He makes one thing clear. They were never walking out of here regardless of what happened with the experiment. The moment they entered this cave, their fate was already decided. Iris tries a different angle. They'll stay quiet, she tells him. Nothing they saw here gets repeated. He doesn't buy it for a second. Out comes the sword. And honestly, the experiment barely registers to him at this point. It's not about the research anymore. It's about the kill. That's all he's focused on. He starts walking toward them, already mentally selecting his first target. Verdun's voice cuts through the cave. Calm, flat, directed entirely at the swordsman. The only one dying here is him. The man's eyes move to Iris, ready with a dismissive comeback, and then his brain catches up with the fact that the voice came from directly behind him. Before he can spin around, a heavy spell connects. The man goes straight into the wall, hard. Verdun steps out of invisibility, done with subtlety. He tells the swordsman simply that he's outmatched and should rethink the next move. Pure presence. Verdun is already building the next spell, a lightning strike locked and loaded, and the air in that cave feels noticeably different with him in it. None of this was part of his plan. Revealing himself here was the last thing he wanted, but the alternative was watching a group of exhausted adventurers get cut apart by a man they had no real chance of stopping at that point. That wasn't something he could just observe, and the intel he pulled from watching the whole exchange. This man called the dead goblin a test subject. Said it without thinking. There's also a professor, he mentioned it himself, both pieces clicking into place at once. The Gestures connect directly to this man and whatever organization he's working under. Speaking of her, the swordsman is furious now and demands to know who just hit him through a wall. Verdun's answer is exactly as cold as you'd expect. There's no reason to introduce himself to a dead man. And the next set of magic circles begins forming around him. The swordsman doesn't need an introduction. All he needs is a reason to close the distance, and Verdun just gave him one. He lunges. Fast, direct, no wasted motion. Multi-flame arrow meets him halfway. A burst of fire projectiles launching straight into his path. The man weaves through them, every single one. The speed he's moving at isn't natural. There's something reinforcing those legs, and Verdun already suspects it. First strike lands before Verdun can fully reset. A sword thrust that would have gone straight through him if the barrier wasn't already up. That was close. The hit doesn't break through, but the cracks spreading across the barrier make it clear this isn't a fight he can absorb his way through. Verdun fires back with monopole strike, a concentrated force release that stops the swordsman's momentum and sends him skidding backward. The analysis is already running in Verdun's head. Magic reinforcement on the legs definitely, and those sword strikes? Faster than anything the knights in Pith territory were putting out, and those knights weren't slow. Speed and strength, both sitting above what his current approach can comfortably handle. Time to shift strategy. Because pushing the same method against someone who's already adapted to it is just asking to lose. Across the fight, the swordsman is doing his own assessment. The spellcasting speed this mage is operating at is raising some questions. He decides it's time to stop holding back on the throttle. He explodes forward, noticeably faster than the lunge before, closing the distance with the kind of acceleration that doesn't leave much reaction time. Verdun responds with both hands. Winter Gale and Icicle running simultaneously, the two spells merging mid-cast into something unified and far more dangerous. Even the swordsman blinks at that. A mage combining wind and ice in real time is not a standard encounter. The result is Icicle Blast, a field of sharp frozen spikes erupting across the swordsman's path. Every one of them a problem he now has to navigate around instead of charging straight through. The Icicle Blast is a wall of frozen spikes, and the swordsman moves through it like it's a minor inconvenience. Credit where it's due. This man is built different. He doesn't slow down, doesn't hesitate, and he's already decided that Verdun's casting speed means nothing if none of those spells can actually land on him. What he hasn't figured out yet is that every move he just made was exactly what Verdun wanted him to do. The swordsman swings for the finish, and Verdun steps out of it with a dodge so clean and composed it belongs in a highlight reel. Nobody in that cave moves. A mage just slipped past a speed-blitzing swordsman like it was rehearsed, and no one has the words for it. And now the real answer arrives. Verdun shifts his stance, and the energy gathering around him is something else entirely. Ignition. The spell detonates across the space with a kind of destructive output that doesn't leave much to look at afterward. The swordsman survives, barely, but the fact that he walked straight into that trap is the real story. Verdun didn't just outcast him, he outthought him. The swordsman claws back his composure enough to point out that the same bait won't land twice. Fair, but the damage is done. Verdun doesn't argue. He tells the man plainly that he'll fight like a proper mage from here, and the first thing he does is turn his attention to the adventurers behind him, driving the earth upward beneath them with a terrain manipulation spell. Iris flinches. Her whole group does. The ground keeps rising, higher and higher until it stops at a height that qualifies less as a platform and more as a cliff. Iris processes it fast, terrain manipulation mid-battle, with the fight still actively happening. The mana cost on that alone is enormous. Then she stacks that on top of everything else she's seen, the double casting, the elemental variety, the raw output, and the conclusion she lands on is that this man is carrying a mana reserve that has no business existing in a single person. His entire fighting style is something the Academy simply doesn't teach, and honestly, at this point it's not even hyperbole. Verdun is genuinely up there operating on a different tier, looking down at his opponent like the distance is the least of the swordsman's problems. The swordsman calls out the flight, calls it cowardly, calls it a stall. But mid-sentence, something shifts behind his eyes. Because the real question isn't why Verdun flew up. The question is why he burned that much mana moving the adventurers to high ground first, when every drop of it matters in a fight like this. Then he looks down. The ignition spell melted the icicle shards. The cave floor is wet. And it all clicks at once. This is about to be a masterclass in how you end a fight. Verdun is already set. The swordsman's body starts shaking before the spell even launches, because he already knows. Iris can't get a single word out. Full release. Lightning erupts from Verdun's entire being, thunder pulsing outward like a physical force, the kind of magic that only a rare few professors at the Magic Academy can even access. And this man is throwing it in a cave fight. Third rank invoked. Thunderstrike. If Saskew's Chiron had a spiritual successor in this world, you're watching it right now. The swordsman convulses under the impact, barely coherent, questioning whether he just picked a fight with an actual god. 3 basic elements and lightning, an advanced element on top of everything else. All from the same mage in the same fight, and Verdun isn't done. All 3 elements converge simultaneously into a final combined assault on the stunned swordsman. The result is total destruction. Smoke, dust, and silence. Then the dust settles. Verdun drops back to the ground, calm as ever, and crouches down to the wreck of a man in front of him. One question. The orc variant in the Pyth territory. Talk. And while he's at it, is all of this connected to the professor? The swordsman is a bloodied, trembling mess, but somehow he still finds the ability to speak, and the shock registering on his face is real. He knows who took out the orc variant now. Even in that state, a crooked smile finds its way onto his face. He asks if Verdun came from the Ark. That question lands on Verdun like a foreign language. He has no idea what the Ark is. The swordsman seems almost satisfied by that. Tells him it's fine if he doesn't know, and then makes it clear he's ready to die. His body is broken in ways that shouldn't be survivable. Verdun doesn't give him the easy exit. He pushes for information on the professor, on the experiments. The swordsman knows exactly what talking would cost his organization, so instead of answering, he spits out one last attack, a final gambit, hoping to take them both down with him. Fast, calculated, almost clever. Verdun's barrier catches it without effort. He looks at the result, then back at the swordsman, and understands that this is all he's going to get out of him. Earth Shatter ends it. A grim finish, but a clean one. And still, after all of that, Verdun walks away knowing almost nothing about the gestures or whoever's running these experiments. The frustration is quiet but real. The adventurers, meanwhile, are standing at a very cautious distance from the man who just did all of that. Then Verdun turns to them, and in that looming silence tells them they'll be working with him going forward. Cut ahead. Iris is already at the village chief's door collecting the mission reward, the extra compensation included. She also made sure the chief understood that withholding information about the mutated goblin was not acceptable. And the chief, eager for the conversation to end, quietly added another $1 million to keep things smooth. Good money. Clean exit. As far as Iris is concerned, their debt to the mage is paid and they can go their separate ways. Then Verdun stops them and hands over a cut of the reward. That's their commission, he tells them. For the next mission, they're heading to the city of Martas, and he's going to meet her there. The journey to Martas gets underway, and Iris spends most of it firing questions at Verdun about elemental theory and magical mechanics. Not in an irritating way. She's genuinely curious and the conversation actually flows. Either way, the city arrives before the questions run out. First thing Verdun registers stepping into Martas, the scale of it. A city this size almost certainly has a proper banking system. He's also carrying several reports that need to go to the Adventurers Guild. Iris asks where he wants to start. He lists it out. Bank account, bounty settlement. She points him straight to City Hall without hesitation. And she doesn't just point, she leads because she knows this city like a local. Her group, trailing behind, cannot process this. The same woman who watched a man execute a swordsman without blinking is now casually playing tour guide for him. The dissonance is genuinely funny. Bounty rewards in Martas, all route through City Hall. That's just how it works here. One problem, Verdun doesn't have an ID. Switching bodies means starting from scratch on documentation, and this was about to become a very awkward situation. What saves him is the Baron's letter of guarantee. The guard takes one look at it, gets completely stumped, and waves him through anyway. Word about his deeds in the Pyth territory has already moved through the city, and the hospitality they receive reflects it. The official behind the desk thanks him directly. His family lives in the Pyth territory, and Verdun's intervention kept them safe. That's not an abstract act of heroism to this man. It's personal. On top of the gratitude, Verdun walks out with an official ID issued in his name to recognize his achievements. ID secured, bank account opened, everything fell into place at once. He does have a second account back in Arente, of course. But the second he runs a transaction through it, the Tower Master starts tracing the activity, and the trail leads directly back to him. That account stays untouched for now. Next stop, a blacksmith. He wants his wand converted into a staff. The blacksmith estimates 3 days to do it right, which is reasonable given the work involved. In the meantime, he hands Verdun a loaner. A genuinely sharp-looking staff topped with a deep purple jewel. Iris asks if he prefers staffs over wands. The real answer has nothing to do with preference. Back at the Magic Tower, they handed him a broom to sweep floors, and that's how the habit formed. He doesn't share any of that with her. He simply moves on, next destination already in mind, the Martas Public Library. Word is the library has solid material on enchantment magic. Iris confirms it, but privately thinks the books there will be well below his level. Then Verdun says he wants the basic books, all of them. Iris stares at him. Moments later, she is physically carrying a tower of basic spellbooks, while the receptionist watches with visible confusion. Verdun tells the receptionist to charge everything to his bank account and have the books delivered to his hotel's top floor. The receptionist asks how many books total. Verdun says all of them. Both the receptionist and Iris process that statement in complete silence. The cost barely registers. He's got bounty money sitting in a fresh bank account. By the time the day wraps up, the staff is being crafted. The books are en route, and Iris is somewhere between exhausted and defeated. Verdun is back at the hotel, reading. Iris, still running on fumes, asks him if he got everything done. Genuinely unsure what counts as done for a person like this, he tells her it's enough for today. The terror in that answer is the word today, because it implies tomorrow exists, and so does a list. It then occurs to her that she never actually got his name. Asher, he says. No elaboration, no attachment to it, just a name. She commits to it, calls him Asher, asks that he drop the formality in return, and then, with that settled, she goes for the question that's been sitting in the back of her mind since the cave. What exactly was he doing in there? The shift in his expression is immediate and subtle, but it's there. He can't claim he stumbled in by accident, so he reaches for something vague enough to be technically true. He drops the formal register and tells her he was tracking a target, and yes, it was the swordsman. That reframes everything for her. The cave, the professor reference, the urgency. She puts it together. Secret investigator, hunting a corrupt organization. It's a reasonable read, even if it's not the full picture. Verdun admits the hunt didn't produce much. The target didn't give anything useful. But he's genuine about thanking her for the day. She walks him back to his hotel. Night settles in. She says goodnight and heads off. The moment she's alone, the exhale she lets out is the kind that carries a full day's worth of accumulated tension. She drops onto a bench, stares into the middle distance, and arrives at a simple conclusion. That man is strange. Strange, yes. But what he's capable of with magic isn't just impressive, it's legitimately unsettling. Multiple elemental attributes all active at once, running on a mana pool that makes no logical sense for one person, and the theoretical foundation underneath all of it. His grasp of fundamental magic mechanics rivals professors she's actually studied under. At his age, that's not normal. Then, somewhere in the middle of all that honest analysis, she notices that he's also, objectively, very easy to look at. Textbook Gojo, slightly longer hair. She catches herself. What brings her back down is the memory of trying to have an actual conversation with him. The man delivers information the way a textbook does, accurate, complete, and completely lacking in any warmth. And yet here she is, having to actively tell herself to stop thinking about him. She lines him up against every Magic Academy graduate she's encountered, and the conclusion is the same every time. Verdun is the most skilled of all of them. That's not admiration talking, that's just the assessment. She closes her eyes, already resigning herself to the fact that she is absolutely going to show up tomorrow and keep bothering him about magic. Then the night explodes. A massive blast detonates, and the hotel goes up in flames, the fire swallowing the building from the top floor down. The color drains from Iris's face, the top floor. That's exactly where he was supposed to be. Then, through the column of fire and smoke, a silhouette begins to emerge, and whatever expression Iris is wearing right now, it isn't relief. Asher steps out of the flames, alive, standing, and wearing an expression that makes it very clear someone is about to have a terrible night. Cut to the professor. The news of Sargon's death has just reached him, and the messenger delivering it is already regretting being in the room. The report is thin. Traces of offensive magic found in the cave. Killer unidentified. That's all they've got. The professor's response is to shatter a glass directly onto the messenger's head before the sentence even finishes. He makes one thing clear. Playing dumb in this room is not an option anyone should be choosing right now. The temperature in that room drops several degrees as he repeats the question, slower this time, with a kind of eye contact that leaves marks. The henchman pulls himself together and delivers what little he has. No confirmed suspect yet, but evidence of an adventurer party that raided the cave on the village's request. The professor absorbs this with visible disappointment. Sargon was reliable. Losing him stings in a way the professor doesn't bother hiding. Then comes the second piece of news. The test subject is gone too. The goblin's remains wiped clean, right alongside Sargon. That part doesn't faze him. What does is the fact that the person who killed Sargon is still out there, unaccounted for. 2 test subjects lost in the Pyth territory. Then, the goblin. Now Sargon. The losses are stacking up in a pattern that's hard to dismiss as coincidence. Even with his experiments nearing completion, the professor is starting to wonder if someone on the outside has already started pulling on his threads. That possibility is not a comfortable one. His order is simple. Find whoever did this and eliminate them. The henchman nods without a word. What the henchman doesn't say out loud is that he is absolutely seething under that quiet compliance. He's already decided he's coming back with the killer's head, just to make the old man shut up for once. Rewind a few minutes before that explosion. Verdun is back at the hotel working through the basic spellbooks, and somewhere in the room, an assassin is watching him. Patient. Waiting for the moment he falls asleep. The books aren't delivering much he doesn't already know, and the spy takes that as confirmation that this will be straightforward. The mage reads, gets bored, eventually sleeps, and that's when it ends. Then the room went completely silent. One word broke it. Earthbone. The assassin nearly launched himself out of the building. Cover blown, position exposed, he scrambled to the high ground, genuinely unable to process how he was detected through a full stealth ability. And that's what delivered us to right now. Verdun is scanning the crowd below with that locked-in focus, and the assassin is calculating how fast he can disappear, also quietly losing his mind over the fact that this man just detonated a spell inside a public hotel without a second thought. Third-tier magic confirmed. The assassin's priority switches immediately to survival. Meanwhile, our blue-eyed king is hovering in the air like this is a completely normal Tuesday. Cornered and desperate, the assassin makes his move. Points at the floating mage and screams terrorist, enemy, threat, anything to flip the crowd's attention and buy himself a window. It works. Panic spreads fast, and Verdun finds himself standing in the middle of manufactured chaos, mildly irritated by the audacity of it. What makes it more frustrating is the context. This assassin bypassed his magic detection entirely. The only reason he got caught was the assassin's own slip-up. Not exactly a comfortable thought. Once the assassin fully erases his presence again, Verdun tracks him almost immediately. Because here's the thing about completely erasing yourself from magical detection. You become the absence in the room, and absence stands out just as loudly as presence. It's the same logic as a black hole on white paper. The void is exactly what gives it away. He throws the spell, and it connects. The assassin is starting to think this man isn't operating by normal rules. He throws around dangerous offensive magic in civilian spaces without hesitation, and somehow uses the logic of invisibility against itself to track him. The word forming in the assassin's head right now is monster, and if that assessment needed any more supporting evidence, Verdun is already loading the next magic arrow circle. It launches, aimed directly at the fleeing assassin. The assassin ducks into a building, using the walls and ceiling as cover from any aerial follow-up. Verdun cuts the flight and drops to ground level, going in after him. Inside, it becomes clear this location wasn't random. The place is packed with drunk, disinterested vagrants, and every one of them is a potential human shield. Verdun asks about the man who just ran through. The response he gets is not cooperation. The bald one at the front makes his terms known. Information has a price, and he wants something worth his while before he says a word. Verdun doesn't argue. He takes a breath, shifts his attention away from the negotiation, and starts reading the room. No visible exits. The assassin is still inside. He's still working through that calculation when the swordsman's blade punches through the bald vagrant's chest from behind. The assassin's play was clean in theory. Use the body as a distraction. Use the chaos to close distance on Verdun. Tactical? Sure. Honorable? Not even close. And Verdun's expression reflects exactly how he categorizes that kind of move. Shockwave spell. The assassin gets launched backward, and for a moment, there's space between them. Not enough to finish things, but enough to reset. The blade absorbed most of it, and now the assassin is already recalibrating with his next move mapped out. The standard playbook for killing mages is straightforward. Force them to raise a barrier, and in that split second of defensive commitment, use the opening to run. The smoke bomb is already in hand for exactly that moment, except Verdun doesn't read the script the same way everyone else does. The assassin surges forward, blade up, fully committed to the lunge, timing it perfectly for the moment the barrier goes up. What goes up instead is earthbone, offense, not defense, and the assassin has no frame of reference for a mage who responds to a close-range sword charge by attacking back. The lump of concentrated mana sits at the tip of that staff like a loaded weapon, and the assassin arrives at a conclusion that should have occurred to him earlier. This mage doesn't have a close-quarters weakness. There is no safe range to fight him from. The title forming in the assassin's mind, War Mage, is not a casual classification. It's reserved for a very specific and very dangerous type of fighter, and everything he's witnessed tonight fits. The staff connects with his abdomen, and the force behind it is not subtle. Blood, pain, staggering backward. Then the Earthbone spell itself detonates on top of that. Bonus damage, delivered cold. By any reasonable measure, this fight should be over. Instead, the smoke bomb goes off, a last resort play, buying exactly the window he needs. Verdun clears it immediately with a whirlwind dispel, and the assassin is already gone. 1 second, that's all it took. Batman would be proud, not the outcome anyone wanted, and the situation only compounds from there. The city guards are now assembled outside, fully convinced that whoever blew up that hotel is the threat they need to arrest. Our boy is out here collecting enemies faster than allies. At this rate, someone needs to sit him down and explain the concept of collateral damage. Word reaches the city mayor, and the same man who was celebrated as the hero of Pith territory is somehow being labeled the terrorist of Martas City within 24 hours of arrival. The math on that turnaround is impressive in the worst way. Mayor Henry is briefed. The mage Asher claims the explosion was a result of an assassination attempt that escalated. He didn't start the fire, he was the target. Beyond that, investigators have drawn a connection between this incident and a recent guild-related murder in the city. That's why Guildmaster Oscar personally stepped in to take oversight of the situation. Henry puts himself in Verdun's shoes for a moment. Brand new to the city, and within hours someone tried to kill him in his own room. The top floor of the hotel is significantly damaged. The mayor's frustration on his behalf is genuine. One confirmed death inside the building. The vagrant, unknown criminal. The assassin is linked to both incidents and is currently being hunted. The trail is still warm. An adventurer's personal testimony also came through, accounting for Asher's actions in the cave, the mutated goblin, and the defeat of the dangerous swordsman. When investigators went to verify the cave, they found absolutely nothing. No goblins, no remains, no evidence that anything happened there at all. An empty cave that was supposedly the site of a major confrontation. And someone went to the trouble of making sure nothing was left behind. Henry connects the dots. The cover-up. The assassination attempt. The cleaned-out cave. This is organized. a group that specifically targets and eliminates people who get too close. He wants to know if there are more reports. Oscar tells him they've already tried assigning Asher a bodyguard. That plan collapsed because someone deliberately seeded the rumor that Asher himself orchestrated the hotel attack. Now public opinion has flipped against him. People don't want to be near him, let alone protect him. The mayor is left with one real option: his personal mites. If no one else will take the job, they will. Following morning, Martas City Hall. Verdun is standing there with his completed staff in hand, and it looks every bit as good as it sounds. New gear, full mana, ready to move. Then a knight appears and makes his way over. Vice Captain Jason, assigned personally to Verdun's protection detail. First impression, he can't entirely shake the feeling that the rumors about the crazy mage might have some truth to them. Verdun reads the situation correctly. A personal bodyguard from the mayor means the suspicion against him has been dropped at the official level. What catches his attention about Jason specifically is the combination of his youthful appearance and his confirmed third-tier swordsmanship. Verdun moves to leave the reception, and Jason makes clear that the arrangement requires agreement first. The mage needs to actually accept the escort condition. Verdun considers it an inconvenience, agrees anyway, and makes absolutely no effort to hide that assessment. Jason clocks the attitude immediately. The man is treating him like a minor footnote. Not exactly a great start for the vice captain's ego. Half a day of walking later, Jason is done being diplomatic about it. He wants to know where they are going, and he wants to know now. Verdun reminds him, completely unbothered, that a bodyguard's job is to follow. Where Verdun goes, Jason goes. The vice captain finds this deeply unreasonable after several hours of walking with no stated destination. Then they stop. The location they've been heading toward for half a day turns out to be a run-down, unremarkable building with nothing externally interesting about it whatsoever. Jason stares at it. He stares at Verdun. He opens his mouth to ask what the objective is, and Verdun blows the building up. Just like that. No announcement, no warning, no apparent concern for what may or may not have been inside. Michael Bay has found his muse. Jason's entire nervous system short-circuits watching a mage casually demolish a structure in the middle of a city like it's an administrative task. Verdun explains calmly that he came to find someone. Specifically, the assassin who tried to kill him 2 nights ago. Jason asks for confirmation on the assassin's location. Verdun confirms, somewhere around here. During their fight, Verdun made brief physical contact with the assassin's body, and used that moment to leave a spell on him without the man ever knowing. The spell is called Trace, previously classified under tracking magic, and it works by threading mana links across locations to maintain a connection to a tagged target. The fact that it's still active means the assassin has gone about his life completely unaware that he's been marked since the fight. That active link is also what led them here, because it revealed the entrance to a hidden underground passage beneath the building Verdun just leveled. The mana flow from the spell confirms the assassin used this tunnel, and the scale of the passage tells Verdun more than just direction. His assessment: this tunnel doesn't stay within city limits. It leads somewhere outside of Martas entirely. What's more alarming is that none of the city's knights, who are trained to know every concealed location in the city, had any record of this passage existing. Jason goes quiet. The pieces are falling into place and none of the conclusions are comfortable. A secret tunnel under the city, unknown to its own security force. That's not an oversight. That's a vulnerability that can be activated at any time. His sword is out immediately. Seal the passage. That's the call. Verdun disagrees. Sealing it matters, but the assassin is on the other end of that tunnel right now. And every second they stand here discussing it is a second he gets further away. Jason pushes back. A situation like this requires backup, and backup requires time. Verdun's answer to that is simple. Time is the one thing they don't have. He drops into the tunnel before Jason can finish the argument, leaving the vice captain standing at the entrance completely alone, holding a half-formed objection that nobody is around to hear anymore. What stings Jason most isn't the danger ahead, it's the dismissal. The mage moved like the vice captain of the city wasn't even worth factoring into the equation. That's enough to push him in after Verdun, jaw tight, already grouping every mage he's ever encountered into the same insufferable category. Meanwhile, the assassin is somewhere down the tunnel, walking stiffly with his arm cradled like a man who lost a fight he should never have accepted in the first place. On top of the physical damage, the mental spiral is eating him alive. All that time spent hiding, and he still has nothing to show for it. After escaping the fight, he had taken his time, treated his wounds, methodically covered every trace he left behind. He was thorough. He was careful, which makes it worse that he's now standing here dreading what comes next, seriously weighing whether disappearing entirely might be the smarter play. That thought doesn't last. The fangs of gluttony don't lose people. They retrieve them. Running would just change the manner of his death, not the outcome. Best bet, walk in, take whatever the professor gives him, and hope mercy is on the table today. He shows up. The professor is already waiting. The mood in that room is not mercy. The Mart City incident wasn't a quiet rumor. It spread loudly, and the professor heard every detail. He doesn't even raise his voice. That's somehow worse. He lays out, with surgical precision, exactly how a trained assassin managed to blow his cover so completely that an entire city went on alert, and caps it off with the observation that this may be the most incompetent professional execution he has ever witnessed. Then he tells him to explain himself. From the beginning, the assassin walks through it, tracked Verdun's location through the city's Department of Transit, set up the ambush, got detected before he could act. The mage used a destructive spell that dragged the whole situation into public view. He hid in the crowd. The mage kept coming, and the only thing that saved him was the smoke bomb and a clean exit. The professor listens, then points out what the assassin apparently missed. Verdun stopped chasing him the moment the city knights intervened. The timing of that retreat wasn't about inability, it was intentional. The professor sees it clearly. There was a specific reason the mage let him run, and it has nothing to do with losing interest. The answer lands on him like a weight dropping from a shelf. He turns to the assassin and tells him to strip the armor off and burn it, right now. The assassin doesn't understand why, but he's already lost the right to ask questions today. The armor goes into the fire, and as it burns, traces of embedded mana surface from the material like a confession. The staff strike during the fight. Verdun didn't just hit him, he tagged him. The professor's composure finally cracks. Their location has been handed to the enemy on a platter, and every second they stay here is a second closer to someone walking through the door. Move the specimen. Destroy everything else. Now, they don't get the chance. Because Verdun is already through the entrance, arriving at the exact moment his trace spell goes dark. He knows exactly why it stopped working. The fact that they found the tag and tried to burn it? Useful confirmation. Appreciated even. Doesn't change a single thing. They've been found, the tunnel is behind him, and there is no version of this where they walk away. The chase is over. Verdun takes in the room, threat assessment running before he's even fully stopped moving. The assassin is right there, and the older man positioned behind him. Every thread he's pulled since the orc variant, the cave, the swordsman, they all point to this person standing in front of him right now. That's the professor. The professor stares back, trying to make sense of who he's looking at, convinced, somehow, that the Ark would send someone like this to come after them. The Ark reference lands on Verdun the same way it did in the cave, completely foreign. He has no idea what it means, and it's starting to bother him. He wants answers, but the two people in front of him need to be on the ground first. So Earthspear launches before the conversation can go any further. The assassin steps into the path of it, taking the hit for his master. The professor watches this and is still furious. Grateful for the shield, but unable to let go of the fact that this disaster exists entirely because of the man currently protecting him. He gives the order through clenched teeth, stall, buy time, keep the mage occupied. Verdun reads the professor moving and has zero interest in giving him a running start. Magic arrows, fast and multiple, tracking right toward him. The assassin intercepts every single one. He's burning himself up as a distraction so his master can put distance between himself and the fight, and he knows that failing here means there's nothing left for him to come back to. The problem facing Verdun in this moment isn't power. It's restraint. A dead assassin is a silent one, and he needs this man talking. He has to capture without killing, which means holding back in a fight where holding back is a genuine liability. The assassin redirects his blade toward Jason, a calculated pivot, and the vice captain meets it without hesitation, absorbing the exchange with clean defensive form. Jason calls it without looking back. He's got the assassin. Go after the professor. Verdun is already airborne before the sentence finishes, accelerating through the underground space like gravity is a suggestion. Jason watches him disappear and immediately realizes he didn't even get an acknowledgement. Not a nod, not a word. Just gone. Even moving at that speed, the professor has vanished. No visual, no sound. The timing doesn't add up. The gap was seconds, not enough to clear any real distance. Then the smell hits him before anything else does. Decay. Rot. The unmistakable stench of dead flesh in large quantities. The professor is waiting at the end of it, and whatever anxiety he was carrying a moment ago has been replaced by something that looks disturbingly close to excitement. He knew the mage would break through. He was counting on it, because he's been waiting for an audience worthy of what he's about to show. Behind him, locked in an enormous cage, is an entire collection of torn-mouth creatures, a full horde of gestures, stacked and waiting. Verdun processes the scale of it. This professor didn't just run a few experiments, he manufactured these things in bulk. The name gesture sits in Verdun's mind differently now, feeling less like a classification and more like a taunt. The professor calls them evolutions. He also admits, almost casually, that they're all failures. None of them hit the mark he was actually aiming for. And yet, he decides a horde of failed experiments is more than sufficient to deal with one mage. So he opens the cage. Oversized orcs and goblins pour out, every single one of them wearing that same carved grin. Verdun clocks the numbers immediately. Fighting them individually is a path to being here all night. Double casting activates. Thunderwave builds from both hands simultaneously. A crashing surge of water paired with converging lightning bolts, and the spell sweeps through the horde in one continuous detonation. The wave doesn't stop at the creatures. It reaches the professor too, catching him in the current. He goes down, already annoyed before he hits the floor. Lying there watching the last of his horde get dismantled, the professor arrives at the conclusion he'd been avoiding. This is not a standard third-tier mage. The oh no realization is written across his face. The control, the output, the efficiency. Everything about the way this mage handles power points to 4th tier, and his entire army of mutations is being wiped out like it's a cleanup task. Decades of research, years of careful cultivation, gone in minutes by one person who doesn't even look like he's trying particularly hard. Panic overrides pride. He scrambles to a hidden panel on the wall, and slips through into the chamber where his true creation is being kept. The thing inside that chamber is built like a nightmare designed by someone who spent too long alone with their research. The physique on this creature is genuinely disturbing. Abnormally proportioned, clearly engineered. The professor's proudest work. And somehow, that makes it worse. Verdun is through the door seconds later, barely winded, and the professor looks at him like a man watching his entire life's work get walked over without ceremony. Verdun tells him simply, everything outside is ash. There's nowhere left to retreat to. The professor's response is almost philosophical. Those failures outside were still powerful, still numerous. One mage clearing all of them at that speed shouldn't be possible. It confirms what he already suspected. 4th tier. Definitively. Verdun's attention moves past the professor to the chamber, studying the preserved creature inside with genuine analytical interest. The professor's fear shifts, just slightly, into something that looks like pride. He can't help it. Gluttony. That's the name he gave it. The symbol of everything his organization stands for. A life form built on one principle: consume everything, become everything. The ultimate predator. Verdun goes cold hearing it described as humanity's future. Every part of that framing is wrong in a way that settles in the chest. He doesn't wait. The professor's arm comes off before that chamber gets opened, and for a brief moment it feels like the right call. Finally, a protagonist who acts before the monster wakes up, but the button was already pressed. Through his own screaming, the professor is smiling. Gluttony opens its eyes. And if this thing is really supposed to represent what humanity is evolving toward, hard pass. Immediate, unconditional hard pass. Verdun pieces the trap together a beat too late. The professor, clutching his ruined arm, laughs and spells it out. All that mana Verdun's been throwing around since he walked in. Every spell, every blast has been a dinner bell. Because to Gluttony, a mage with a reserve that size isn't a threat. It's a 5-star meal. The creature opens its mouth and speaks. Hunger. Just that one word, but delivered with a coherence that makes it so much worse than any roar would have been. Verdun didn't see that coming. Then Gluttony moves, and the energy coming off it is already unstable, chaotic, expanding in real time. It's already locked onto him, already salivating, already closing the distance with the focus of something that has exactly one thought in its head. The dedication on this creature is honestly unsettling. When the energy wave erupts from its body, the physical enhancement is immediate and visible. Within seconds, this artificial creature is performing at a level that would take a human practitioner years of serious training to approach. The fact that something built in a lab can access that kind of power output makes no rational sense to Verdun, and that uncertainty matters. What makes it genuinely dangerous isn't just the power, it's the precision. Gluttony isn't attacking at random. It's probing the defensive barrier, hitting the weakest structural points repeatedly, finding every gap with something that resembles calculated intent. The professor's pride in this thing is starting to make more sense. Verdun finds the research legitimately fascinating, even here, but that intellectual appreciation isn't showing up as hesitation. Not today. Gluttony charges again, all noise and momentum, and Verdun answers it with the staff, direct and unimpressed. The creature gets introduced to the nearest wall at speed. The professor has waited decades for this reveal. For Verdun, it's a Tuesday. He looks at Gluttony already back on its feet and states plainly that it's weaker than him, then waits to see what it tries next. Every day spent as a test subject in the Bohemarine Magic Tower, the anger was there. Constant, burning underneath everything. He never let it run loose. Instead, that compressed fury became something sharper, a drive that refuses to accept limits, folding itself into theory and output rather than heat. What's left after all that tempering isn't passion, it's precision. Cold, deliberate, and entirely in control. For now, the creature in front of him gets a working designation. Mortal sorta named for what it shares with the orc variant, the same engineered physical baseline, the same experimental foundation, especially that regeneration. The kind that turns a straightforward fight into a war of attrition if you let it. The speed, the elasticity, the unnatural flexibility, all of it is real and all of it is a problem. But as Verdun's staff comes up and the next exchange begins, the shape of Gluttony's limitations starts to clarify. Mortal surges in fast, direct. Verdun fires back immediately, and the creature's agility saves it on the first pass. The earth spear on the follow-through doesn't miss. It punches through and draws blood from the lungs, but that spear was never the real attack. The magic arrow already launched behind it is tracking the actual target, cutting through the opening the spear created. Mortal has the physical tools to be dangerous, but it doesn't have the combat instincts to read a layer tactic. Verdun is ahead of it, and the gap between raw power and trained experience is starting to show. Brute force is the only language it speaks. Wild, unrelenting punches with zero strategy behind them. Strip away the humanoid shape, and what you got is just an animal wearing a person's face. Verdun doesn't even try to hide his contempt. The professor's so-called magnum opus isn't worth the title, and he says it to his face. Watching something he poured everything in to fall apart like wet paper. The professor's devastation is written all over him, and it's not a pretty sight. The concept behind this creature was genuinely ambitious: absorb an opponent's traits by consuming their mana, essentially stealing power with every bite. That process was supposed to be the blueprint, the forge that hammers raw potential into something humanity has never seen before, a true neo-human. Instead, the battlefield tells a completely different story, a one-sided beatdown with zero pushback, and the professor can only stand there watching his dream collapse in real time. But here's where the professor's logic gets truly unhinged. He tells himself the creature is just a premature baby, starving and locked out of its own full power. So what's his solution? Feed it his own severed arm. A desperate, flesh-and-bone sacrifice to jumpstart the beast and buy himself a way out. Verdun, however, isn't interested in the creature right now. He shifts into full investigation mode and demands the research logs. No room for negotiation in his voice. That demand doesn't come without weight behind it. A heavy threat hangs over both the creature and the professor himself, making the request feel less like a question and more like a countdown. Cornered and out of options, the professor hands over the experiment logs, his last play being the quiet bet that Verdun, as a mage, will recognize just how groundbreaking this research actually is. He's gambling his entire life on the idea that brilliance protects itself, that the research is too valuable to burn. Clearly, he has never met our guy before. Disgust. That's the only thing on Verdun's face as the logs hit the floor like yesterday's garbage. No admiration, no pause, just contempt. Sure, maybe there's a sliver of biological value buried somewhere in there, but the ethical violations stack so high they rival the Bohemian Tower, and that's not something Verdun is willing to overlook. When pressed for a justification, Verdun's answer is almost offensively simple. The work just doesn't align with his values. And with that settled, next moment, the professor erupts, because the intent to kill both him and his creation has just become crystal clear, and panic doesn't even begin to cover what's happening inside him right now. Investigating the arc in Gluttony crosses Verdun's mind for exactly 1 second before he shuts the thought down entirely. Jason is heading this way, and any loose thread that could turn into a leak needs to be cut before it starts unraveling. The decision is made. The Ignite spell activates without ceremony or hesitation. What follows is swift and final, the professor and everything he built reduced to nothing but ash and smoke. Jason shows up a moment later, face arranged in something that looks like genuine concern. When the assassin comes up, Jason launches straight into boasting mode, claiming he blew the target away and arguing that if a vice captain got hurt, the enemy must be in even worse shape. Nobody's buying it though. The excuse has more holes than the story itself. And it's pretty obvious Jason let that target walk. Verdun's attention has already moved on. A map of the territory surrounding Martas now holds his complete focus. The marked location still hasn't given up its secrets. But that's a problem for later. Then, without warning, a sharp headache drives a spike right through his concentration, the classic calling card of mana overuse. Whether someone with his absurd mana capacity can even hit an actual limit is a question worth exploring another time. Right now, home is the destination. Days pass. The terrorist plot gets exposed, the dust settles, and Martas quietly exhales back into something resembling peace. The mayor, still fuming, puts the knights on permanent high alert. Security tightens across the city, and the underground tunnels get swept clean. Local political fallout, though, not Verdun's problem. Right now, there is exactly one priority: the injection of the monocircuit expansion stimulant, and everything else can wait. What this thing does is almost unfair. Years of magical development get compressed into a few weeks, like fast-forwarding through an entire career. Verdun is drenched in sweat, every muscle working against the sheer strain the process demands from his body. Mid-ranks 3 in the elemental system, reached, confirmed, and immediately filed under, not enough. Time to push for the next stage. Somewhere far from Martas, a mysterious figure, likely the one pulling all the strings, catches word of the professor's death. No grief, no shock. Honestly, eliminating the professor was already on his agenda. What actually catches his attention is the clean, deliberate way Verdun handled the whole situation. Something about that sparks a genuine curiosity in him. Something tells me our hero's schedule is about to get a very unwelcome addition. And soon, morning arrives and finds Verdun at the Martas Knights training grounds, right on schedule. Magic drills. Focused, methodical. The kind of practice that looks boring but builds something most people never develop. The earlier legwork on that mysterious map had already done its job, pointing toward a research facility that had long since been written off as abandoned. Buried deep in the border forest, concealed under a massive tree, locked behind a mechanical device complex enough to make a locksmith cry. Whoever designed this was either a genius or deeply committed to the bit, despite a thorough sweep of the entire facility. Nothing. No personnel, no activity, just forest insects doing their thing. Two things came out of that visit, though. A fang-shaped emblem from the professor's journal, and a Maybot hide, the gold standard when it comes to physical resistance. As for the arc or gluttony, the trail is ice cold. No clues, no breadcrumbs, not even a rumor worth chasing. Back at the training grounds, the local knights are whispering plenty. A mage running pole drills is apparently a spectacle worth gossiping about. But between the rare Maybot skin and shutting down a live terrorist plot, Verdun walks away with a solid deal regardless of what they think. Then a summon from the mayor cuts the session short, immediately. Shortly after, Verdun sits across from a mayor who can barely contain his gratitude. Verdun tries to play it humble, but the man isn't letting it go without saying everything he wants to say. Because of what our guy did, the city guards managed to sweep up the professor's remaining factions scattered throughout the city, mostly brainwashed zealots. Nothing high profile, but a contained threat is still a win. Public panic costs money, and money matters to everyone in that room. Both men land on the same page. These heroics stay off the record. In this world, reputation is the hardest currency to earn and the easiest to waste. Verdun has no interest in becoming just another sword for hire. The goal is something more specific, the mage who saves cities. Because that kind of image commands premium rates, and staying quiet now means he can negotiate something far better later. And just as predicted, the mayor personally leads him to a hidden vault, stocked with rare items either purchased at extraordinary cost or stripped from criminals who no longer needed them. The doors swing open, and what's revealed could make a collector weep. A genuine hoard of high-tier magical goods, just waiting. Mithril swords, each one masterfully forged and designed for clean mana infusion, line the shelves alongside. High-grade artifacts, row after row, available for the taking. Given as much time as he needs, Verdun feels completely validated in his patience. Fame is repeatable, but rare compensation like this doesn't come around twice. Though he'll be the first to admit that even premium mithril ends up being a glorified butter knife when the person holding it has already outgrown the caliber. He asks permission to run a proper appraisal rather than guessing. And the mayor's visible respect ticks up another notch, because that level of precision isn't something you see from someone without a professional background. Plenty of items pull his eye during the inspection. But when held up against his current loadout, nothing here clears the bar. He's actually halfway to grabbing a sword just to resell it later for profit, when something completely unexpected stops him cold. A ring. Unassuming, sitting there quietly, and something about it doesn't sit right. His appraisal skill runs straight into a wall, zero response, like the ring doesn't even exist magically. In any RPG logic, that either means worthless junk or something so far outside the system it doesn't register. The mayor tells him to take all the time he needs. Poor man had absolutely no idea what he was agreeing to. By the time sunset rolls around, the mayor's patience has been completely stretched past its limit. Verdun's level of scrutiny went far beyond anything he anticipated. Finally, mercifully, a necklace of protection with an auto-mono barrier gets selected, and the decision is made. The mayor drops an immediate warning. Running a barrier through that necklace burns through mana at an alarming rate. Verdun shrugs it off without a second thought, because when your mana pool is roughly the size of an ocean, rationing isn't really a concept you worry about. Still, the mayor can't shake the feeling that handing over just one item doesn't quite match the scale of what Verdun actually did for this city. So the ring, the one Verdun had been staring at during the appraisal, gets offered up as a bonus on top. Verdun keeps his reaction neutral, but the mayor isn't taking no for an answer. A hero of the city deserves more than one item. Full stop. As Verdun turns toward the exit, the mayor asks if he's planning to leave town. Verdun shakes his head. There's still unfinished business holding him here. The mayor responds with an open offer. Whatever he needs, consider it handled. And for once, Verdun's gratitude is completely genuine. Meanwhile, Byron territory mines. Something is very, very wrong down there. A miner's pickaxe unearths a skull, and the man's composure immediately starts cracking at the seams. His partner laughs it off. It's a bone, relax. Until the first miner points out the part his partner missed. The skull is completely intact. One swing from a pickaxe should have turned it to powder. That means something is preserving it, and nothing natural does that. The partner's solution? Just kick it out of the way. Problem solved. Back to work. Except, the air drops cold in an instant. Every face in that tunnel goes pale as attention locks onto something behind the first miner. He has no idea yet His partner's trembling finger tells him to turn around. He turns, right as the cess. The skull is already pulling itself back together, bone by bone, assembling into a fully formed undead right in front of them. His evacuation order barely gets out before the bloodbath starts. The sound cuts everything short. The undead begin their hunt, and the rumors launch faster than anyone can contain, spreading from tunnel to tunnel before the bodies even cool. Whatever is in those Viren minds, it isn't staying buried. The territory officially declares a state of emergency, and the weight of that decision tells you everything about how serious this has gotten. The surviving miners surface with their warnings, and the panic radiating out from the territory begins pulling everything into its spiral. A messenger from Verdun reaches Martas shortly after. The update has arrived, and it's not the kind anyone wanted to receive. Back in Martas, Iris's party has developed a very specific ongoing concern, namely, when exactly their companion is going to make a move on our guy. Verdun is deep in enchantment practice under Iris's supervision, and she's walking him through the next stage, coaching him to blend his mana directly into the casting process. That full month wasn't wasted. While the mana enchantment and a secret technique were absorbing most of his focus, enchantment magic from Iris quietly filled the rest of the space. Today's classroom is the forest, and Verdun is putting everything he's learned to actual use. Enchantment stack onto himself one by one. Strength first, then reaction speed, sensory awareness, and finally, barrier enchantment. All of them humming at once like a system running at full capacity. He charges an orc and ends it in 13 seconds flat, 1 mana focused strike. Clean separation. The monster drops. A full month of practice, now paying out exactly as planned. Iris just stares. A mage dropping an orc barehanded in 13 seconds is not something covered in any standard training manual. She catches herself actually wondering whether there's anything he genuinely can't do, and she doesn't have an answer. Verdun thanks her for the lessons, and she immediately deflects, too impressed to accept the credit, insisting his talent is so absurd he basically taught himself. He doesn't let that stand. A self-taught path doesn't work when the textbooks don't exist anymore, and every time he hit a wall, she was the one who helped him through it. The credit is hers, no argument. That one statement completely redeems her pride. And somehow, the fact that he's this grounded and this brilliant at the same time makes the whole package even more disarming. It's almost suspicious at this point. Naturally, that line of thinking leads somewhere predictable, because a guy with this much going for him inevitably becomes a curiosity when it comes to romantic interests. Her thoughts spiral fast. What if he has some kind of hidden flaw? Verdun calmly states he doesn't. She blinks. Then the horror sets in. She was thinking out loud the entire time. His response is dry and immediate. Heat the inner monologue inside next time. Completely mortified, she attempts damage control and achieves absolutely nothing. All the way back to the city gate, the embarrassment refuses to let her go. The awkwardness barely gets a chance to breathe. Something at the city entrance cuts it dead. Oscar is standing there waiting, and by the look on his face, he didn't come empty-handed. There's a request incoming. The fact that Oscar himself showed up, Guildmaster of the Martas Adventurers Guild, a man of serious standing, tells you everything about how bad the situation actually is. A massive undead infestation has erupted in the mines along the Viron territory border, right on Martas's doorstep. The scale alone was enough to make the guild reach outside its own ranks. But what's really keeping locals away is the nature of the monsters themselves. Touch one of these undead and you walk away cursed, or worse, diseased. That particular detail has made every adventurer in the area very suddenly busy with other things. Word of Verdun's recent takedown of a terrorist plot reached Oscar's ears, and that's exactly why he's standing here making this ask personally. Under normal circumstances, a curse-adjacent job involving a mass undead outbreak isn't something Verdun would touch. But his bounty money is bleeding out fast, and a reputation boost stacked on top of the payout makes the math work. Contract accepted. Nearby adventurers, already deep in their whisper circle about his skill set and appearance, watch the whole exchange with barely concealed interest. Verdun glances toward Iris and asks how long she's actually known about the undead situation. Her answer, that she just heard about it, lands with the credibility of a paper shield. He points out the obvious follow-up. Her party is coming along, and undead with curse mechanics are a different category of terrifying than what they've dealt with before. Iris acknowledges the nerves but immediately dismisses the curse rumors as local superstition. Academy background, she says, as if that's a full counter-argument. From her read, this mission is already won. Her contribution will come from the rear in a support role, while Verdun handles the front line entirely on his own. She announces this with complete confidence. Her party members look like they want to disappear into the earth. Their leader just publicly declared, to everyone within earshot, that their strategy is to stand back and watch someone else do all the dangerous work. The silence that follows speaks volumes. The awkward energy doesn't exactly dissolve after that. Still, Verdun holds on to the quiet hope that the mission ends up being worth something productive for everyone involved. One day out from Martas, the expedition is moving and the undead subjugation has officially begun. Everyone else is packed into the carriage. Verdun is flying. The gap between him and the group isn't just physical. His choice to stay airborne the entire journey raises questions about whether the distance is deliberate, and nobody can figure out how he's sustaining flight magic for this long without showing any signs of strain. Naturally, with nothing else to focus on, the carriage turns into a gossip chamber, and the main topic is him. Iris keeps her answer vague, framing their dynamic as a straightforward senior-junior arrangement. An acknowledgement, she adds, of the time he pulled all of them back from the edge of dying. One of the girls floats the theory that they might share an alma mater. Iris corrects that immediately. Whatever Verdun is to her, he's closer to a teacher than a classmate. Age gap notwithstanding. The conversation gets interrupted when his voice drops down from above. From his altitude, an undead horde is already visible, swarming and chasing a group of Viren residents who are running out of options fast. He doesn't deliberate. He redirects and moves toward the chaos immediately. The sheer volume of undead from this distance is almost absurd. But if anything, it's the ideal testing ground for everything he's been building toward over the past month. What gives him that confidence is a secret skill tied directly to a rare grimoire he acquired from the Magic Tower. Not something that falls into just anyone's hands. Normally, a third-tier mage or higher is the minimum requirement to even open the thing. Once activated, it amplifies every form of sorcery the wielder casts, functioning as a masterwork of magical engineering. Layer that on top of a full month of enchantment conditioning, and the stage for what's about to happen is already set. Only the Artisan Magic Tower produces artifacts at this tier. The materials alone are obscenely rare, and every unit is supposed to be registered and tracked. Verdun's grimoire is, of course, completely unregistered. He's also taken it a step further, carving a complex, always-active connection magic circle directly into it, transforming high-level theory into something that functions as a live weapon. The moment he decides to test it, a geography manipulation spell gets dropped onto the target zone without hesitation. The ground doesn't crack, it shatters. Everyone watching goes completely silent. The earth surges upward, forming the shape of a colossal hand that reaches out and scoops the entire undead cluster off their feet like they weigh nothing. Clean, total, and almost casual. He follows immediately with a double cast Flame and Blast stacked together, and in the trapped skeletons burn until there's nothing left to burn, just ash drifting on the air. His companions aren't just stunned, they're recalibrating everything they thought they knew. Dropping high-level spells is impressive on its own. Doing it after sustaining flight magic for 24 consecutive hours is something else entirely. Verdun notes internally that the Earth Elemental spell bound to the grimoire outperformed his estimates. His Defying Heaven-altered body's mana capacity combined with the grimoire's amplification has pushed geography manipulation into territory that probably qualifies as broken. Every hour of practice paid out exactly as calculated. From where Iris is standing, the conclusion is unavoidable, 4th tier. Moving mountains is not in any third-tier mage's playbook, and what she just watched was mountains moving. But before that thought fully lands, a cold shot of adrenaline hits her from behind. An undead straggler has slipped through, closing in fast lunge aimed directly at her, and she has no time to react. And then someone moves through her field of vision like a flash of motion blur. Steel connects. The undead's head leaves its shoulders in under 2 seconds, and the threat is gone. She gets a proper look at the man standing there, platinum rank plate, and a massive axe at his side. The combination makes the identification immediate. Galliarch the Butcher in person. His first words aren't a greeting. He wants the location of the undead horde he came specifically to hunt. Ias delivers the news as gently as the situation allows. They've already been wiped out. Galliard doesn't accept that. His reports said a horde that size doesn't just cease to exist. Somebody did something and he wants to know who. His gaze sweeps the area and lands on Verdun with the kind of look that doesn't need a question attached to it. He asks anyway, flat, direct. Whether Verdun is the one responsible for all of this. Verdun doesn't reach for humility. He fires back with a sharp edge, asking what exactly it would mean if it was his work. That answer does not land well. Galliarch came all the way out here for a hunt, and what he found instead was a pile of ash and someone else taking credit. The job and the glory both got pulled out from under him in one move. His conclusion is straightforward. There is only one appropriate response to this, and it involves settling it the direct way. The space between the two men fills with something that doesn't need words. The intent for a confrontation is sitting right there in the open. Verdun creates distance between them, positioning himself deliberately. The move telegraphs exactly what he's preparing for, and Galliarch reads it perfectly. The fact that Verdun is actually squaring up brings a wide grin to Galliarch's face. The kind of grin that says this just got interesting. One of the nearby adventurers steps in with a warning. Fighting the Butcher is a genuinely bad idea. Iris's expression shifts into concern the moment she hears it. The adventurer makes it clear that dangerous is doing light work as a descriptor. Galliarch runs on raw power and a temper that doesn't come with a safety valve. During a drunk rampage, he once folded a knight who had the misfortune of trying to intervene. The casual criminality of that detail visibly shocks Iris. Someone else fills in the part that explains why he's still walking free. The guild needed his strength badly enough to make the legal problem disappear. Goad, one of Galiarch's own teammates, cuts in bluntly. Platinum rank buys you a very different relationship with the law. Narian, the other teammate, pulls focus back to the actual problem. They are currently standing on Virenland, and a public brawl here doesn't stay a brawl. It becomes an international incident. Goad reasons it out. If Verdun's group is on an official Veyron contract, picking a fight right now is asking for a specific category of trouble nobody wants. He decides to step in and handle it himself. Galiarch is visibly unhappy about that, because in his personal calculation, he could end this entire group and find someone to blame it on before anyone asked questions. Goad isn't interested in that math. He's going to show Verdun where he stands, and with that, his magic pressure skill activates, rolling out across the area like a physical wave. Verdun doesn't move. A quick read puts Goad somewhere in the mid-third tier range, nothing that rewrites the threat assessment. The people standing nearby don't have that luxury. The pressure buckles them where they stand. Verdun watches the technique with the mild interest of someone spotting a sloppy mistake. This is Romana being vented without structure. Goad's execution is rough. And to someone who actually knows what they're looking at, the cracks are obvious. In the next instant, Verdun releases his own mana, and it doesn't push back against Goad's pressure. It erases it, and drops Goad to the ground in the same motion. That display catches Galiarch's full attention immediately. The kind of attention that comes with genuine respect for another predator. Verdun offers the name he's been operating under in this territory. Galiarch grins, wide, unbothered, completely delighted, because running into someone worth his time out here was not part of the plan, and he's not even slightly upset about it. Once the confrontation settles, the group picks up a new set of responsibilities. Guarding survivors and delivering emergency aid to the area. That detour adds time to their arrival at the Verdun territory, on top of everything else, and Verdun's companions make their feelings about the Galiarch clash very clear on the way there. The next morning, they stand before Farnad van Viron, lord of the territory. He has his Viron knight troops already assembled, with a religious order including clerics standing alongside them. The objective is the same for everyone: enter the mines and eliminate the infestation entirely. Before the troops move out, the Lord makes one request. He wants everyone to come back. Both Galiarch's unit and Verdun's team are folded into the mission roster. Galiarch leans over and asks Verdun if his nerves are giving him trouble. Verdun's own companions, once again, quietly beg him not to engage with the butcher. His response is dry and final. He's not starting anything, but focus matters more right now regardless. The battle is already in motion. The next moment, the front line erupts. Human soldiers collide with undead skeletons in a full, furious exchange. The unit leader makes the targeting priority clear immediately: crush the skulls. Hits to the body accomplish nothing because they regenerate, and the only way they stay down is through the head. Clerics and mages are assigned to rear support and told to hold that position. The dynamic on the battlefield shifts when a blood golem surfaces from the chaos. The knights push the clerics back. That thing will crush anyone without the physical capacity to survive direct contact. A standard sword won't leave a mark on it. This one needs something else. Galiarch doesn't hesitate for a second. He launches off the ground, announcing to no one in particular that this creature barely qualifies as a warm-up. First, a punch lands with the kind of force that suggests bones aren't the only thing shattering on impact. And then, without pause, the golem's head gets ripped clean from its body. Lord Viren watches the display with visible appreciation, until Galiarch's very next action makes everyone in the vicinity question his thought process entirely. He grabs the severed head and launches it through the air, and it lands directly in front of Verdun. The audacity of that move is staggering, but the message is unmistakable. This is Galiarch drawing a line in the dirt. Yesterday's performance was noted, and now he wants to know if that was a real demonstration or just a fortunate moment that looked better than it was. The challenge lands. Verdun activates terrain manipulation. No delay, no theatrics. The ground under the nearest cluster of undead stops obeying the normal rules of physics. Before the dust clears, a massive fireball follows right on top of it. Back-to-back high-grade spells. His companions exchange worried looks about his mana supply. But Verdun hasn't even changed his expression. The undead don't get a chance to regroup. He's already moving through them, methodical and relentless. And the only direction this is heading is total elimination. Galiarch is practically glowing. The hidden edge underneath that calm, unassuming exterior is exactly the kind of discovery that makes him feel alive. That quiet face hiding a genuinely nasty streak? Pure delight to the butcher. He wasn't expecting this at all. So he does the only logical thing and turns it into a competition. Whoever drops the most undead before this is over wins. Terms accepted. What follows is organized mayhem. Verdun burns through undead in clean, calculated waves, while Galiarch tears through them with nothing resembling strategy, just raw, catastrophic force. Two completely different methods, identical body count. Every taunt Galiarch fires actually sharpens Verdun's focus rather than breaking it. And the unintended side effect of their impromptu rivalry is that the undead barely get a chance to threaten anyone else. By the time the group reaches the mines, the casualty count sits at a number nobody was expecting, remarkably low. Space inside the cave is the deciding factor. Only a small, selected group gets cleared for entry. 5 are done. Iris and Galarak's team make the cut. Galliard drops a genuine compliment about Verdun's performance. It bounces off completely. Our guy isn't interested. The one person actively not enjoying any of this is Goad, Galliark's mage. Getting his mana pressure countered that effortlessly left a mark, and the resentment has been quietly building since the moment it happened. What gnaws at him most is the rank. Verdun reads as 3rd tier. Same as Goad himself, and yet something about the full picture doesn't add up, which makes Goad's suspicion harder to shake the longer he sits with it. The selected party moves into the mines while the main garrison holds position at the entrance and waits. Nerion, Galliard's gold rank ranger, steps into the vanguard without being asked, and she earns that position. Every step forward confirms she belongs there. Threats get flagged before they fully materialize, and undead get eliminated through precision ambushes that give them zero chance to react. The entire party moves like a single coordinated unit. Every roll covered, zero wasted motion. But a creeping, formless dread has been following Verdun since they entered, and it isn't going away. The advance stalls when a knight at the front flags what looks like a dead end. No exit, no path forward, nothing. Without explaining himself to anyone, Verdun cast mana detection across the full width of the mine, searching for any lich signature hiding in the dark. An ambush would be catastrophic, and he isn't leaving that possibility unexamined. The shift in his focus is visible. Iris catches it, and she isn't the only one watching him. Galler clocks the tension immediately and throws a taunt at him, asking if he can smell it. Turns out the butcher has already sensed the powerful undead lurking nearby too, and rather than concern, it just cranks his anticipation up another level. Verdun agrees without ceremony, then turns to Iris with a single, quiet instruction. Stay directly behind him once the real fight starts. She asks what they're actually dealing with. Honest answer. He doesn't have a confirmed read yet. Up ahead, the forward scouts report a glow at the far end of the tunnel. Light where there shouldn't be any. Rox confirms it. The tunnel doesn't dead end. It opens into something, and something inside it is producing light. That shouldn't exist. There is one entrance to this mine, and the group is standing at it. Galliard raises a fist. The group stops. What they've walked into isn't a mine shaft. It's a tomb. And the most prominent thing inside it is a skeleton wearing the royal crest of Estria, which shouldn't be here, in this place, under any circumstances. For 5 Artan, who is actively concealing his identity after escaping the Bohemian magic tower into the Revante Duchier, a territory that broke away from Estrian rule. Finding these symbols inside Viren is more than strange. It's a complication. Goad is the most visibly shaken by the discovery. He was responsible for the preliminary scouting of this area. Missing something this significant is a glaring professional failure, and the embarrassment is written all over him. Desperate to salvage something, he volunteers to handle the awakening himself, framing it as a simple task that shouldn't require the rest of the group's attention. The clerics don't wait. They launch straight into a purification ritual, working on the assumption that what's in front of them might be a death knight. Weaken it before it wakes, and maybe, just maybe, the kill comes without serious losses. The corpse doesn't cooperate. Mana surges through it before the ritual gets anywhere near finished. The clerics pivot immediately, hurling a stone strike spell, a massive rock launched directly at the figure. Too late. The knight's eyes open before the stone even arrives. A hand shoots out, reaching, nearly locking on to Goad. Before Galliard cuts across the moment, he grabs the creature's outstretched hand and crushes it in his grip, cursing at the speed he didn't expect. As the undead rises into a combat stance, Galliard wants confirmation. Death Knight? A cleric answers with the kind of voice that makes everyone in earshot tense up. It's a Wailing Knight, one-on-one. A Wailing Knight might actually lose to a Death Knight. But in a group scenario, it's arguably the more dangerous classification, because it can command every lesser undead in the area. Right on cue, the rest of the tomb stirs, skeletons rising in unison, exactly as advertised. Verdun steps forward and lays it out plainly. There's only one reason everyone is standing in this room. The Wailing Knight goes down, full stop, and to make that happen, he begins reshaping the terrain itself with magic, systematically stripping the enemy of its numerical advantage before the swarm can fully organize. Then, the ground shudders with enough violence that his own companions start reconsidering whether he's on their side. Galliard's suspicion surfaces immediately. He accuses Verdun of trying to hoard the boss kill. Verdun tells him to relax. There are more than enough targets underground for everyone, and that's not a reassurance, it's a fact. Almost as if the cave is listening, the proof materializes. Skeletal dark mages rising airborne, while ground forces flood the floor in every direction, ready to bury the entire party. Verdun isn't looking at any of them. His focus is locked entirely on the Wailing Knight. The rest is noise. No more setup. No more waiting. A volley of flame arrows launches toward the Wailing Knight. Relentless and precise. Fire and holy elements hit undead hardest, That's not a strategy, it's basic physics for this world. He presses the advantage with a double cast, layering Heatwave Arrow directly on top of the assault, and the combination detonates on impact with enough force to blow the surrounding air apart. The smoke gives him exactly one moment, a narrow gap in the chaos, and a fire spear drives straight through the Wailing Knight's chest. The knight doesn't even stagger. A clean hole punched to its armor is the only evidence the attack connected. It's still standing, still functional, completely unbothered. The counterattack comes back fast, no hesitation, no warning. Blocking it directly is the only move available. A clean hit would shatter Verdun's mana shield outright, and the recoil from that would leave him completely exposed. He switches elements entirely. Ice magic takes over and a freezing wave of winter gust rolls out across the space between them. A double cast of Breath of Glacier follows immediately, and the Wailing Knight disappears inside a solid cage of ice, contained, frozen, locked in place. The finishing move is simple in concept. Crush it with mass before it recovers. Focus sharpens. 3 earth spears manifest simultaneously, massive rock formations converging from multiple angles, all aimed at the same point, the knight's chest. The Wailing Knight reads the trajectory before the spears even fully form. It detonates the ice cage from the inside, pure brute force, nothing elegant about it. And then its form changes. Dark mana solidifies across its entire body like obsidian plating, armor assembling itself out of raw malice. Next moment, Verdun's head pounds with a specific kind of pain that means the warning system just activated. Mana reserves approaching critical. At the current burn rate, total depletion isn't a distant concern anymore. It's the next few minutes. Before that math reaches its conclusion, Galliark drops into the space between them and lands a punch on the knight that reverberates through the entire chamber. Apparently watching from the sideline while someone else monopolizes the main course finally exceeded the butcher's tolerance level. Elsewhere in the tomb, the rest of the party closes out the 3 liches, no casualties, clean execution. Rox hands the credit to Nerion without a second thought. Gode's jaw tightens. She wasn't the only one pulling weight against high-tier undead, and everyone in the room knows it. Rox smooths it over quickly, distributing enough praise to keep the tension from boiling over. Iris keeps her attention on the larger problem. The Wailing Knight is still active, and the room they're standing in is starting to feel less stable. Her teammates surface the issue nobody wants to say out loud. There's no clear exit. The only opening is a hole in the ceiling that sits completely out of reach, and the walls are too thick to blast through without risking a full collapse, which buries everyone, regardless of which side they're on. Then the walls answer the question nobody asked. Tremors begin moving through the stone. Every shockwave traces back to the same source, Galliark and the transformed Wailing Knight, going at it without regard for structural integrity. Even the butcher's full force strikes aren't leaving marks on the obsidian armor. Every punch lands and achieves nothing. Then, the knight reverses the exchange. A heavy blow sends Galliark stumbling backward. It follows through immediately, sword swinging, and Galliark drops just low enough, just fast enough for the blade to miss. The knight resets its distance. Galliark brings his axe up. He catches movement behind him. Verdun still upright. The surprise on Galliark's face is genuine. He wasn't expecting that. He suggests sitting the rest of this out. Verdun skips the suggestion entirely and asks for a tactical read on the boss instead. Galliark's assessment is delivered with a grin. Durable, yes, but the fight itself is the best time he's had in a while. Without another word, he drives back in. He goes airborne, axe raised from maximum force, destruction skill fully active, and comes down with everything he has. The impact caving in the floor directly under the knight's feet. He follows through with a kick that sends the monster sliding back, right into the fresh wave of undead pressing in from behind. Verdun triggers a mana explosion before the smaller undead can close the gap. They vaporize before the interference becomes a problem. Galliark doesn't give the Wailing Knight a moment to reset. He closes the distance with both hands and slams. Straight into the wall, bone-crushing force. Zero warning given. Verdun immediately calls for space and drives a concentrated fire spell directly into the knight, which earns a colorful curse from Galliark as the heat detonates around him. The flames don't matter. The Wailing Knight walks through the blast without breaking stride, and that detail pulls something tighter in Verdun's expression. Its sword drives out toward Galliark's chest, and he catches the blade between his elbow and knee, holding cold steel inches from his own ribcage through sheer physical absurdity. Then the knight stops caring about Galliark entirely. Its attention pivots and locks onto Verdun. It moves through the lingering fire like the flames are decorative. Not a flinch, not a slowdown, nothing. Watching fire register as completely irrelevant against this thing is not information Verdun wanted to confirm firsthand. The only reason that lunge doesn't end the fight right there is the necklace of protection absorbing the direct impact. The mayor's warning about that necklace burning mana at an alarming rate, the one Verdun shrugged off without a second thought, has now revealed itself as the primary reason his reserves hit rock bottom. And stacked on top of that, a dislocated shoulder is making every single movement an exercise in managing pain while trying not to show it. But the mana drain and the shoulder aren't even the primary problem right now. The knight's strength has spiked to a different category entirely since the black armor manifested. Whatever it was before, it isn't that anymore. The clerics read the opening and commit, moving up alongside the two fighters instead of holding the rear. Holy chains launch out from 3 angles simultaneously, lashing around the knight and pulling taut. When someone asks about the obsidian plating, the clerics have nothing. The church archives contain no documented case of a wailing knight producing this form. Galiarch charges the bound target immediately, shouting at the clerics to hold the chains tight and not let go. The wailing knight answers by yanking, hard, nearly pulling all free casters off their feet and into each other. Galiarch cuts across and catches them before the collision happens, absorbing what would have been a bone-breaking impact on their behalf. He orders them back, regroup, reset, try again. From a distance, Gode watches the exchange and feels something shift in his chest. The knight's fixation on Galiarch looks like a clean window. And this is the moment to prove he belongs in this fight. He locks onto a precise angle and fires an earth spear aimed for a killing blow. The knight swats it aside without turning its head, like brushing away an insect. The projectile redirects and finds Gode instead. Galiarch sees his teammate go down and the temperature of his rage changes. This is no longer competitive amusement. He shoves the monster back, turns, and barks at the clerics to get to Gode immediately. The wailing knight doesn't let him breathe. It comes right back. Galiarch catches it barehanded and drives it into the floor. He throws a look back at Verdun and asks directly, how long does a mana recovery actually take? A few seconds, Verdun tells him, enough to pull things back together. Signal when ready. That's the plan. Galiarch keeps the knight pinned down, deliberately exposing the section of armor he'd already been working on throughout the fight. An elbow to the midsection yanks a sharp curse out of him, but he doesn't release it, slamming the knight back into the ground once more, again, until a crack spreads across the black armor, thin but unmistakable. Both of them see it at the same time, and neither one breathes for a full second, eyes locked on that fracture line. It's the first real sign that this thing can actually be broken. Then the knight finds one more burst of power, and the clean window slams shut. A punishing blow lands, and Galiarch slides across the stone floor. Verdun steps into the gap before the knight can press the advantage, physically positioning himself between Galiarch and the monster. He makes the declaration without ceremony. This fight is his now. The hole in the chest armor is the only viable target. One focused burst on that exact point is a gamble, but it's the only play left on the board. He fires. The wailing knight's reflexes are still sharp enough to shift before the flame connects, and then a streak of frost cuts through the air from somewhere to his left. He tracks it back to the source. Iris. Her ice magic just entered the fight, exactly when the opening needed to exist. The memory surfaces fast. He'd recognized her natural affinity for ice back then, even with her limited experience in elemental casting, and told her so. She'd made a quiet promise in response, that she'd try. She kept it. The frost slows the knight just enough. The gap widens, and Verdun raises the final concentrated flame spell, aiming at that fractured chest plate, ready to end this. Then the scene cuts, and what surfaces instead is a different kind of darkness. He's unconscious, and the memories of the wailing knight are somehow bleeding through the haze. The same thought angers him, no matter what gets placed in front of him. He is going back to his homeland. That destination doesn't move. He repeats it as the thoughts dim, not as a mantra, but because he actually believes it, and that belief is the thing still pushing him forward even now. But the future doesn't fully answer to what any one person decides to believe. Something reaches him in that darkness, something he was never supposed to learn. And the moment it lands, it dismantles everything he had structured around that promise. His son watched him get buried alive. And even carrying that weight, the pull toward home never stopped. When his eyes finally open, the ceiling is the first thing he registers, followed by the complete confusion of not knowing how he got here. Iris and the priest both exhale when he finally makes a sound. The silence before that was not comfortable. He sits up and immediately asks about the outcome. The priest confirms the subjugation succeeded, because of him, specifically. Iris fills in the rest. The wailing knight went down, and then so did he. The priest's attention moves to the necklace still in his hand. Something inside it registers as a presence, and it feels uncomfortably close to the wailing knight's signature. Verdun's grip on it hasn't loosened since he fell. Nobody could get it away from him. The aura it's carrying is enough for the priest to recommend handing it over to safer custody. Verdun declines, keeps it, takes responsibility for it himself, no room for debate in his tone. He assures the priest nothing will go wrong. The priest notes, diplomatically, that certainty of that kind tends to be the first thing that gets tested. Galiarch cuts into the mood and observes that a necklace is a fairly modest reward for what just happened in there. The priest doesn't disagree, but everyone understands the real measure of this outcome is Gode still breathing. He made it only because the response was fast enough. That confirmation settles something in the room. Once Verdun is on his feet, the group begins organizing for the return. The cleanup in the mines is winding down. The wailing knight, its undead soldiers, and the commander that led the mine invasion, all of it eliminated. When the Lord receives the full report, he orders an immediate and thorough clean sweep of the entire area. The information doesn't sit easy with him, and against the odds, not a single person who entered those mines failed to walk back out. As Verdun processes the memories pulled from the undead, a quiet unease settles in him that doesn't lift. At the same time, the outcome of this fight is measurable. He is stronger than he was before he walked in. Real combat accelerates growth in ways that studies simply cannot replicate, even if he's still sitting at the 3rd level technically. The connection severing Grimoire's mana amplification has pushed his wide area casting into territory that effectively functions at the 4th level. The numbers are moving in the right direction. That progress isn't just encouraging, it firms up everything he's been building toward. If the pace holds, if he doesn't stop, the Tower Master's level isn't a fantasy. It's a destination with a road leading to it. After the incident winds down, the priests of the Lewis Order elect to remain at the mines and oversee the site going forward. The adventurers begin sorting out their own next moves. Goliarch studies Verdun for a moment and says plainly that a man like this doesn't belong in standard adventurer or mercenary work, then asks if he's heard of Grey. The name doesn't register, Goliarch explains. Grey is a city where information changes hands and high-tier requests get organized, the kind of place that only opens its doors to people who've already proven themselves through results. Ambitious fighters from across the region converge there, chasing the kind of recognition and opportunity that operates outside conventional structures. Goliarch shares all of this openly, because they bled in the same room together and that earns something. Verdun spent the majority of his life inside the magic tower. Street-level intelligence like this simply wasn't available to him. But the implication is clear enough. Dangerous requests mean dangerous opponents, and dangerous opponents are the fastest route to growth that exists. Iris's voice carries over from the carriage. Departure is approaching, and she wants to know if he's coming. She also mentions she plans to dig deeper into elemental magic once they're back. There's more she wants to understand. She looks over and reads the answer before he says it. He's not getting in the carriage. The wounds haven't closed and the decision is already made. That much is clear. He thanks her for everything she taught him about enhancement magic, and tells her directly that if she keeps at it, elemental control will come, but he has somewhere else to be. The farewell arrives before either of them quite prepared for it. Iris turns it over in her mind. She survived a genuine battle and came away with knowledge the Academy never gave her. None of this was planned, and none of it was slow. It started without warning, and it's ending the same way. Trying to hold him here accomplishes nothing, and she knows that. They shake hands, with the shared intention that this isn't the last time. She makes herself a private promise. The next time they meet, she'll be standing somewhere he actually has to look at. Elsewhere, Roalene has a captured man in front of her and exactly one question. Why does the Black Hour have the Bohemian magic tower in its crosshairs? The Black Hour. Mages who abandoned the conventional path entirely and chose something darker instead. For Roalene, the actual motivation behind the Bohemian attack stays buried where she can't reach it. Every man she's interrogated is operating too far down the chain to know the real answer. Whoever made this decision sits far above the people currently in her custody. Then the scene shifts, and a man enters who stops to acknowledge Roalene with something close to genuine respect, noting that a second-rank spell produced destruction at that scale. He treats it as a data point worth cataloging. This is Lucard, 3rd disciple of Valdeek, and his core belief is simple. People born with natural gifts exist in a fundamentally different world from every other mage. And the gap between those categories is not something effort alone can close. Roalene's expression says everything. His presence here is not welcome. Lucard frames his concern as protective. She's digging into dangerous territory alone, and he floats the idea that kind of ambition might actually earn her the spot as the master's 4th student. She deflects it straight back at him. Worry about your own output first. 7 years have passed since his multi-continuity theory turned heads across the field, and a lot of people are still waiting to see if that was a one-time miracle or a pattern. Lucard reads the skepticism underneath her words. Even though the Tower Master officially attributed the thesis to him, Roalene doesn't accept the timeline cleanly. Her specific observation cuts sharpest. A mind that flawless has spent 7 years climbing only to the 4th rank. The math doesn't close. That lands somewhere it wasn't meant to reach, and Lucard feels it. In his mind, she's insulting someone he holds in genuine high regard, and that makes her a permanent irritant he can't seem to get rid of, especially now that she started pulling at threads from the past that should have stayed buried. Lucard operates on the assumption that Verdun is dead, and with him gone, the truth about the stolen research stays locked away permanently. That silence protects people with real power, and yet Roalene keeps pushing further forward instead of backing off. Losing his composure in front of the Tower Master would be a costly mistake. So Lucard keeps everything contained, expression neutral, voice level, reputation first. The 5th rank is the real objective, and everything else is noise to be managed until he gets there. Once that rank is secured, her interference becomes something he can actually shut down, instead of just endure. Meanwhile, before leaving Verdun swings through Grey on Goliarch's recommendation, a quick stop before the road opens up again. From there, the path leads to Cohen. the industrial heart of Pale's territory, a city built on factory output and rigid structure. People relocate here chasing security, but what they find is a gap between the wealthy and everyone else wide enough to fall through. Cohen's slums aren't just poor, they're famous for how thoroughly they grind people down. Verdun knows the principle well enough. The places society turns its back on are usually where the real information lives. He walks directly into the slum district without hesitation. The contrast between Cohen's wealthier quarters and this side of the city is severe. Even the roughest corners of Martas look livable by comparison. At least the smell here is manageable. Tucked inside the district, he locates a quiet building operating as a front for something else entirely. The man behind the counter doesn't look up before announcing they're closed. Verdun drops one name: the butcher sent him. That changes things. The owner asks for a name, gets Asher in return, cross-references the description he was apparently given beforehand, and skips the small talk. A hidden door gets pointed out, along with one clear rule: no trouble, because consequences here don't stay personal. Verdun descends the stairs into a warehouse that feeds into an underground tavern below. A bandage-wrapped man meets him at the bottom and leads him inside. Verdun reads the room the moment he steps through. 2 mages, an archer, 2 swordsmen, all accounted for within seconds. Nobody in this room is here for casual drinks, high-stakes work, or sensitive information. That's the only reason people end up in a place like this. Then he gets redirected to a separate room. The man waiting inside introduces himself as Pale, information broker, well known across the South and apparently already aware of who just walked in. He says so directly. The speed at which our guy built a name for himself since arriving in Piety is genuinely impressive. Coming from someone in Pale's position, that isn't flattery. It's an assessment. He moves straight to the offer: work and intelligence, both available. Verdun wants both. Pale lays out the structure. Everything operates in tiers. The value of a secret scales directly with the risk attached to it and the responsibility it places on whoever holds it. Information that gets people killed runs on trust and earned reputation. Those are the only currencies that mean anything in this system. No exceptions, no fast routes through. Verdun maps out his position immediately. Whatever the Magic Tower's treasure records contain is still beyond his current reach, and his funds are running thin. The path forward is clear. Take jobs, build standing, gain access. The system is the system. He asks for one condition: mission selection stays with him. Pale agrees, but a questionnaire comes first. As the conversation moves, Pale notes that Verdun reads more like an adventurer than a standard mercenary. The profile doesn't quite fit the usual mold. Then he presents a job that seems to match what he knows about the man sitting across from him: a dangerous creature hunt. Verdun scans the contract and asks if the target is a demi-human. Pale corrects him: roar wolf. Monster contracts typically begin when a government body or a local lord pushes a formal request to the guild, and this one is no different. That pipeline reflects how tightly ruling power and the guild system are connected. It lets a country neutralize threats without feeding its own soldiers into the grinder unnecessarily. Some lords prefer to deploy their own military directly against monsters, in which case every trophy and material pulled from the field becomes their property. The guild still tends to step in and manage distribution of the parts, but when a territory relies entirely on its standing army without guild involvement, the balance tips. Monster populations expand without consistent professional pressure. Push that far enough and the land starts turning into something uninhabitable. Because of that risk, the guild retains first response rights except in genuine emergencies. Even then, the scramble for high-value parts starts the moment the contract closes. Vocal cords from even a low-ranked wolf are a perfect example of the demand. Lords want them, and the merchants operating out of Grey have built entire businesses around supplying that appetite. Verdun starts running jobs through the broker network and closes each one cleanly. One such contract is wrapping up right now. The next morning, deep in the forest, a massive wolf corpse lies soaking the ground red. Pale and Meyer survey the scene, and the verdict is immediate. The work is clean. It wasn't just the primary target, the entire pack is gone. The scope of the elimination tells the full story before anyone has to explain it. The smaller wolves were caught inside wide area strikes and decimated without exception. The roar wolf itself received a completely different kind of attention, taken down with surgical precision, specifically to preserve the vocal cords intact, 2 full days ahead of schedule, and every material in flawless condition. Pale marks the job complete without any notes on quality. There aren't any to make. He also finds a single sharp arrowhead left at the scene, the only trace of who was here. Later, Verdun pays a visit to a workshop master across the city. The craftsman asks if the custom staff meets expectations. Verdun inspects it, confirms it does, and notes privately that choosing his workshop was the right call. When he first arrived in Cohen, he placed 2 orders simultaneously. A full armor set crafted from mavat skin built to cover both upper and lower body head to toe. And alongside that, he handed over the ring from Martas and asked the smith to restore it. The craftsman examines it and gives an honest read. This is a complex magical artifact, and restoring it is not a straightforward job. Verdun runs his appraisal skill over it while holding it. The damage is deep, but the underlying magical identity is real. He can't determine what its original function was, but enough registers to confirm it qualifies as a genuine magical artifact. So he approves the restoration cost without argument. After that, Cohen becomes his base for a while. Work flows steadily through Pale's network, and Verdun stays operational. Every contract gets finished, every payment collected. The jobs range from tracking down criminals and bandits to dismantling active illegal slave operations. A full month of it, moving from one assignment to the next without stopping. The ring eventually gets returned, restored, but whatever ability it carries remains completely locked. Verdun concludes the workshop has hit the ceiling of what it can do here, and decides the only remaining option is attempting the magical repair himself. One afternoon, moving through the city streets, a small girl sprints past him clutching an ice cream cone. Anna goes down before she even sees the fall coming. He catches her before she hits the ground. Her grandmother arrives at speed, already apologizing before she can assess whether anyone is hurt. Verdun tells her everything is fine and the girl is safe. The elderly woman's gratitude goes beyond words. She insists on offering something in return. She clarifies that what she has to offer isn't material. But the little girl jumps in proudly. Her grandmother is a renowned fortune teller. Verdun doesn't believe in fortune telling for a second, but he sits down anyway. He listens without interrupting as she lays her cards out across the table and begins reading what they show. Her guidance is simple. Keep living exactly as he is. He thanks her and leaves. The moment he's out of sight, the granddaughter asks what the cards actually said. The old woman doesn't soften it. The man card means life. The reaper means death. The god card means birth. And every single one of them appeared reversed. 3 reversed cards in that combination means one thing: total disruption. A person who has drifted so completely from their original destiny that the path they were meant to walk no longer exists in recognizable form. Verdun is completely unaware of any of that. His attention is on the ring. He keeps working at the restoration himself, without expecting a breakthrough, just systematic attempts until something shifts. To him, chaos doesn't mean blocked. It means uncontained. He gives himself a few more days of independent effort, and if nothing moves, he finds an expert. Someone with a kind of rare, limitless potential that doesn't leave destruction in its wake. Then, without any warning, a massive map projection materializes directly in front of him, and he has no framework yet for what he's looking at. Elsewhere, an old man lifts his eyes to the sky, and one star holds his attention above all others. Decades of studying astrology, and he has never encountered this star before. Its presence refuses to resolve into anything his knowledge can classify. It pushes against every star surrounding it, not dimming, not drifting, just insisting on being there. The feeling it gives him is specific. A fate that should have disappeared from the world is still here, still active. He begins coughing blood. With a ring on his finger, he fixes his gaze on that star and offers a silent hope that this heaven-defying star won't reach out and claim his life along the way. The ring on his hand is the same one Verdun now carries. The map hidden inside the ring has given Verdun a direction, and he leaves Cohen heading toward the Bard Mountains. He doesn't tell Pale where he's going, because honestly, even he doesn't fully understand where the ring is pulling him. An unclear destination means fewer eyes on the path, and right now, that's exactly what he wants. No magic, no trail. That was the whole point. To stay invisible, he keeps his travel stripped down, carriage when available, boots on dirt the rest of the way. 3 weeks of quiet movement later, the forest opens up, and sitting against the mountain slope is a small village, humble and easy to miss. But the village isn't his destination. What he actually needs is somewhere in the woods just beyond it. Going in blind would be a waste of time. So he makes a smart call. Find a local hunter who knows that terrain and hire them as a guide. Getting there, he cuts through a group of hooded figures moving along the same path. One of them, a girl, doesn't just glance. She watches him, eyes tracking with clear intention, and something in her expression settles like a decision already made. She turns to the man beside her, Cardin, and asks to break away for a moment. His reaction? Irritation. The kind that comes from hearing the same request too many times. Cardin shuts it down fast. Ferris stays. No personal movement until the mission wraps. That's the rule. She pushes back once more, but Cardin's answer doesn't shift. After the mission, she can do whatever she wants. Not before. The objective is simple and brutal. Find the traitor and put him down fast. Wrong place, wrong time. A passerby catches enough of their conversation to understand what's being discussed and steps forward with a confrontation instead of walking away. He heard too much. That's the only calculation Cardin runs before deciding the man needs to go too. 4 days later, the Bard Mountains loom somewhere beyond the trees, and deep inside that forest, 50 Verdun sits beside a fire, the crackling wood the only company he's had worth mentioning. Days of searching and nothing. That frustration isn't quiet anymore, it's pressing in from every direction. The hunter guiding him is running on empty. Verdun's magical senses have swept the area over and over, and every single scan comes back clean, too clean. Relying on detection magic clearly isn't working. He steps back from that approach entirely and starts doing something he hasn't done in a while, actually looking. The shift kicks in after some distance. Small things start standing out. The bark on certain trees is the wrong color. Not damaged, not dead. Just different, in a way that shouldn't be there. Flying above this forest before, he never would have caught that. Speed and altitude had filtered out exactly the detail that mattered. Studying the ground now, studying the trees, the picture assembles itself. That shift in perspective doesn't just reveal a clue. It reveals everything. The entire forest is a concealment circle, one massive, seamless magical structure hiding in plain sight. Someone with serious skill built this thing, and the tree sitting at the center? That's almost certainly the core holding the whole barrier together. Verdun sets himself a target. Break it within 1 hour. Reality has other plans. It takes him 4 full hours to tear the magic circle apart completely. Inside the barrier, Harkon's eyes opened. The disorientation of waking up on the ground hits him. Not for the first time, apparently. He reaches for a red potion and drinks it down, even though its effect is clearly weakened. The discomfort registers, but he pushes through it anyway. His thoughts drift, not to the present, but towards something coming. An event on the horizon, one with the weight to reshape the world entirely. Then something cuts through that thought. Harkon senses it. A presence. And his body reacts before his mind finishes processing. Fear moves through him fast. His first instinct is the black hour. He asks the question, already bracing for the answer. Verdun steps forward and tells him plainly, he's wrong. The ring, he explains, that's what led him here, nothing else. The moment Harkon's eyes land on it, recognition fires immediately. Crescent, he knows exactly what he's looking at. Then the coughing starts. Violent, blood hitting his palm before he can stop it. When it passes enough for him to speak, his demand is sharp. How did Verdun get that ring? Something clicks for Verde in that moment. An ordinary hermit doesn't build a concealment barrier of that scale. And the ring connecting this old man to something much larger makes the picture undeniable. Caution feels appropriate. He holds his ground and asks the real question. Why is Harkon out here, buried in the middle of nowhere? The man doesn't bristle at the careful approach. If anything, he seems to respect it, and agrees to explain. First, though, he says something that carries genuine weight. He's surprised Verdun made it through the barrier at all. Most of those entrances are lethal traps. When Verdun tells him he dismantled the entire circle in 4 hours, Harkon goes quiet. That kind of knowledge and skill, in someone that young, it shouldn't exist. The shock on Harkon's face isn't performance. Pressed further about the ring, he finally answers. Fate, he calls it. Two people who have never shared the same room, brought together by something older than either of them. The ring is why. He lost it 15 years ago, a detail that clearly still sits somewhere painful. Then he introduces himself properly. Harkon Desest, 5th level mage. Recognized sage across alchemy, magic circles, and astrology. And once, a long time ago, he had a close friend who reached the 6th level. Together, those two built something. A society built around one purpose, the serious study of magic. That society became the Black Hour. 8 members at the start, within a few years, over 100. The world watched them with equal parts admiration and dread, and for good reason. Enough collective power to level a small nation mid-war wasn't an exaggeration. It was a documented fact, but domination was never the goal. Even as their reach expanded and the responsibilities mounted, they were scholars first. That identity held until it didn't. The breakpoint was his friend's death. Killed by a student they had raised themselves, someone they trusted completely, the Heat Westwell. Blinded by the boy's extraordinary talent, potential to reach the 7th level, something almost unheard of, they had missed what was right in front of them. The day Dahit declared the Black Hour his, the founders had no answer ready. By the time old age had settled into the founders' bones, Dahit had already hit the 6th level. The math was never in their favor. What followed was a purge. Most members were killed or left barely alive under his control. Harkon got out, but not clean. His mana channels were severed, a wound that didn't heal and never would. 15 years of isolation followed, and now, without warning, our guy stands in front of him, led here by a ring that was lost in the same chapter of that story. Verdun doesn't let sentiment slow him down. He asks directly whether the current Black Hour's crimes trace back to Harkon in any way. As an astrologer who has spent decades reading fragments of what's coming, Harkon gives an honest answer. This particular corruption never showed up in his visions, not once. That blind spot left him with no move to make. So he did the only thing he could. He waited. The ring Verdun carries, Crescent, is one half of a pair, both lost long ago, both forged with a specific purpose, to find the person meant to stand against a great evil. In Harkon's eyes, the ring has just done exactly that. Verdun isn't moved by destiny alone. A task this size demands real compensation, and he wants to know what Harkin actually has to offer. The answer comes without a pause. Everything Harkin has built across a lifetime, the knowledge, the mastery, the accumulated achievement, he will hand all of it over in exchange for Verdun carrying out his will. That's not a small offer. Surrendering decades of hard-won wisdom isn't the kind of thing you throw around lightly. And the weight of what Harkin is proposing sits heavy in the air. There's something else sitting in Verdun's chest, though. A personal score with Balrog Besses of the Bohemian Magic Tower, one that hasn't cooled. But private revenge and a world-scale threat aren't the same category. The larger matter takes priority, and somewhere in that calculation, he makes peace with setting the grudge aside, for now. Then something outside breaks the moment, a sound that has no business being there. Verdun clocks it instantly. Someone just crossed into this space. The group of 3 from the road crashes in. They announce it like a victory. Harkin located. Harkin's response is a demand, "Who are you?" Carden answers cleanly. Their target is Harkin Dissest, traitor of the Black Hour, and they are here to confirm that. The name to height lands like a lit fuse. Anger crosses Harkin's face without any attempt to hide it. The hooded man catches it and demands respect for that name immediately. Harkin isn't interested in performing respect. He pushes back on every word of the accusation. The bitter irony of his former students sending assassins to his door isn't lost on him. And his eyes are already searching the room. Where is Dahit? Did he come himself? The intruders explain their entry. A man targeting artifact cut through the barrier, then pivot to the reason they're here. The Bohemian Magic Tower is gone. Not damaged, not weakened. Destroyed entirely in a way the history of magic has no reference point for. And the Black Hour is the name being blamed for it. Tower assassins are now in active pursuit. The trail of suspicion has led directly to the sage standing in this room. Harkin's response is a cold laugh. If he still had the power to wipe out an entire magic tower, his enemies would already be corpses. That's not modesty, that's math. And while that exchange plays out, Verdun moves quietly through the preparation of a triple casting. Flame current arrows release first, then gale and ice spikes discharge simultaneously, overlapping in the same breath. The political war between the tower and the Black Hour is background noise. What matters is that they're hunting each other, and that conflict, running in parallel, works in his favor. The attackers stagger. A mage young enough to still be building experience, chaining high-level elemental spells back to back. That wasn't in their briefing. Carden asks if Harkin has taken on a student. His companion shuts down the idea before it finishes forming. Doesn't matter either way. Everyone in this room gets eliminated. Those are the orders. Ferris turns her attention to Verdun and lays claim to him with an unsettling calm. Half a second later, a wall of fire erupts directly in front of her. 4th-level magic. She adjusts her assessment of him on the spot. This one is genuinely dangerous. Verdun reads their movements as the fight opens. Wind manipulation, telekinesis, 2 separate styles working in tandem. The leader's aura reads 3rd circle on the surface, but whatever he's actually casting lands with far more force than that classification should allow. Varys attempts a suppression. It doesn't even slow Verdun down. The counter magic Verdun throws back forces her into a full defensive dodge. No controlled response available. Then he closes the distance fast, grabs her by the throat, and locks her in front of him as a shield. The move is clean and immediate. Carden can't process it. 3rd-level magic punching through 4th-level defense without degradation. That's not supposed to happen. The numbers aren't in his favor. Verdun reads the room and shifts. A stone wall rises from the ground, cutting off the incoming attack lines. The landscape bends to a degree nobody in that room expected. Ferris, furious at being used as a shield, pushes hard for the chance to deal with Verdun herself. Verdun tells Harkin to move back and get clear. Keeping the old man in the middle of this fight is a liability he doesn't need. Even mid-battle, Harkin takes a moment to comment on how well Verdun is handling this, then asks a pointed question. Flight magic. Is that in his toolkit? Before the answer lands, an explosion fires. Smoke floods the area in every direction. Using that cover, Harkin and Verdun pull out together. Harkin's hand guides the direction, toward a small cave tucked out of sight. Once inside, Harkin moves straight to a concealed cabinet, no hesitation. He says something between catching his breath and pulling the cabinet open. Something about what it actually means to be a magician, surpassing the limits set for you and building a path that conventional thinking never mapped. Then, from inside the cabinet, he pulls out a bottle of liquid. Verdun looks at it and asks what it is. Harkin describes it plainly and with obvious pride. A rare herb, refined under moonlight and starlight for 5,000 days without interruption. It is, in his words, the highest expression of everything he ever achieved. To drink it is the step into territory ordinary mages will never access. Full stop. He adds one last thing. The liquid itself won't cause harm. Unless fate has already decided otherwise. Time is short, and Harkin knows it. He's not going to beg. What he wants, more than anything, is simply to watch what fate does with this boy. The mana signature coming off that bottle is nothing he recognizes. Unfamiliar pulses, unlike anything in his experience. Verdun runs the calculus quickly. Harkin has no angle here, no reason to cause harm. Trust, in this case, isn't blind. It's a conclusion reached through logic. He drinks it. The liquid moves through him immediately, spreading before he can track it. Something dormant inside his core stirs awake. Strange, ancient energy with no familiar shape. Harkin lifts his eyes toward the ceiling, murmuring something about starlight, and in that moment what felt fixed and inevitable about fate simply loosens. The boy standing in front of him isn't just someone the stars are pointing toward. He's the one pushing back against the stars themselves, the defier of heavens, not merely their instrument. When the transformation settles, Harkin speaks quietly, almost to himself. The boy came to him wearing the face of a rebirth, someone who doesn't just resist destiny but refuses to acknowledge its authority. That encounter changed the shape of everything. A promise was made, and Harkin intends to honor every word of it. Nothing held back, nothing withheld. His hand lands firmly on Verdun's shoulder, and the transfer begins. Verdun's mind opens like a vessel suddenly placed beneath a waterfall, knowledge pouring in, filling every available space in the span of a single heartbeat. When his eyes open again, it feels like a 1-second blackout. A blink, nothing more. But the man who surfaces from that blink is not the same one who went under. Mana surges through his veins with a force and strangeness that has no comparison to anything before. His entire consciousness has been rebuilt from the inside out, and the power running underneath it is impossible to ignore. Harkin slumps, every reserve spent, the exhaustion of a completed life's work sitting visibly on his frame. Only then does it occur to him. He never caught the young mage's name. He tries Asher. Verdun corrects him. What follows isn't a long speech. Harkin makes one final request. When it's over, burn what's left of him. Then he's gone. Decades of research and accumulated wisdom already living on inside 5 Verdun, transferred completely before the last breath left. With whatever remained, he used it to say the thing that mattered most. Stop the black hour. Protect the peace. That's the charge. Verdun lifts Harkin's ring and slides it onto his finger. The weight of everything that comes with it settles without ceremony. Among the integrated knowledge now living in his mind, 4th level elemental magic, earthquake included, all of it immediately accessible, not learned but inherited. The 3 hunters, meanwhile, are still working the problem. The old man has completely disappeared, and none of their methods are producing results. The tracking compass is dead, no signal, nothing. Cardin isn't ready to walk away, though. He wants a body confirmed, even with the growing possibility they've walked into a trap. Ferris floats the idea that falling debris finished the job. Cardin doesn't buy it for a second. A man who built a concealment barrier of that scale doesn't get taken out by falling rocks. The debate doesn't get resolved, because a massive surge of magical energy erupts from somewhere deep underground, and that ends the conversation entirely. The initial sensation is indistinguishable from an earthquake, the ground moving under their feet the way only nature usually manages. Cardin reads it differently and calls the retreat immediately. This isn't geological. This is 4th level magic, and someone just pointed it at them. The ground tears open. Thibwendeld comes up through it like a verdict, and the assault is already underway before they can reorient. Cardin places him in half a second, the mage from before. Same face, completely different weight. Something has shifted inside Verdun, not just in power but in the feeling of it. An expansion, like walls that had always been there, simply ceased to exist. His mana depth has no familiar ceiling anymore. The elixir didn't just supplement what he had, it vaulted him straight to mid-4th circle. And what was once the edge of his range is now somewhere far behind him. Cardin moves, activating a gale with the speed of someone who's done this before. It meets a squall going the other direction, and neither wins cleanly. Verdun doesn't soften the declaration. The black hour ends, and everyone in front of him will witness the beginning of that end firsthand. That tips Ferris past the edge of patience. She lunges, all restraint abandoned, fire already forming. Verdun doesn't move. His composure doesn't crack. Ferris isn't holding back either. 4th level fire deployed to make the difference in rank unmistakably clear. He watches her move through it. She's not even approaching her ceiling, and it still isn't enough. He can see the gap from where he's standing. His own flames answer hers, being pushed backward by someone she had classified as 3rd level breaks, something in her confidence that doesn't reassemble cleanly. Verdun triggers the flare, and Ferris goes down, one eliminated. Cardin immediately pivots to calling for backup. Verdun doesn't let that call connect. Multi-telekinesis activates, total battlefield control. Mana flows outward with surgical precision, and the environment itself becomes a tool he's using. One of the remaining attackers takes a direct hit to the hand, brutal, efficient, and completely intentional. The tracking compass spins off and hits the dirt in the chaos. Verdun clocks it. Complex design worth studying later. One opponent left standing. That opponent makes the smart choice and runs. A 4th level mage with nothing on his mind except distance. Catching one of those cleanly is not a simple task, and Verdun knows it. So he doesn't chase blind. He reaches into Harkin's legacy and pulls out something new, a spell that doesn't require him to close the gap. Cardin, putting ground between himself and the fight, runs his own assessment as he goes. A solo rematch is not survivable. He needs numbers. Ferris and Chen are already dead. The path forward is reinforcements, nothing else. And somewhere in that sprint across the terrain, a realization takes shape. That young mage, left unchecked, could become a real and serious problem for the entire Black Hour organization. The mountain ranges blur past him, one after another, and then he feels it. Something locks onto him. A skill, not a spell, and it doesn't feel like it plans to let go. The mana detection traces him across every range he crosses. Distance isn't creating separation, it's just changing the scenery while the lock stays fixed. He pushes further, adding mountain range after mountain range between himself and the source. The presence doesn't drift or weaken. It sits on his exact location like a marker that moves when he moves, so he pushes his speed to a level he'd been holding in reserve. Then something appears behind him. A light where there shouldn't be one. Dawn is nowhere close. But something in the dark sky is glowing, and it's getting brighter. A glance back. It looks like a star. The problem is that stars don't move like this, and this one is absolutely moving, closer with every second. The wrongness of it hits at a physical level. This phenomenon doesn't belong in any framework he knows. Reporting back becomes the only priority. Whatever this young mage is, headquarters needs to know. But first, he has to survive the next few seconds. His body doesn't cooperate. Speed begins dropping without his permission. Something invisible is pulling against him. Not wind resistance, not fatigue. Pressure, directional and deliberate, dragging him backward through the air. Nothing in his entire catalog of experience has produced a sensation like this one. He reaches for a rational explanation. Illusion. It has to be. Something psychological messing with his perception. A fourth-level mage simply shouldn't be able to do this. That's not arrogance, that's classification theory, and he's betting his life on it being correct. Back at the origin point, Verdun goes still the moment the spell leaves his hands, landing, steadying his footing. The cost of that cast is pressing down on him like a physical weight. Half his mana, gone in the instant of activation. Not depleted gradually, gone, in one breath. This is not standard magic operating within standard rules. This is Meteor Point 1 of the 5 stars Harkin created, the one classified as the Flowing Star. It doesn't borrow from existing frameworks. It is its own category. The distant explosion confirms the hit. The scale of the detonation matches the scale of what it cost him, and standing there feeling the depth of that drain, Verdun files one honest note to himself. The power is real, but his ability to use it without destroying himself still needs work. Far removed from all of this, Dehite Westrel is not having a clean day. The tower conflict is already pulling on his resources, and now 3 assassins sent on a contained mission have simply ceased to exist. No report, no body, nothing. An assistant brings in a prisoner pulled from somewhere near the Bard Mountains. Dehite examines the man's memories directly. His unique skill does what interrogation can't. It pulls recent impressions clean from the prisoner's mind. The fragments add up. A picture of what happened in those mountains starts forming. Traces of powerful magic remain embedded in the terrain. Sections of the mountain itself have collapsed under the weight of whatever was cast there. A magical fire of serious scale tore through that area. The kind that doesn't stop at the tree line. The squad being wiped out regardless of size makes sense in that context. The most logical culprit is Harkin. But the logic breaks down immediately. Harkin's mana channels were destroyed years ago. A mage in that condition doesn't generate that kind of output. So, someone with real standing helped him. That possibility moves across the room. Dehite cuts it off before it becomes a plan. Harkin is dead, that's his read, and he's not redirecting resources toward a corpse. The 3 assassins? They followed Harkin wherever he went. As far as Dehite is concerned, that's a fitting outcome. Good company for the afterlife. Their lost asset register as a wound at the Black Hour. They earned what they got. Before that thought settles, another report hits the room. Urgent, delivered through a subordinate. A Black Hour branch positioned near the Empire has been destroyed by an extermination force out of Bohemern. The front line just moved somewhere nobody planned for. Dehite absorbs the weight of being blamed for a catastrophe he didn't directly author. And on top of that, the operative previously embedded near the magic tower has vanished, and the tower's leader is no longer interested in diplomacy. The man wants blood, everyone. His target list at this point is everyone, somewhere completely removed from all that tension. Verdun is sitting down with a cup of tea. He notes the smell first. Pleasant. He takes a sip. By his read, the Black Hour doesn't know where he is. For the moment, that's enough. Arente wasn't the original plan. But after the confrontation at Harkin's hideout, staying in that area would have been an invitation. So he moved, settled in this resort town, and let the trail go cold behind him. He's at the 4th circle now, a threshold that didn't seem close not long ago. The first 2 circles are foundation work. The 3rd is where simple spells take shape. The 4th is where magic stops being precise and starts being destructive on a wide scale, reaching it this fast. That's the elixir's work, and Harkin's direct intervention carrying most of the weight. Even with every hour spent at the magic tower, Harkin's actual power still lands with a kind of awe he wasn't prepared for. Harkin built magic without an attribute, free of elemental classification, operating outside the standard system entirely. For a mage working within strict rules, that outcome is supposed to be structurally impossible. But impossible, it turns out, is a word for people who stayed inside the boundaries. Breaking limits. Not stockpiling mana. Not memorizing more theory. That's the only thing that produces results like Harkin's. And now Verdun knows exactly what that path looks like. That gap between where he stands and where a true great mage operates. Verdun doesn't let it discourage him. He accepts it as a starting point, not a verdict. The acceptance flips into fuel. Improving on what Harkin built becomes the focus. Not self-doubt, not hesitation. Of the 5 stars Harkin created, only the first one is within his reach right now, and even that single star nearly empties him completely every time. Massive power with no practical application in real combat is basically a liability. The answer he lands on? Break that one giant star into several smaller ones that won't cost him everything to fire, and while that's in progress, the Black Hour compass sitting in his possession is getting taken apart for study. The task list has grown to an uncomfortable length, so he applies the oldest productivity trick there is and starts with the most manageable thing. The staff needs repair first. Everything else waits. That means heading into the city and finding someone who actually knows what they're doing. The Condor Merchant Guild catches his eye on the way. It seems like a reasonable place to ask around. The reference he drops opens the door immediately. The welcome inside is warm, bordering on eager. Tea appears on the table. Drinks follow, and the conversation moves to business without wasting time on small talk. He lays it out plainly. Magical items specifically for purchase. The merchant confirms they carry staffs and accessories, stocked with nobles and adventurers in mind. Internally, the merchant is trying to work out the math. The vocabulary suggests academy training, but the age in front of him doesn't line up with that theory at all. Verdun clarifies that off the shelf won't cut it. He needs something custom. The merchant doesn't say no, but he does say complicated. Their craftsmen can handle that level of work. But the man is a mess, a drinker, a gambler, and currently drowning in debt with collectors at his door. And right on cue, those collectors have finally cornered the craftsman himself. His position is straightforward and desperate. 8 million elk is a number he simply does not have. The lender isn't interested in circumstances. Money doesn't appear from nowhere, and the expectation is that he works until it does. The atmosphere tightens. The creditor made a long trip for this collection, and patience is already worn thin. Then money hits the floor. Actual coin, landing right there in the middle of the confrontation. Verdun steps in and covers the full 8 million without negotiating. The lender doesn't receive this well. The look he gives Verdun is the kind reserved for children who don't understand how the world works, and he says as much. His men get the order, collect the cash, and remind the boy what it costs to stick his nose in adult business. The men move, and then they stop because their boss stops them first. The lender is gone still. Recognition is doing something uncomfortable to his expression. The boss pulls from memory, years back in a Arente that was crawling with crime and dangerous people. A mage who looked like he had no business being in that kind of environment walked into the wrong situation and left everyone who pushed him on the ground. That image maps directly onto the young man standing in front of them right now. The arrogance drains out of the lender's posture in real time, replaced by something that looks a lot like fear. And he gets on his knees. Debt collection. That's all this was. He makes sure that point is absolutely clear. He pulls his men back, clears the space, and offers Verdun a long life on his way out. No further trouble follows them out the door. Left behind in the aftermath, the shaken craftsman needs a moment before he can even form a question. Then he asks who Verdun actually is. Verdun keeps it brief. The Condor of the Condor Merchant Guild sent him, and he's here to place a custom order. But craftsman agrees, though the 8 million that just got spent on his behalf is coming straight off the commission. That part is non-negotiable. Days pass. Verdun turns his attention to the Black Hour compass, taking it apart with careful, deliberate focus. The mechanism reveals itself through study. Mana naturally drifts back toward its source, and whoever built this compass understood that deeply. The target's mana gets locked into the central crystal, amplified and tracked with unsettling precision. The level of engineering sits right at the edge of true artifact classification. The days here remain quiet. No attacks, no pursuit closing in. A calm that suggests the trail behind him has genuinely gone cold for now. The attribute Harkin built gets a name, Starlight. It fits in a way nothing else does. The power doesn't operate like a single force. It links mana together the way constellations connect individual stars, strengthening and threading energy across connections that simply didn't exist before. Actually controlling it is another matter entirely. His mana patterns don't match Harkin's, and even minor differences in execution cause the spell to behave in ways he didn't intend. The gap between possessing the knowledge and mastering it is wider than it looked. He's sitting outside when it happens. A man materializes nearby without any warning. The stranger opens with an explanation. He's been looking for Verdun and it took a while. The fact that he arrived without triggering any of Verdun's magical awareness is the detail that actually lands. That shouldn't have been possible. The man reads the reaction and apologizes, unhurried, for not introducing himself sooner. Then the name, Risner, and the origin, the Ark, those two words together knock something loose inside Verdun. The Ark's presence here, seeking him out specifically, is not a combination that sits easily, because the Ark and Gluttony don't simply disagree. They are built on fundamentally opposing foundations. Why an organization like that is sitting across from him right now is not a question with an obvious answer. Risner doesn't let the tension grow unnecessarily. He makes his position clear early. No harm is intended. None. Verdun accepts that statement and keeps looking for the real motive underneath it. Risner offers it without being pushed. Gluttony losing ground directly benefits the Ark. When Verdun eliminated the professor, the ripple landed in the Ark's favor too, which is why they quietly buried the evidence and tracked his movements in parallel, making sure Gluttony couldn't reconstruct what happened or where it led. He frames the whole thing as gratitude, then adds a candid admission. Keeping up with Verdun hasn't always been easy. His movements don't follow predictable patterns. That admission, that he's been monitored without his knowledge, doesn't land as flattering. It lands as a violation, and Verdun doesn't sit with it quietly. His mana rolls outward across the area, filling the space around them. The pressure speaks for him before the words do. Unsanctioned surveillance isn't something he'll tolerate, and the weight pressing through the air makes that point more effectively than any sentence could. No room for negotiation exists in his tone. This ends here, permanently. Risner doesn't push back. The warning lands, and he accepts it directly. No more surveillance, no exceptions. Once the mana pressure recedes and the air clears, Risner pivots to the actual reason he made this trip. The Ark noticed the professor's elimination. More than noticed, it left a strong impression. Actions at that scale don't go unregistered by an organization like theirs. Verdun doesn't immediately see the connection. Why his individual choices would register as relevant to a group operating at the Ark's level. Risner explains the philosophical fault line directly. Gluttony's framework is built on destruction as a prerequisite for creation. Tear the old world down and build over the rubble. The Ark operates from the opposite conviction. Strength that lasts comes from hardship, adaptation, and learning to survive what breaks lesser people. Verdun's track record under repeated extreme pressure fits that second model in a way that's difficult to ignore. So here is the offer. Join them. The answer is immediate, no. And Verdun makes it clear that ideology alone doesn't explain an in-person visit of this kind. Something else is driving this. Risner doesn't deny it. He produces a second reason. A small box comes out, presented as acknowledgement for what happened with the professor. Inside, sitting against the lining, is a high-grade recovery bracelet, engraved with rune work that marks it as something well above standard issue. Mana regeneration, stamina recovery, and accelerated minor wound closure. The bracelet addresses 3 separate limitations at once. The value clears tens of millions of elk without argument. That level of generosity isn't pure appreciation. It's an opening move in building something the Ark wants to maintain long-term. When the conversation turns to the ongoing hostility between the Ark and Gluttony, Risner doesn't dress it up. Their beliefs conflict at the most fundamental level. One side burns down what exists to clear space for something new. The other cultivates the rare individuals capable of leading humanity through what's hard. Those two positions cannot coexist. The conflict between them isn't circumstantial, it's structural, and it doesn't end. With everything covered, Risner moves to leave. But before stepping away, he leaves a final open door. If Verdun's position ever shifts, the Ark will be reachable. A separate thread has been developing in Verdun's thinking. Runes. Ancient symbols, arranged with precision, producing effects that modern magic approaches but can't fully replicate. The gap between the two systems is not small. Rune technique moves on different logic entirely. The critical problem is that nobody working today can engrave new rune symbols from scratch. The best available outcome is reactivating ancient carvings that already exist, which makes the unsealed ring in his possession, inscribed with genuine rune magic, significantly more interesting than it would otherwise be. Fourth circle now in hand. The natural next pressure point is equipment. What he's carrying is no longer enough for where he needs to go. The blue mithril staff handles mana recovery, casting speed, charging, and amplification. Solid, reliable work. The mage's cape regulates temperature and provides resistance across physical, fire, and frost damage. Both do their jobs, but the ring sits locked and unactivated, and that's the gap that actually matters now. Unlocking it moves to the top of the list. That priority lands him in front of Pale, a bespectacled man with the right connections and the kind of information network that makes him worth visiting. Specifically, Palin knows someone tied to a rune specialist. The catch, specialists in rune work are genuinely rare, and engraving produces almost no profit, which means most people who develop the skill treat it as a side interest rather than a livelihood. Professionals are hard to find because the field barely sustains them. Then Pale mentions something that changes the shape of the conversation. A designated request has come in, specifically asking for Verdun by name. He could walk away from it. But the timing is almost inconvenient in how useful it is. The client who filed the request happens to know exactly where the rune specialist can be found. Accept the commission, complete the work, and the location gets handed over. That's the arrangement. Payment for the mission is separate. No additional fee for the information. Since the path forward runs directly through this job, there's no real decision to make. Verdun arrives at the noble estate not long after. A knight at the entrance stops him before he gets far, demanding identification and purpose. Verdun confirms his name, and once his purpose is established, the escort inside begins without further delay. The estate itself reads as modest, understated in a way that doesn't match the usual presentation of noble wealth. The knight's armor reinforces the same impression: practical, maintained, with nothing decorative about it. Whoever owns this place prioritizes function. Pela described the client in exactly those terms. Someone who has no patience for appearance when usefulness is the actual metric. The surroundings confirm that description before a single word is exchanged. He's brought upstairs and presented to the lord of the estate. The knight announces the arrival with appropriate formality. The man across from him asks one question first. Did Pale send him? Verdun confirms it without making anything of it. The man across from him is Count Rodenmeyer, the same figure who stood behind several of the previous commissions that crossed his desk. Rodenmeyer extends the welcome with a cup of Fury Gold buzz. Not out of routine hospitality, but because something about this particular visit feels worth marking. The tea doesn't just appear on any table. Rare and demanding to prepare correctly, the Count holds it back for moments he considers genuinely significant. What follows the pour is a subtle test. His phrasing carries the implication that this drink belongs in circles. Verdun probably hasn't moved in. Refinement, the Count suggests, is not something mercenaries tend to arrive with. Verdun doesn't argue the point. He also doesn't prove it wrong with words. The Tower Master's table was a frequent stop, and that kind of exposure doesn't disappear. The cup is handled with the ease of someone who has done this before. A measured addition of sugar, a calm first taste, no performance, no fumbling. That single small action is enough. Genuine surprise moves across the Count's face before he can manage it. The quiet confidence, the absence of any attempt to impress, it reframes the man sitting across from him entirely. The Count's red on Verdun adjusts in real time. The subtle mockery disappears, and the Count moves directly to the reason Verdun was called here. His aide, Baron Balon, completed a mission recently. Confirmation of success came through without issue. Balon and the knights escorting him never came back. A first search unit is already out there working the problem. But something in the Count's instincts refuses to settle. Those instincts have never given him a false alarm before, and he's not about to start ignoring them now. Excessive or not, a second search unit gets prepared. Tracking ability and numbers are the priority, which is the exact reason Verdun is sitting in this room. The Count's confidence in him comes directly from his clean record with Pela's assignments. On paper, the task reads as straightforward. With proper magical direction, locating the missing group should be a matter of following the trail. The assignment is formalized. Second search unit, under Knight Captain Balkan. Departure that same night. When Verdun gets the floor, he makes one request: the freedom to operate independently if the situation demands it. The Count agrees, with one condition attached: performance determines payment. Returning without results means walking away with nothing. Verdun accepts without pushing back. Before the meeting closes, he raises the real reason he took the job in the first place: the rune specialist. The Count's answer is immediate. The specialist is already here. Reinander stands nearby, a man who spent his earlier years deep in rune research before the path took him somewhere else. Introductions handled. The Count steps out and leaves the two of them to it. Reinander opens with a detailed breakdown of rune theory, building the foundation properly. Verdun cuts it short by placing the ring on the table between them. Whatever composure Reinander had maintained, it breaks the moment his eyes land on it. An offer follows, a substantial sum to activate the ring and get it working. Reinander waves off the payment. Reactivating the rune itself is not where the difficulty lives. Materials aren't needed, and money isn't the issue. What he does recognize is the ring itself. This is Exeed, a rune artifact with a very specific reputation. All five senses, enhanced simultaneously, running continuously from the moment it activates. The overlap isn't a side effect, it's the design. And that continuous overlap is exactly what makes it brutal. For anyone with high sensitivity, the sensory cascade doesn't level off. It spirals. A third circle mage could be pushed through cycles of agony and complete overload. In the worst cases, the strain costs a hand. That's not a worst-case estimate, that's documented. Verdun has already decided on a different approach entirely. Wearing the ring is not the plan. He wants the rune engraved directly into his mana circuit. A statement that visibly shocks Reinander before he finishes the sentence. The risk isn't comparable to losing a hand. Engraving into a living mana circuit incorrectly doesn't just damage, it destroys. The entire circuit, gone. Verdun holds the man's gaze without softening anything. The decision has been made. Reinander's hands are trembling when he finally reaches for the tools. Fear present and accounted for. But underneath it, the temptation of doing something no one has dared attempt runs stronger than his caution. The craft wins. He agrees and issues one final warning before beginning. Verdun slides the ring on and lets the mana surge through it. The fourth circle, that's what he reveals. The advancement provides the structural foundation necessary to endure what comes next. When the activation hits, his senses don't expand, they erupt. Every sound in the room, every movement, every fluctuation in the surrounding mana arrives at once. All of it at full volume. The edge of madness is not a metaphor. It's where he sits for a moment that feels far longer than it is. Then the chaos starts finding edges, and the edges find structure. And what was unbearable input becomes something sharp and directed, a tool, not a flood. That same day, the second search unit moves out. At the forest's edge, one of the knights spots the first search unit's horses, still standing where they were left, untouched, unclaimed. Nobody came back for them. The implication doesn't need to be spelled out. A local villager steps forward before they enter. A man who has lived alongside that forest for years. His warning isn't dramatic, but the weight behind it is real. Something has shifted in there, and the forest feels wrong in a way he has no clean explanation for. Animals are gone. Demi-humans have fled. The forest is eating the life around it slowly and steadily, and has been for some time. Captain Balkan absorbs the warning and gives the order to advance anyway. The unit moves in, Verdun among them, pushing toward the last confirmed position of the missing men. The deeper they go, the clearer the direction becomes. The missing unit's final known location pulls them forward like a fixed point. A few knights exchange quiet observations about Verdun. He looks distracted, worn at the edges, not operating at full capacity. Captain Balkan hears it and sets the concern aside. Verdun is here for tracking, and that's what matters. They press further into the forest. The Viscount's carriage appears ahead, split cleanly down the middle. Two halves separated by a force that left no obvious trace of how it happened. The damage reads as unnatural in a way that puts the entire group on edge. Every set of eyes turns toward Verdun. Time to work. One of the knights voices the doubt again. The lack of focus, the worn look. Whatever he's observing, it registers as a liability. At that precise moment, the last traces of sensory instability resolve. Everything clicking into alignment like a lens, finally finding its focal point. Verdun's perception locks in and expands outward under complete, deliberate control. The mana direction activates. His mana rolls out past any range they've seen from a support mage, a wide, even blanket covering the full area around them. The concerned knight starts to raise the exhaustion question again, and Verdun snaps onto something. A target, clear and fixed in his awareness. Direction given, body already moving. No hesitation between the two. The moment his arm points, the entire unit breaks into a run behind him. He takes the front, moving with a precision that belongs to someone reading the terrain ahead of actually seeing it. Captain Balkan registers the gap quickly. The mages inside the Knight Order are capable. Verdun is operating on a separate floor entirely. The reflexes, the casting speed, the pace, none of it reads as support mage work. One of the knights asks whether the Viscount has been located. Verdun corrects the assumption without slowing. It isn't the Viscount he's locked onto. What he's sensing ahead is a life force that doesn't fit anything familiar, and it's powerful. Given everything the forest has already shown them, the conclusion assembles itself naturally. Whatever tore that carriage in half is still inside and it's further ahead. Without breaking stride, Captain Balkan draws and cuts down a massive tree directly in their path. Not a tree, a trent, positioned exactly where something blocking passage would be. Its presence doesn't add up. Trents belong in dark, damp environments. This area doesn't match that profile. Balkan's working theory is that it wandered in from somewhere nearby, but the reasoning feels thin. Verdun pushes for more. Balkan explains that the dukedom contains a forbidden zone, a place the locals don't enter and the knights don't discuss freely. The moment the location registers, Risner's earlier instruction surfaces in his memory, northwest, toward Lorien, within a month. The geography connects. That forbidden zone and the forest Risner pointed him toward are almost certainly the same place. Clark shakes his head at the Trent. An advanced squad escorting the Viscount doesn't go down to wandering forest creatures. Something else is operating in here, and it's not showing itself yet. Verdun picks up movement before anyone else does. His weapon lifts toward the tree line, and the command goes out directly. Whatever's in the shadows steps into the open now. A figure emerges. The knights make the identification immediately. Brennan. One of the missing men standing right in front of them. The relief that almost forms doesn't finish forming. Something is wrong with the way he's standing. The awareness that should be there isn't. His posture belongs to something that isn't entirely present anymore. Verdun reads it in a single look, undead. Or close enough that the distinction barely matters. Before the group can fully process what they're seeing, Brennan's body shifts, movement that doesn't belong to a living person. He charges. The motion is direct and mindless, exactly like a zombie running on one directive. Balkan steps up and stops the charge cold, knocking Brennan back with enough force to create distance. But there's still a pulse, faint but present, which means he isn't fully gone. Possession. A dark binding spell. Something. Balkan's mind runs through the possibilities fast. He takes Brennan down and pins him, ordering restraints before anything else moves. Then shouting breaks out behind them. The perimeter has collapsed. Figures closing in from multiple directions at once. Human shapes and creatures mix together, tightening the ring around them. Balkan reads it immediately. Every one of these figures is in the same state as Brennan. Retreat becomes the immediate priority. Find the exit, secure a path out, move now. Clark releases his aura to punch an opening through the encirclement, forcing a gap in the line wide enough to move through. Balkan throws Brennan over his shoulder and starts pulling the unit back. An undead warrior tracks Balkan's movement and sends a volley of arrows directly at his back. Balkan catches it in time. Barely, but in time. Through the trees ahead, a small cabin materializes out of the dark. Balkan redirects the entire unit toward it without breaking pace. A troll drops into their path before they reach it. It doesn't pick targets. It just hits everything in range, scattering knights with raw force. The unit absorbs the blow and keeps trying to regroup, already bracing for casualties on the next swing. Before it connects, a spell cuts through the troll cleanly. The kind of casting that stops everyone mid-motion because nobody saw it coming. The undead warrior repositions and attempts to hit from behind, the follow-up already in motion, and it lands on nothing. Verdun steps into the open, claiming the cast without ceremony, and gives the order. Move, all of them now. He's covering the retreat. His eyes drop to the ground for one sharp moment. A disposable artifact, sitting right where the fight just happened, and it wasn't there before. The barrier snaps into place, concealment layered over protection, two spells running simultaneously. Against the number of enemies pressing in, it won't hold indefinitely. Verdun doesn't treat it as finished. The map extends outward, and he keeps working. His hand moves across the active circle, rewriting the formula while the spell is still running. Under any normal set of circumstances, modifying a live spell and expanding its structure at the same time would not be possible, but with every mana current visible and responsive to his touch, the gaps in the formula just sit there waiting to be filled. He strengthens the structure the way someone adjusts their breathing, naturally, without stopping to think about it. The knights watch and don't say anything for a moment. A pre-built magic circle being taken apart and rebuilt in real time, by the same person, while the barrier is still active and enemies are still outside. That's what they're looking at. Stack that on top of the mana detection range they saw earlier, and the raw force behind his spells, and the picture stops being ambiguous. Clark reaches the conclusion out loud. Whatever circle this man is operating in, it is not the third. When Verdun announces the barrier is holding, the mood in the room shifts, because the knights now understand they've been watching a fraction of what he's actually capable of. And right now, that fraction is standing between them and everything outside. Before the weight of that fully settles, one of the knights calls out, "Urgently, Balkan, Clark, over here." They found Viscount Bailon. Inside the cabin, Captain Balkan stands in front of the Viscount, who sits upright and breathing, alive, which wasn't the outcome Balkan had mentally prepared for after seeing what was left of the carriage outside. Verdun moves quietly along the cabin walls, studying the magic circles carved into the structure. The layering is deliberate, concealment stacked over protection, each reinforcing the other. That's why his earlier mana sweep produced nothing. The cabin wasn't hidden by distance. It was architecturally invisible. Clark steps forward and pushes for answers. What happened? Bailon starts from the beginning. He was on his way back. Returning from negotiations near Sea Hazard and Ridge Village, mission completed, nothing unusual. Then a scream cuts out of the forest. The Demon Forest, specifically. Protecting the surrounding residents falls under his responsibility. So he leads his men in toward the sound instead of away from it. What they find inside is a tree. Standing alone, looking like it belongs there. It doesn't feel like it belongs there. Something radiating off it puts him on edge immediately, cold in a way that has nothing to do with the temperature. He makes the call to check the surroundings and turns to give the order. And the knight he's addressing is already gone. Not injured, not retreating. Undead, between one breath and the next. Then everything closes in at once. Humans and demi-humans, the same wrong movement in all of them, coming from multiple directions. They don't kill on contact. Instead, they take the captured knights and drag them directly to the tree. The tree moves, branches extending with purpose, not wind. The ones brought before it don't survive the contact. Impaled and left there. Brennan takes a branch strike, and the transformation begins before he even hits the ground. His last coherent act is to tell Bailon to run. The roots follow. They find anyone still standing, pierce through, and start pulling life force out directly. The force wasn't eating life in some vague sense. This is the mechanism. The weight of what he's describing sits in Bailon's voice as he reaches the part where Brennan and the others bought the seconds he needed. He's alive because of those seconds. That's the only reason. Captain Balkan looks down at Brennan's body restrained on the floor. The question about recovery gets asked anyway. Bailon's answer is no. What's in front of them is not a wounded man. It's a puppet. The tree holds the strings. There's nothing left to save. Balkan takes a breath, lowers his head, and ends it. A clean mercy, nothing drawn out. The mission changes shape in that moment. Search and rescue is no longer the frame. What this becomes now is subjugation, and Balkan makes it official with one declaration. Anything operating as a threat within the Count's territory gets eliminated. All of it. The name Rodenmeier carries weight in this duchy for reasons that aren't ceremonial. The Count's influence inside the Duchy of Bünden runs deep. Not the performative kind, but the kind built over years of actually doing what needs doing. What backs that influence isn't title alone. It's the knight order he built and hand-selected, and the kind of men that selection process produces. Outside, the fight hasn't paused. The undead archer tracks Balkan with patient consistency, and Balkan answers that patience with sustained, relentless pressure that doesn't give the thing room to recalibrate. Verdun is operating on a separate axis entirely, as the pre-mission agreement outlined. Balkan had laid it out beforehand, specifically because they'd never worked together. Find the Grey Tree, fire the signal flare when you have it, and the knights converge from there. Clean and simple. Now Verdun rises above the tree line and opens up full mana detection range. No ceiling, no restraint, everything at once. The output hits him immediately. Dizziness pushes in at the edges, hard enough to register, but the enhanced sensory state catches every fluctuation across the entire forest regardless, and nothing in that space stays hidden from him. He drops back down with the location confirmed. Between him and the target, monsters spread across the path in numbers that would make the signal flare approach the slower option. He runs the calculation and skips the flare. Chain lightning leaves his hand in the next moment. It moved through the monsters like a current finding ground, smoke filling the space they occupied. He's already closing the distance before the smoke finishes rising. The Grey Tree comes into view, and he stops to read it. The intelligence it commands, the undead it controls. Strip that away, and what's underneath behaves like any Trent. The fundamental nature hasn't changed. Wood burns. That's the weakness, and it's not subtle. Triple blasting flare builds in his hands, the formula expanding outward, and the fire that follows doesn't leave room for anything. The tree goes into the flames completely. Across the forest, the undead archer draws back and lines up the next shot and simply stops existing. Mid-draw, gone. Clark watches the enemies around him begin vanishing in sequence, one after another, no pattern to the order, no visible cause. The disappearances don't make sense until fire climbs into the sky above the trees. Balkan reads it instantly. Verdun finished it. At the tree's burning remains, Verdun watches the structure collapse inward. The fight closed faster than the plan accounted for. He begins wrapping the mission up, then stops. Inside the flames, a glowing orb forms, and instead of burning away with the rest of it, the orb moves. It separates cleanly from the tree and travels deeper into the forest with direction and purpose. Verdun follows immediately because an orb that survives the destruction of its host and moves with intention on its own means the tree was never the actual source. Something else was living inside it. He doesn't get far before the air changes. A wave of dread hits him and forces him to stop. Whatever came off the Grey Tree was unsettling. This is categorically different. The Grey Tree's presence was a fraction of what's pressing against him now, and the corruption in the air feels like it has weight. The source isn't ambiguous. Only one place produces something like this, and that place is the Forest of the Demons. Back at the castle, Councillor Rodenmeier stands outside assessing what the Night Order looks like after the engagement. The physical state of his knights tells him everything about how the fight actually went. He runs through the results carefully. Verdun's performance exceeded what the commission suggested was coming. The mission closed efficiently, specifically because the core threat was removed before it could escalate further. The acknowledgement doesn't arrive without a complaint attached. The Count is not satisfied that Verdun misrepresented his level. Fourth Circle presented as something lower is not a minor omission. Showing up as weaker than you are reads as deliberate misdirection. Verdun doesn't dispute it. The Count weighs it, decides the argument isn't worth the energy, and lands on the practical conclusion. He got Fourth Circle output at a Third Circle price, and that's simply how this one went. The commission closes without an open confrontation, but Verdun doesn't leave with a clean mind. The point where he stopped chasing the orb and turned back, it stays with him, pressing at the edge of his thoughts. What he felt in that direction wasn't a warning he can dismiss. He makes the decision to go back, because whatever is connected to that forest isn't going to resolve itself by being left alone. He isn't working from nothing. The Adventurers Guild and the Magic Tower ran a joint investigation into the Demon Forest some time back. Disappearances near the border had piled up enough to demand a formal response. One survivor came out of it. A man still moving through the forest looking for his companions, Dean and Billy, both unaccounted for. The day it went wrong had started well. Unusually well, in fact. A hunt producing results that shouldn't have been that easy, the kind of success that pulls people past the boundaries they'd set for themselves. He hears Billy's voice through the trees and moves toward it without hesitation. The relief lasts exactly as long as it takes to see what's in front of him, and then it's gone, replaced by something that doesn't have a clean word for it. Billy is above the ground. The way he's positioned makes no biological sense. The transformation reflects the specifics of how he died. The forest didn't just take him, it repurposed him. The investigation that follows eventually produces a cause. Samples collected, findings compiled, the Magic Tower releases its conclusions publicly. The breakdown of adventurer casualties covers multiple contributing factors: inadequate skill, carelessness, exposure to natural hazards. But the leading cause is consistent: contact with events that could not have been anticipated or prepared for. The city of Lorien sits right at the edge of the demon forest, and right now, the signs accumulating around it suggest something is building again. Verdun is already on his way there by the following morning. The Count's commission complete, he flies directly to Lorien without delay. The reward from the Count is substantial enough to upgrade one of his grimoires during transit. Productive use of travel time. Lorien operates as a primary gathering point for adventurers, and the atmosphere there right now is not the usual kind of busy. Something is sitting underneath the activity. A platinum rank team has been mobilized recently, a deployment that only happens when the threat classification reaches a specific threshold. The demon forest proximity makes it the obvious first suspect, and nobody in the city seems to be arguing against that assumption. Verdun files all of it for later. His immediate priority is finding Risner. Conclusions about the forest can wait until he has more than a feeling to work with. He finds a restaurant, settles in, and orders steak and red wine. Simple, no announcement. They never established a meeting point, which means Risner finds him. That's the only way this works, and Verdun is comfortable waiting to see if the assumption is correct. It is. A woman approaches the table and asks to join him with a kind of confidence that doesn't wait for a real answer. Everything about her manner is performed, exaggerated in ways they feel calculated rather than natural. Verdun reads it immediately and doesn't play along. He tells her to drop the act, directly and without dressing it up. Risner steps back into her normal tone without argument and explains. The disguise is artifact-based, altering appearance only. Nothing deeper than surface. She adds a joke. If he prefers men, she can switch back to the previous version. Verdun's response is a brief mana release, small, pointed, and clear in its meaning. She catches it, visibly tenses, and asks him to ease off. The moment settles. She sets a sound-blocking device on the table between them. Artisan magic tower construction built to contain conversation within a defined space. Whatever gets said from here doesn't travel past the edge of the table. She moves to the actual topic. The arc's read on Verdun is that he represents real talent worth investing in. She picks up on his unspoken questions and tells him to ask whatever he wants. Verdun starts with what's been sitting in his mind since the forest. The feeling he walked into near the demon forest's edge wasn't something a person develops from too many ghost stories. That level of wrongness doesn't come from ordinary sources. And he needs to understand exactly what he was sensing before he walks back into it. Something in that forest isn't just unusual. His gut is practically screaming it, and instincts don't lie at this level. One glance at Risner's face, and that feeling gets confirmed without a single word spoken. She starts to explain, then catches herself. But what she does say next reframes everything. The Ark's entire belief system rests on one brutal truth. Suffering is the engine of human growth. On the small end, trials reshape individuals. Scale them up, and entire cities, nations, even the world itself, get reshaped in the process. Those who endure and come out the other side don't just survive. They get noticed, elevated, eventually placed in positions where they can actually steer the course of humanity. Dunn connects the dots before she even finishes. Whatever is lurking in that forest fits the definition of one of those trials exactly. She confirms it, but the follow-up lands harder. Failure here isn't just personal. The scale of potential destruction could be catastrophic, and the Ark? It was never built to be everyone's shield. That's the part Risner makes painfully clear. The organization's purpose is narrower, sharper. Identify the right candidates, then point them directly at what needs to be faced. Hidden dangers across the entire continent get analyzed, cataloged, and then funneled toward whoever is capable of handling them. That's when the full weight of it hits. An organization that monitors every corner of the continent, invisible to the rest of the world, operating without oversight. The power that kind of network represents isn't just impressive. In the wrong hands, it could be far more dangerous than any People of Darkness faction ever was. He pushes for specifics about the Forest of the Demons trial, and Risner shuts it down immediately, offering something else entirely, a direct invitation to participate. Normally, this kind of prep work stays exclusive to official Ark candidates, but his disposition changes the math. She's willing to make an exception, framing the whole thing as a commission rather than any kind of formal recruitment. A box lands on the table. Consider it in advance. Accepting another gift from the Ark isn't a small thing, and Verdun knows it. Yet when Risner opens the box, hesitation has to compete with what's sitting inside. A dimensional bag and a bottle of mandrake extract. Mandrake. The word alone stops him cold. He stares at that bottle like it can't possibly be real. The moment Risner reveals it, the sheer value of what's sitting on that table becomes immediately undeniable to Verdun. Here's the thing about mandrake extract. It doesn't hit everyone the same way. Effectiveness is tied directly to natural talent, and with every subsequent dose the potency drops sharply. That first dose is everything. Maximum expansion of mana circuits. Zero pain. Zero side effects. That's exactly why it anchors some of the most powerful elixirs in existence, including the magic core itself. Eyes locked on the small bottle, Verdun can't quite process how something like this ended up right in front of him. For any mage serious about growth, this substance sits in a category beyond precious. It's practically mythological. Only 14 appear naturally across the entire world each year. Artificial cultivation has never worked. 10 magic towers control the majority of the supply, and whatever's left disappears quietly into the hands of people powerful enough to claim it. Until this moment, Verdun had never actually been in the same room as one. The offer feels disproportionate, and he says so. Risner's answer is straightforward. This is about building credit, nothing more. The Ark wants goodwill, but she can read the room. Trust isn't something their guy hands out freely. So the side with something to prove moves first. The disguise comes off. Back in male form, Reisner delivers the terms plainly. The reward is already on the table, and it won't wait forever. The trial is there to be taken, won, not survived. The Ark will guide, never force. And if raw strength is the destination, no path gets there faster. But there's one condition attached to all of it. Leaving Roalene has to happen now. Stay, and the coming storm drags him in whether he's ready or not. Those are the last words before the figure vanishes entirely. Gordon sets his fork down, resumes eating, outwardly calm, inwardly unwilling to accept that run is even a real option. A man who already developed a theory capable of defying heaven itself doesn't retreat. The decision isn't even difficult. It crystallizes on its own. Meanwhile, on the castle roof, something is very wrong. 2 soldiers on watch duty notice it at the same time. The forest of the demons is darker than it has any right to be. Rumors of missing adventurers had been circulating, but with a platinum-ranked warrior like Bardell in the picture, the general mood stayed just above panic. That comfort evaporates in an instant. A lone figure is sprinting hard toward the gate from across the distance, and whoever it is, they are not slowing down. One of Bardell's own party members, gasping for every breath, demanding the gates open immediately. Inside the castle walls, an emergency assembly convenes fast. A Trent has crossed the forest boundary, and the silence that swallows the room after that announcement says everything. Bardell should have stopped this. The messenger doesn't let that assumption survive for long. Bardell is still back there, voluntarily, deliberately, holding the line against both a Trent and one of its variant species so the rest of his team could escape with a single message. The message: the soul tree has appeared. Heavy silence. Nobody in that room has an easy response to that. For those unfamiliar, soul trees feed on living things, converting consumed life directly into growth. Normally they get eliminated before maturity ever becomes a real possibility. But if one reaches full development, the threat classification changes entirely. The Adventurers Guild labels a mature soul tree a special entity, the highest threat designation that exists. Every person in that room feels the weight of that classification settle over them. If the recent wave of disappearances traces back to this thing, then Lorien itself is staring down destruction. Evacuation becomes the immediate priority. There's no debating it. What can't be set aside, though, is the fact that Bardell is still trapped inside that forest. Before any formal plan takes shape, a young female commander cuts through the deliberation and makes her position clear. She will go in personally, pull Bardell out, and bring the tree down herself. And she means it. Citywide alarms tear through Lorien moments later. The news that something is emerging from the Forest of the Demons sends the civilian population straight into panic. Even as the main force mobilizes and moves out, calls for volunteers echo across every street. The city's defenses need bodies. The citizens aren't completely without confidence, and there's a specific reason for that. The Crimson Sword is at the front, and Rira herself commands the subjugation force. At the forest entrance, Rhaera wastes zero time on pleasantries. She looks at the newcomer and makes her position immediately clear. She is not a babysitter. Become a liability in the field and he gets pulled. Simple as that. Verdun stands in formation, processes her words, and recognizes exactly who she is. The Ark candidate Risner referenced. Being pre-labeled a potential hindrance sparks something just below the surface. No warning. A Trent lunges directly at a soldier nearby. Rhaera is already there before the strike lands. The creature cut down with speed that registers almost after the fact. The blade didn't brute force through. It threaded through to the central core with a sequence of precise, deliberate slashes. Even fighters with serious credentials would struggle to pull off something that clean. The soldiers surrounding her don't need to be told. The gap in ability is obvious, immediate, and humbling. Path cleared. She moves on without comment. Everyone watching her processes the same realization. This woman fights at a level that makes mithril rank feel like a floor, not a ceiling. When Verdun steps forward, Rhaera's warning hits immediately. Stay out of this. It's her trial. He doesn't stop moving. A massive release of mana detonates outward from his body. Because if the goal is clearing the path, doing it himself is simply faster. Double casting flare ignites. The next moment, fire tears through the tree line with overwhelming, indiscriminate force. At the same time, His mono-sensing pushes outward into the deep woods. He's not just attacking, he's scanning, accounting for any possibility that Bardel is still breathing somewhere in those shadows. The volunteers go quiet. The display is not something easy to process. Rira watches him and recalibrates. Fourth circle, minimum. And his age, that number doesn't compute easily. The thought that follows is almost unavoidable. He has to be an ARC candidate. Verdun catches her looking. He arrives at the exact same conclusion about her. Two people, same world-level trial, same silent recognition. The truth confirms itself without either of them saying a word. No further argument. She picks up the pace. Anyone capable of matching it is welcome to follow. The rest fall back to rear support. The ordinary soldiers accept this without complaint, because trying to keep up with these two would just get people killed. Verdun and Rera accelerate to full speed, and the gap opens immediately. Verdun watches her technique as they move, and what he sees is genuinely impressive. None of Galliarch's raw, crushing brutality in there. Her style is clinical, economical, every movement exactly as precise as it needs to be and nothing more. That settles it. She's an ARC candidate. He's no longer guessing. The ARC's reach, he realizes, runs significantly deeper than his first assumption suggested. Far more embedded than he gave it credit for. That thought doesn't get to stay long. The soul tree is still out there, and it requires his full attention. The gray entity from that earlier commission lines up almost perfectly with every description of the soul tree. Bardel's disappearance almost certainly ties back to the same source. He sweeps the immediate area with his senses. Nothing. No entity. No trace of Bardel either. Standard detection range isn't cutting it, so he pushes his mana footprint further out than usual. That's when his senses pull toward the north. Something up there is wrong in a very specific way. Not dangerous, not loud, but hollow. Like the space itself has been emptied out. That doesn't happen naturally. He changes course and moves directly toward it. And someone behind him shouts, but he's already gone. The voice doesn't even register. Massive branches stretch overhead like a suffocating ceiling, blocking out everything above. Flame veil activates. The wood burns away as fast as it closes in, and he doesn't slow down. Even with detection at full range, pinpointing the actual core refuses to cooperate. Standing there trying to be precise isn't working, and he recognizes that fast. If precision is failing, then burning everything down until there's nowhere left to hide is the next logical move. He lands and casts Flame Plague without hesitation. Fire expands outward and consumes the surrounding forest in a single surge. Every minor threat, every obstacle, reduced to nothing. Now the soul tree has no choice but to show itself. Deep inside the inferno, something stirs. A presence, finally flickering into range. And then he sees him. Suspended in the air by thick, pulsing branches, a man bound completely somewhere between awareness and the edge of giving up entirely. Earlier, when awareness had briefly returned, the option to resist was already completely gone. Trents, countless of them, had encircled him completely, pale eyes fixed and unblinking. The wood had tightened around every limb while he waited, and the only thing still functioning was his will to survive, which, historically, has been his single greatest strength. But even that is wearing thin under a sustained, unrelenting aura of death. The soul tree is draining him. Slow and deliberate, leaving him nothing to do but wait for the end to arrive. Then the mana surge hits, and Verdun's blade is already moving, cutting through the branches. The captive drops free. He hits the ground hard. The collapse isn't just physical. It's the body finally admitting what the mind refused to accept. The shock of actually being free from that tree's grip is written all over him, and one look is all Verdun needs to confirm it. This is Bardel, the platinum-ranked warrior whose reputation precedes him across the continent. Gratitude pours out of Bardel immediately. But Verdun doesn't let the moment stretch. The suppression squad is closing in from behind, and regrouping now makes the most tactical sense. Except Verdun isn't moving toward the rear, and Bardel figures that out fast. Going after a soul tree alone isn't strategy. It's recklessness with a death wish attached. His argument is straightforward. Wait for reinforcements, hit it as a coordinated unit, and actually survive the encounter. The earth doesn't wait for that debate to finish. The ground rooches violently beneath their feet, and Bardel delivers the piece of information that reframes everything. The soul tree's main body isn't above ground at all. It never was. Right on cue. Enormous roots tear upward from the soil like geysers detonating from below. Verdun's immediate question cuts straight to what matters. Is Rera with the forces approaching from the rear? Bardel confirms she should be on her way. Buy time. Get the others forward when she arrives. That's the instruction. And the implication buried underneath it is that whatever is coming next, Verdun alone isn't the right answer for it. That assumption lands like an insult. But Verdun files it away for later. Because with the main body confirmed to be underground, there's no longer any reason to hold his power in reserve. The restraint ends here. Bardel sprints toward the incoming soldiers, and the moment they see him upright and breathing, relief sweeps through the ranks like a wave. It doesn't last. The earth starts shaking again, harder this time, with the kind of finality that ends celebrations before they begin. Rura feels it the moment it starts. Whatever is generating that disturbance, it's directly ahead and it's the primary source. Back at the center of it all, Verdun gets his first unobstructed look at what they're actually dealing with, and the scale of it is genuinely staggering. Everything visible above ground until now? One branch. A fraction of a single branch. The full structure tears upward from the depths and dwarfs everything around it. The trees, the terrain, the sky itself feels like it shrinks. If something this size reaches Roalene, the city doesn't survive the encounter. This is the trial Reesnor was talking about. There's no longer any doubt about that. Another flare launches, and the exposed branches ignite on contact. But burning the surface won't kill this thing. The core is buried underground, and surface-level fire isn't reaching it. A standard earthquake won't dislodge something that's been rooting itself for a century. What changes the equation is this. The fourth circle is now his to work with, earned through the previous commission along with an upgraded spellbook, and that unlocks something he couldn't have attempted before. He raises his weapon. Terrain manipulation activates. And he moves forward at the same time, not waiting for the dust to settle. Vera's voice cuts through the chaos. This boss monster is hers to handle, and she wants that understood clearly. The argument becomes immediately irrelevant as an enormous mass of roots and tangled wood erupts into full view ahead of them, filling the horizon completely. The knights stop moving. Not a tactical decision. Their legs simply stop working when the actual scale of the sultry registers in their minds. Because nobody had mentally prepared for something living to be this enormous, and despair spreads through the formation like a physical force. Branches weave across the sky in every direction. Dense, pale, interlocking, like a canopy built from something that was never supposed to grow this tall. And the bodies. Dozens of fallen men hang from those branches, motionless. Looking up at that, not one person in the formation can articulate what a successful subjugation of this thing even looks like. Then the soul tree screams. A deafening, guttural roar that has no business coming from something plant-based. The sound doesn't just hit, it cuts, drilling straight through the skull, and every single person present drops their composure and clamps their hands over their ears in pure reflex. Chaos ripples backward through the ranks. A knight pushes their lord immediately. Evacuate now. The lord doesn't argue. If that thing continues its advance uncontested, Lorien stops existing on any map. And then, right at that moment, a blazing pillar of fire tears upward into the sky in the distance, and every knight on that field goes completely silent staring at it. Here's what makes the soul tree so difficult to find. It has always hidden its true body underground. Adventurers have combed that forest for decades, never once locating the primary structure. While concealed beneath the earth, it spread roots quietly across the entire region, feeding on every living thing within reach without ever revealing itself. A century passes like that. The land develops its reputation, the forest of the demons, without anyone ever understanding the actual source. Now it's on the final threshold of its evolution. A few thousand more lives and the transformation completes. That's how this was always supposed to go. Verdun is standing in its way. He already understands that what comes next will cost him enormously in mana, and he doesn't care. He prepares anyway. The canopy tears open and a swarm of undead beasts pours out. Dragons, eagles, everything the tree has accumulated and preserved, diving directly toward him. From the tree line, undead humans knock arrows and release in coordinated volleys. The noise of the battlefield becomes absolute, overwhelming from every direction. Dawn ignites a flamethrower. Fire sweeps outward in a wide arc and tears through the attacking swarm. The soul tree doesn't even register the heat. No flinch. No reaction. Nothing. That indifference forces a strategic reassessment because the root structure forming the real body clearly carries extreme fire resistance. What he's been doing is surface damage at best, and surface damage won't end this. Before he can pivot, a voice appears inside his head. Not a battlefield sound. Something else entirely. It tells him to run, mocks the desperation behind his need to prove himself. It digs deeper. The power he carries was taken through killing. It whispers, and walking away to live quietly is the easier, smarter choice. He breathes out slowly. Mental intrusion. Recognized, categorized, and then measured against everything the magic tower put him through. By comparison, this hallucination barely qualifies as a disturbance. Resolve locked back in, he casts Colossal Earthstrike. The ground fractures with a violent crack, and massive roots split apart and explode upward into the open air where they can actually be dealt with. Rira arrives at that exact moment and immediately has something to say about it. She acknowledges that forcing the soul tree above ground is a useful development. But the concession stops right there because this trial belongs to her, and overcoming the beast herself is the only outcome she's willing to accept. Her blade is already moving as she speaks, carving into the massive trunk with precise, relentless slashes. The glory and the challenge stay with her. That's non-negotiable. Watching her drive forward, Verdun makes a quick calculation. She doesn't get swept away, she doesn't die easy, and right now 2 people hitting this thing simultaneously from different elemental angles is simply the more effective approach. He proposes exactly that. 2 opponents, fire and blade, both with affinities that punch directly into the soul tree's weaknesses. And the soul tree registers this combination as a genuine threat for the first time. Something ancient and instinctive stirs inside it. A mortal danger it hasn't felt in 100 years. To survive, it does the only thing left available to it. Burns through every reserve of energy accumulated over that entire century. The recovery will take centuries, but that calculation only matters if it survives the next few minutes. Eliminating both of them is now the singular objective. The power surge that follows shocks every living thing on that battlefield. Reality on the ground twists into something unrecognizable as a blinding force consumes the surrounding area entirely. When the light clears, Verdun is standing somewhere else entirely. Different space, different rules. He tries to reconstruct what just happened to the world around him. A moment ago, forest, battle, flames. Now none of that exists, and then a figure steps into view ahead of him. The Magic Tower Master, Balrog Besius. Looking down with that exact expression, cold, amused, completely unbothered, and commenting that even breaking natural limits at the first circle still doesn't produce anything worth being impressed by. Fury rises hot and immediate inside Verdun. He tries to push himself upright, tries to get back on his feet and close the distance. His legs collapse under him before he gets the chance. Everything he's endured to reach this point and the gap between them hasn't moved. Survived everything, clawed through every ordeal. Still can't leave a mark on that man. Balrog raises one hand and begins drawing mana into it. The volume of it is terrifying even from the ground. The mockery continues. The futility of ever surpassing his limits. Delivered with the casual cruelty of someone who genuinely believes it. Jordan forces his mind to work instead of react. He examines the scene in front of him with cold logic, and something in the texture of it feels wrong. Too clean. Too perfectly constructed. Balrog throws another jab at his silence, reading it as complete despair finally setting in. That's not what's happening. Verdun reaches out, grabs Balrog by the face, and states it plainly. This is a dream. His future self doesn't lose this completely to a memory. He refuses that narrative outright. Blood starts leaking from Balrog's eyes as fury cracks through that perfectly composed expression. And 50 Verdun's order cuts through the vision like a blade. Stop. The figure of Balrog dissolves into nothing. Verdun stands alone in the space, and he steadies himself with a single certainty. The illusion breaks soon, and when it does, the fight continues. But back on the battlefield, he's not the only one caught inside the curse. Every soul in range has been pulled under. Rara's consciousness drops into a completely different nightmare. She's small again, a child, and her hands are drenched in red so dark it doesn't look like it should belong to anything still living. She looks around and the landscape is nothing but bodies. The paralysis hits all at once, no survivors, no one else standing. She's completely alone in a world that looks like it ended because of her. Her voice breaks the silence. A cry that gets absorbed by the emptiness and returns nothing. Then something grabs her face from behind, claws, cold and deliberate. A presence leans in and speaks. Humanity is an obstacle, nothing more. A biological barrier standing between the present and what evolution demands. It has waited an entire eternity for this, and she is the reason it's being denied. By pressing that specific grief directly into her consciousness, the entity locks her inside the cycle. The curse feeds on exactly this kind of wound. In the physical world, Rara's body is trembling. The vision has her paralyzed, unresponsive, completely vulnerable. The undead close in without hesitation. Still tangled inside the horrors of her past, she can barely register the monsters surrounding her, let alone mount a defense. But before any of them can reach her, a barrage of spells hammers down from the sky like judgment delivered from above. And in the middle of all that chaos, Dan is completely calm. Not performing it, just genuinely unbothered. His verdict on the soul tree's illusion is blunt, decent effort from the tree. But the nightmare itself had the creative depth of a third-rate novel's villain monologue, rising into the air. Verdun turns his full attention toward the soul tree. And what he observes tells him everything he needs to know. The thing is moving slowly, significantly slower than before, and that confirms exactly what he suspected. That nightmare wasn't a side effect or a passive ability. It was the final move, a last desperate attempt to end this fight before it ended the tree, and it failed. That failure is the opening he's been waiting for, though brute forcing it with raw Earth's manipulation could still work. The time cost makes it impractical. Starlight would guarantee an immediate kill, but the risk of exposure to the black hours combined with total annihilation of the surrounding terrain makes that option off the table. So he builds something else instead. Thunderclouds, gathered and stacked high above the canopy, with mana compressing inside them into concentrated lightning. He holds it, pushes to the absolute edge of what his body can contain, and doesn't release. Not yet. A little more, just a little more. And then, with one final surge of will, triple casting activates. The lightning condenses past what should theoretically be possible, a maximum output that has no right to exist at his circle level. Triple lightning annihilation releases directly into the heart of the soul tree. The monstrosity is consumed entirely, not damaged, not wounded. Consumed. Every person on that battlefield watches in complete silence. And Rhaera, blinking slowly in the fading light, watches the form in front of her dissolve into ash, piece by piece, until nothing remains. That suffocating ancient presence that had saturated the entire forest only moments ago is simply gone, like a weight lifted from the atmosphere itself. As flames continue spreading across what's left of the trunk, it registers for her. The trial is over. She approaches Verdun, and there's no version of this where she pretends otherwise. He subjugated the soul tree. Alone. What she can't reconcile is how easily he walked out of the nightmare. She asks directly whether he carries a high-level mental protection item. When he denies it, she genuinely struggles to accept that answer. Verdun's explanation is simple. He saw the illusion clearly, but a scenario that could never actually happen in reality gives him nothing real to be afraid of. That answer is cold enough and logical enough that it satisfies her, at least for now. Then something shifts in the air above them, and everyone instinctively looks up. Countless faint lights drift upward into the night sky. Quiet, weightless, like something long trapped finally finding permission to leave. Ancient records describe this exactly. A dying soul tree releases the essence of every soul it consumed over its lifetime. Freed from the tree's hold, each light returns to the cycle where it was always meant to be. Rhaera watches the lights and asks the obvious question. Does this mark the official end of the trial? Verdun believes so. Back-to-back trials are rare enough to be nearly unheard of. Even so, standing there watching it all settle, the ending feels quieter than Rissner's original warning suggested it should. That's because the stage was never calibrated for someone operating at his level. The trial simply wasn't built for what showed up. He reflects on the weight of that thought. A mage this capable, still operating in anonymity. And yet tonight, because he was here, Loriane still exists. High above everything, perched on a cliff with a clear view of the entire aftermath. Rissner watches without moving. The outcome cleared every projection he had built around this scenario, by a significant margin. The soul tree had mutated far past its original threat level. Bark harder than steel. A Treant legion, a full undead army under its command, and a nightmare ability so potent that even Rhaera, ranked in the top 3 candidates, couldn't break free from it unaided. By his previous models, an uncontrolled escalation of this trial would have erased 4 nearby cities from the map. Instead, a single 4th circle mage resolved the entire catastrophe in one night. The following morning, the gates of Loriane open and the returning fighters walk through to an eruption of celebration. The crowd pouring out every ounce of relief they'd been holding since the alarms first went off. Rissner remains on the outside of all of it, watching Verdun from a distance, quietly asking himself the same question he can't stop circling. Who exactly is this man? Days pass after the subjugation, but Verdun stays in Loriane. The guild's reward review process is slower than expected, and while he waits, the story of what happened in that forest spreads fast and loud through every street in the city. Once people connect the ash-haired mage to the reason their city is still standing, they don't leave him alone. Locals start appearing everywhere he goes, pressing food and gifts into his hands before he can redirect them, because, as far as the citizens of Loriane are concerned, they are alive specifically because of him. The volume of gratitude quickly becomes something he cannot physically manage. Standing in the middle of it all, he also registers something else. Hiding his true strength isn't really a functional strategy anymore. That window has closed. While navigating the crowd, a large building catches his attention, and he redirects toward it, grateful for any reason to change course. Inside that building, Rhaera pulls herself awake and drags back the curtain, only to find the afternoon sun already positioned high overhead. She slept significantly longer than intended. Before she can fully orient herself, a young girl named Vina appears at the door with a simple message. Lunch is ready. Rhaera thanks the child for the wake-up call, and the two of them head toward the dining hall together, with Vina spending most of the walk filing a detailed complaint about fish bones. They pass a window, and there's Verdun outside, announcing without much ceremony that he's brought ingredients for the orphanage. Their eyes meet through the glass, and Rhaera places him immediately. Later, the two of them sit together over a shared meal, and Rhaera moves to offer repayment for the supplies he brought. He clarifies that the donation was deliberate, not an accident, not a favor requiring balance, which prompts her to keep her veil adjusted while noting, with dry humor, that beauty tends to generate its own particular set of complications. She walks it back almost immediately. She's joking. The conversation finds its way to the arc. She confirms what he already suspected. The Soul Tree battle counted as his first official trial. Under normal parameters, a first trial is designed to be manageable, except this one involved a catastrophic level entity that had no business appearing at that stage. That gap between expectation and outcome forces her to genuinely reassess what she's looking at. The mana pool alone is difficult to explain. Add rapid-fire spell casting on top of that, and then factor in mental resilience that the nightmare, one of the most powerful psychological attacks she's ever encountered, couldn't penetrate. And the picture that forms isn't consistent with someone his age. Curiosity eventually wins, and she asks directly, why did he join the Ark? His answer is straightforward. The organization is useful to him, nothing more ideological than that. Rhaera doesn't push back on it. She joined for a specific goal too, not for any belief in the cause. That goal, removing the curse she keeps hidden behind her veil. The word curses lands and immediately pulls Verdun's full analytical attention toward it. Curses split into two broad categories. The first operates through the mind, driven by black magic or suppression techniques, and the Ermin second traces back to demons, beings fundamentally opposed to holy power. Demonic curses are in an entirely different bracket of dangerous body degradation, vitality drain, the kind of affliction that doesn't plateau. Based on what he can observe, her condition lines up with the second category. She lays it out plainly. Her status as a candidate is a tool. She's using the Ark's reach and information network toward a single end: find the demon that killed her family and left her with his curse. That's the entire objective. Revenge is a motive, openly stated, and the Ark apparently has no issue with that, which says something about how the organization actually operates. A deal takes shape across the table. Verdun agrees to forward any information he uncovers regarding demons directly to her through the guild, compensated at a rate worth the intel. No downside to the arrangement from his position. He agrees without hesitation. She tells him she'll evaluate whatever he brings fairly, then moves to leave, pausing just long enough to acknowledge that this particular meeting was worth having. The word she uses is meaningful, and she means it without sentiment. One last question before she's gone: the next trial's schedule. His answer resets her framing entirely. Trials don't operate on schedules. They simply appear, and the Ark never applies pressure to participate. Every choice made and every consequence that follows belongs entirely to the candidate who made it. Later, Verdun walks into the Adventurers Guild for a different kind of meeting. Favalt, the Lorien branchmaster, sits across from him as the guild finalizes its assessment. His contribution to the city's defense carries a value of 570 million elk. Payment will transfer within days, and there's a physical reward on top of that. Fragments of the Soul Tree's trunk were recovered near the core site and sent for appraisal. The results came back unusual because the material sits well above standard metal in terms of durability, self-repair capability, mana conductivity that exceeds mithril. The classification that comes back is ultra-rare material, and that designation isn't handed out easily. Based on Rara's testimony, the recovered pieces are divided, one portion to him, one to her, and the guild retains the last third. He signs the documentation and takes his share. Walking out, he runs a quick mental inventory of everything currently in his possession: the breath of element, a mana crystal, the soul tree trunk fragment, and the mandrake extract. Each one valuable. The question is which one moves the needle the fastest. Combining the breath of element with the crystal to form an orb is viable, and the trunk could be shaped into an exceptional staff frame. The crafting costs for either path would exceed 1 billion elk, which is a number that does not currently exist in his account. With funds falling short, only one realistic path to immediate advancement remains: the mandrake extract, the exact ingredient required to create a magic core. That's the move. Decision made. He goes to find Pale. A bald man meets him at the entrance and leads him inside without question. Verdun notices the change in how he's being treated. The dismissiveness from his first visit is entirely absent. When he asks about the shift, the guide answers simply, "This is how things will be handled going forward." The reception room he's brought to is nothing like what he's seen before. The upgrade in setting is significant enough to be disorienting. The status implied by the room doesn't match what he came in expecting. A familiar voice fills the space, acknowledging the change without apology, and then explaining that only 3 types of people are ever brought to this particular room. First, those who are trusted. Second, those who cannot be meaningfully contained by conventional barriers. Third, those who qualify as both. Pale steps into view, and he's been waiting. Pale runs the southern branch of Grey as an informant embedded within the Riviente Duchy, and his reach across the duchy is total. His operatives are evaluated as instruments, their worth measured with precision and without sentiment. He rarely miscalculates, which is exactly why the one time he did stands out so clearly in his memory. And that miscalculation is standing in this room right now. When Galiarch first brought 5 Verdun in, Pal expected a clean, sharp tool, useful, controllable, replaceable. That read collapsed completely within months. 3rd to 4th circle. A city saved. The Soul Tree class earned on top of all that. And now people are starting to place Dan's name in the same conversation as Mithril-ranked Rara. That's not a small sentence. Pale gets straight to it during their meeting. Verdun's rank is jumping 2 tiers immediately, and that promotion carries real weight. Better pay, and the freedom to select his own commissions. The logic lands immediately for Verdun. Rank means money. Money means control. Simple enough. What Verdun needs right now is a top-tier alchemist and someone who can act as a proxy for materials that don't move through ordinary channels. Pale slides a bill across the surface between them. The number on it is not small, and staring at it, Verdun can see his savings evaporating in real time if this becomes a recurring expense. He asks for a commission to offset the cost. The timing, as it turns out, couldn't be better. Pale has something already in mind. A rank 2 job involving the heart of Salamander. A rare item lifted from the kingdom of Estria by someone who had no right to touch it. The thief, Locus, a rogue informant out of Northern Grey, operating through illegal methods and surrounded by a protective layer of criminals who keep him insulated from consequences. The damage from Locus's actions has Northern Grey teetering. The organization is fractured and close to collapse because of him. The heart of Salamander matters, but Pale is clear about what he actually wants. Locus's information. The item is secondary. For an informant, secrets aren't just valuable, they're survival itself. Locus won't release them without a fight. Multiple factions are already converging on the same target, which makes the whole situation extremely unstable. Pale promises a payout significant enough to make the risk worthwhile. A few days later, Verdun is already airborne near Northern Grey, circling at altitude. He pulled the location of a secondary base out of one of Locus's men before anyone knew he was even asking. Pale had flagged this stretch as difficult terrain. Anti-mana detection makes tracking unreliable past a certain point. The interference is real, but his read on the direction still feels right. Below, multiple life signs. 2 mages, a mace user, a swordsman. A full team moving with purpose. Their pattern reads like trackers, closing in on Locus from a practiced angle. Further out, a lone figure drifts through the sky with a physical build that pulls up an immediate mental comparison to Galliarch. Whatever that unknown figure is, letting it complicate the engagement isn't an option. Verdun moves first. Double casting fires, repositioning him directly behind the ground team in a single blink. 2 men go down to a wind cutter before either registers the threat. Blood hits the dirt, and Verdun is already assessing their remaining targets. The competition needs to be cleared before whatever is at the center of this situation reveals itself fully. Meanwhile, in a dim hideout somewhere below, Locus moves through the dark, limping badly. One hand clutching a pouch and a folded set of papers like they're the only things keeping him alive. The confusion running through him is genuine. He eliminated everyone connected to the Estria theft and crossed the border under cover. Hunter still found him. That shouldn't have been possible. Then an explosion tears through the space and throws him off his feet entirely. 2 figures step through the settling dust. A woman, and beside her, a masked partner. She looks at his broken leg and calls the situation what it is. It's over. Her partner offers the simplified version. Surrender the heart and the documents now. Accept a clean death. And this ends without additional suffering. Locus refuses. Hand over his information and everything that defines him as an informant ceases to exist. That's not a trade he's willing to make. Her partner doesn't push the argument further. Telekinesis activates instead, and the pouch and papers tear free from Locus's grip with no resistance. A quick inspection confirms it. The heart and the documents are genuine. Both accounted for. True to her word, the axe swings. And Locus is gone, the woman walking away with blood across her from the impact. The 2 mercenaries prepare to move, link up with the rest of the team, rest, and collect. A sound at the door stops them before they can take the first step. A hand wraps around the door frame, and a pair of glowing eyes follow it inside, belonging to Amin. A man who steps fully into the room like he owns the space. She reads him as a competitor immediately and charges axe raised, going for a fast finish. She never gets close. The man puts her down instantly. Her partner goes completely still, not a tactical pause, pure terror. The thing moves toward him slowly, and it asks for the heart like the outcome of this conversation was already decided before it started. Back outside, 540 stops just short of the entrance, because the structure matches the description from the location he traced, and the residual traces of multiple presences confirmed this was recently crowded. That's the explanation for why his arrival came later than planned, and then his instincts fire, sharp, immediate, and not something he dismisses. The hideout detonates from the inside. Through the debris and settling dust, a man emerges, and axes drive straight through someone reaching outward with a hand extended for help. And the other figure's life ends just as fast, the body flung outward and sent flying directly at Verdun. His shield comes up without hesitation, absorbing the impact before it connects. The full picture assembles quickly. Locus is already dead. The woman and her partner secured the information and the heart of Salamander first, and this man walked in and took everything from them immediately after. The documents are still in there, which means this thing doesn't understand what it's holding. It isn't here for secrets. It's here to erase every witness, and Verdun is currently standing in that category. The man laughs and steps forward. The body language reads as an open invitation to try something. Earthbone activates. The ground erupts directly beneath the creature, and it walks out of the blast without breaking stride, expression hovering somewhere between entertained and disappointed. That reaction staggers. Verdun's read on the situation for just a moment. The creature tears its own clothing open, and the body underneath swells as muscle mass stacks visibly onto muscle mass in real time, like the physiology is being rewritten mid-conversation. It's treating this like a recreational activity, commenting that eliminating someone hired by an information broker should make for decent entertainment. Then a distorted face pushes outward from the creature's shoulder, and something about that specific detail triggers immediate recognition in Verdun. He's seen this before. The creature reaches toward its own midsection, where a second mouth forms and bites down. Simultaneously, a symbol carved into its chest ignites with a slow, eerie glow. Everything connects at once. The devouring trait, the layered physiology, the symbol. This is one of the professor's experiments, and it represents gluttony. The creature rotates to display the multiple faces distributed across its torso, delivering what amounts to a sales pitch about fusing magic and physical energy. 51 doesn't engage with the performance. His assessment is quick and cold. This version is significantly weaker than the gluttony he encountered previously. He doesn't know why another one has surfaced here, but the gap is measurable, and measurable gaps get exploited. Mana attacks launch toward him, but Verdun is already in the air, clearing the strike with room to spare. The creature's anger is immediate and visible as it presses the attack. Its behavior pattern doesn't match anything operating under Arc Protocol, which removes every reason to hold back. Earth Strike and Flamebolt release simultaneously in a combined assault, and while the exchange continues, Verdun maps the creature's magic second circle ceiling, and the control behind it is unrefined. Significant limitations. Before he can press that advantage into something decisive, the creature crosses the distance in a single terrifying burst of speed, appearing directly in front of his face, but pulls back just as fast, like it was testing his reaction. That's when Verdun processes the unsettling detail he missed. The creature can fly, and its tone shifts. The aggression pulls back just enough to make room for something else. It begins talking about cooperation, about someone important who would find Verdun's abilities worth acquiring. Verdun asks the obvious question, and then undercuts it immediately by asking whether joining this particular arrangement also includes a complementary set of extra faces. The creature pitches transformation as the answer. Abandon human limitations entirely, and become something classified as a neo-human. Verdun's response is immediate and unambiguous. A massive fire flare released without hesitation. The flames tear across the creature's face and burn deep into the tissue beneath. Rage rewrites its expression completely as it swears to devour him the same way it devoured everyone else. The fight stretches past 20 minutes. And throughout that time, Verdun keeps learning. Even if, as an inferior build, the creature sustains itself by consuming its own body mass, and the raw physical output it generates is still overwhelming. The mechanics of the transplant process remain unclear, but the recovery pattern is consistent. The multiple faces distributed across its body each appear to connect to separate mana circuits, and that structural flaw is exactly what Verdun starts threading his attacks through. The longer the fight runs, the wider that edge opens, but clean victory keeps staying just out of reach. Exhaustion from sustained casting starts accumulating, and then a heavy impact knocks the staff clean out of his hand, and the creature lunges in immediately, reading the moment as the finish line. Verdun raises a shield and absorbs the strike without moving. The creature assumes that disarmament changes the math. It does not. Verdun raises his open hand and pulls mana directly into his palm, because a staff is a support instrument, not the source. Magic doesn't require it. He forms a psychokinetic ricochet and releases it. The spell shatters the creature's weapon on contact and tears through the body behind it, blood erupting outward from the force. Verdun already understands why the fight is turning. The creature has thrown itself against a spell work repeatedly, without ever adjusting to the patterns, and that kind of rigidity only ends one way. The creature finally registers genuine mortal danger, and its body begins to deteriorate in response. No limbs left to consume for emergency fuel. It tries to run. Verdun doesn't let that happen. 2 fingers raise. A thunderstrike is called down. Lightning crashes into the creature and detonates, triggering a massive explosion that swallows it entirely. And at that moment, Verdun surveys the wreckage left behind and takes a long look at exactly what one spell just erased. One thought cuts through everything else. No matter where he goes, the professor's test subjects always seem to find their way to him. At this point, it's almost a pattern. Staff back in hand, Verdun turns to face what's left of the creature. Even torn apart, the thing refuses to accept the outcome, demanding to know how something of its standing could fall to this. Verdun answers without emotion. Every time it consumed itself to regenerate, the restoration was never complete. The process returned less each time. Piece by piece, its own physiology became more fragmented, and that fundamental flaw made the ending inevitable from the moment the fight started. He pulls the pouch and Locus's documents out of the dirt without breaking eye contact. Holding them, he delivers the final point directly. The creature is a living contradiction. It tried to preserve itself by destroying its own foundation, and in doing so, it guaranteed exactly what it was trying to avoid. Verdun tightens his grip on the staff and drives it straight into the creature's open mouth. Before the fire comes, he gives it one last piece of information. The professor it keeps referencing is already dead, killed by the same hand holding the staff. That revelation lands, and then the flames follow. A massive explosion of fire consumes the experiment entirely, and what remains is ash. On the outskirts of Combali town, deep in the Riviente Duchy, Verdun arrives at the workshop of the renowned alchemist Rido Varslan. The alchemist takes his time examining every material. Verdun sets out for inspection. Careful, deliberate, professional. Pale already gave him the background, so when the components connect in his mind, he confirms the obvious. These materials are assembled for crafting a magic core. Gordon confirms it without elaboration. The alchemist turns each piece over in his hands, and the quality registers immediately. A magic core hasn't crossed his workbench in a long time, and the complexity of this particular assembly reawakens something in him professionally. Then, Verdun places the heart of Salamander on the table. The alchemist goes visibly still. He understands exactly what he's looking at, and what he can't reconcile is what Verdun actually intends to build with a catalyst this powerful. Verdun doesn't answer immediately. Pale's commission only ever required recovering Locus's information. The heart was never part of that legal scope. Running through the logic, the creature he fought was tied to Gluttony, which means the heart's original owner almost certainly connects to that network. Even if every trail leading to it gets erased, carrying it openly is an ongoing invitation for exactly the kind of attention that ends careers or lives. The cleanest solution is to consume its essence through proper alchemy and eliminate the risk entirely. And if the process is done right, the heart becomes the cornerstone of his push toward the fifth circle, the foundation for eventually becoming a magus. The alchemist proposes refining it into a high-grade vitality tonic, clearly energized by the scale of the project. But the production fee is substantial and comes due before any work begins. Days later, Verdun accompanies the alchemist into the wilderness to source additional raw materials. The arrangement is practical. He offsets part of the production cost by serving as both escort and assistant. While they work through the collection, the alchemist gets curious. He asks what's actually driving Verdun's push to create a magic core. Not tactically, but personally. Verdun senses the question carries more weight than it appears to, like the answer might factor into how the work gets done. He keeps it simple. He wants to become stronger. The alchemist sits with that for a moment, then speaks. Most human suches something that large end up consumed by the gap between the dream and the reality. Most of them burn out and walk away with nothing but bitterness. The ones who actually reach the summit discover something else waiting there. A second dream, different from the first. Some chase wealth after that. Some pour themselves into training the next generation. Others step back entirely and build something quiet. A family, an ordinary life. What connects them is that they find a new direction after the first one completes. The ones who don't find that second purpose tend to dissolve into stagnation, not defeated, just emptied out. He offers this as the observation of someone who's watched it happen more than once. The words land somewhere deeper than Verdun expected, and they stay with him as a large creature tears through the tree line and interrupts everything. The alchemist doesn't miss a beat. He keeps harvesting the rare plant he was working on, while Verdun steps forward to handle the problem. During the brief fight, Verdun's thoughts drift to what the alchemist said. The path after revenge is genuinely blank. He can't see it. Doesn't know what lives on the other side of it. Maybe that future only becomes visible once the debt is paid. And that uncertainty, that open, unanswered space, is exactly why the growth can't slow down now. He ends the fight with decisive, clean force. The alchemist laughs watching it and declares him completely insane. Verdun accepts the label. Right now, it might be the most accurate description available. A few days later, the two men sit across from each other again. The alchemist laughs, recalling Pale's description of him, and then admits it undershot the reality by a significant margin. He brings up the golem specifically, how Verdun pulled its attention deliberately and then redirected it underground rather than wasting energy engaging it head-on. Strategic, precise, and technically grounded in alchemy fundamentals. At his age, that combination is genuinely unusual. Verdun gives full credit to his former master, strict, uncompromising, and unwilling to accept anything less than complete understanding. A reference that almost certainly points toward the Tower Master. The alchemist sets the completed work on the table, the magic core and the salamander potion. Both finished. Verdun places them carefully into his dimensional bag and offers his thanks without performance. He tells the alchemist directly, he'll be back with another request. The alchemist's response carries a particular weight. By the time that next visit comes, Verdun won't be the same person who walked in today. He follows that with a question. Does Verdun actually understand the core's most significant effect? Verdun runs through the standard knowledge. Enhanced mana circuits. Expanded mana capacity. Faster casting speed. Purification of internal mana. Given his current profile, only the first and third effects seem to apply in any meaningful way. The alchemist corrects that framing immediately. The real nature of a magic core is that it finds the user's specific deficiencies and strengthens exactly those. Most mages share similar weaknesses, which is why the commonly reported results overlap. But Verdun has already closed most of those conventional gaps through sheer development. The alchemist admits he's never worked with someone at Verdun's specific profile before, so predicting the exact outcome isn't possible. What he can say with certainty, the core will reshape his body into something more precisely suited for his craft than anything he's currently working with. Verdun sits quietly with that and thinks about what it actually means to possess a body perfected for magic. The scene pulls back. Months earlier, in the middle of a brutal fight against Tion, the assassin hired by the professor. The battle is already consuming everything around it. Jason broke from the chaos to reach Verdun, telling him to go, that he'd hold the line, his gesture leaving no room for debate. Verdun doesn't argue, he moves. Tion's focus shifts, and someone notices. The pressure stays on Tion. No opportunity to track Verdun while still dealing with the threat directly in front of him. The calculation is fast and brutal. Managing both 5 Derd and a knight simultaneously isn't viable. The decision is made to stop the knight and cut off the pursuit before it becomes a problem. Later, rain coming down hard, Tion retreats from the field. A deep wound is carved across his chest. Dark red soaks through his clothing and leaves a stain across the bark of the nearest tree. Then his body gives out and he hits the mud. His thoughts fracture. He believes he avoided the professor's trap. But the certainty doesn't hold, because if the professor survived, going back is suicide. And if word travels that he deceived the professor, what follows won't be quick. The thought of dying face down in the mud grips him. And then he rejects it entirely. He threads a needle through his own skin in the rain, stitching the wound with nothing but determination, holding his hand steady. He will not die here. Whatever comes next, he survives until the very end. Then a massive silhouette appears through the dark in front of him. The voice that comes out of it is enormous, demanding the professor's location before Tion can even orient himself toward an exit. The realization hits immediately. He has stumbled directly into something else that wants him dead. The figure standing in front of him is an augmented. The body is wrong in every measurable way. Eagle claws where hands should be, limbs distorted and multiply far beyond human anatomy. These are the augmented, humans who survived horrific surgical modification at the hands of Gluttony. Animal parts. Demi-human grafts, pieces harvested from powerful warriors and fused onto living bodies to force their limits open by violence. Tion counts the ones lurking nearby and understands immediately that running isn't a realistic option. One of them repeats the question, "Where is the professor?" He lies. The professor is currently locked into a critical experiment, unavailable. The augmented doesn't move. Their leader, Fang, has already issued a direct order. The professor returns immediately. No exceptions. Fang's name removes every negotiating option. Tion goes quiet. Then one of the subordinates produces the detail that collapses the lie entirely. The professor is working on neo-human creation. Tion shifts to begging, asking for more time to produce answers. Out of options, he yields. For a period after that, Tion works for Gluttony. He helps them track magical items, the soul tree, the heart of salamander. Feeding leads into their operation. He even facilitates the abduction of ordinary people, handing them over to be used as test subjects for experiments that don't end cleanly. Now the augmented delivers the final notice. Fang's patience is completely exhausted. The professor's location. One last time. And Tion already knows there's no version of a lie that survives this moment. He has a control bomb held behind his back. The device shatters in his grip the instant he tries to move. Fire erupts at his back, scorching the air right behind him. The run ends almost before it starts. Heavy metal chains snap around his limbs and the augmented lifts him off the ground like he weighs nothing. The warning is simple. Silence only makes what comes next worse. Then a subordinate drops from behind. No warning, no sound before impact. Verdun. Staff already in motion as the attack continues forward. The augmented recognizes him immediately and processes the implication. Verdun has been tracking them, operating in the shadows the entire time. The fight ignites without preamble. The augmented's first reaction is genuine shock. A mage moving at that speed doesn't fit any model they have for how this kind of fight goes. 50 Verdun doesn't give them time to recalibrate, and he makes his opinion of their body modification experiments crystal clear. Rapid strikes land across the giant's frame in quick succession, rattling it in ways it didn't anticipate. But the augmented's confidence holds. The logic is simple and old. No matter how fast a mage moves, a physical strike lands before a spell completes. Tia, one watches from the side, mind running in 2 directions at once, genuinely confused about why Verdun is here helping him, and quietly calculating the first moment it becomes safe to disappear. The augmented surges forward with everything it has, targeting Verdun directly, and the spell hits first. Swab locks in, and the field changes entirely. No spell. That's what made the ground betray him. The augmented warrior never saw it coming. 1 second he had solid footing, the next the earth had swallowed his boots in thick, sucking mud. The monster's confusion was immediate, because Verdun had given zero visible indication he was casting anything at all. Recovery wasn't even on the table. Before the creature could reorient, a sharp earth javelin punched clean through its torso. No warning. No windup. Just consequence. Dead. Just like that. Tiana stood there completely frozen because what she just witnessed made no sense. A monster of that caliber wiped out that cleanly by a mage, and not even a struggle. The ease of it was the most unsettling part. Still processing, he turns to Verdun and asks the obvious question. Do they actually know each other? Verdun reaches up and pulls off his cap. Something clicks in Tian's memory. Slow at first, then all at once. The mage standing in front of him right now is the same one from before. Fifth Verdun. Right there. In the flesh. Meanwhile, Rito finishes pulling the last of the magic core's energy into himself, the absorption complete, the residual power dissolving into nothing as the job wraps up. The return to Cohen gets cut short, because a rank 2 mission from Pale Viral lands in Cardin's hands immediately. The assignment, infiltrate Count Roden Mayer's territory, dig into a string of mysterious disappearances, uncover what's actually happening beneath the surface, and walk away without letting the public catch a whiff of any of it. The mission is live, and while he moves through it, the magic core keeps doing its work, warping and reshaping his physical form from the inside out. Then something new surfaces. Magic eyes, manifesting as a power that lets him cast spells instantaneously at any location within his direct line of sight. No delay, no telegraph. But that gift comes with a brutal price tag. The pressure building behind his retinas isn't subtle. It's a warning that overuse doesn't end in headaches. It ends in total blindness. Even so, the tactical edge this gives a mage who actively seeks close quarters engagement is undeniable. Devastating risk and all. Mid-investigation, Don corners Taeon surfaces. The same slippery assassin who slipped through his fingers back in Martyrs, now looming, directly over him, unavoidable. No pleasantries. The demand is immediate. Are the disappearances connected to the organization called Gluttony? Tian's hands are shaking. Through the nerves, he manages to ask the one thing on his mind. If he tells the truth, does he walk away alive? Gordon's answer is cold and clean. Cooperation isn't a favor. It's the only route that doesn't end with him dead. Living hasn't exactly been kind to Tian. But dying? That's a different story. One he's not ready to be part of. So he talks. The kidnappings trace directly back to Gluttony. Confirmed. Verdun pushes harder, wanting intel that actually matters. Tian's defense is simple. He's just low level, a grunt who moved boxes and followed orders. He goes on to explain that both humans and monsters are being pulled in and drained of their essence. Then Verdun drops the name, the Heart of Salamander, and that's when things shift. Tian's eyes sharpen. He wants to know where that information came from, because even inside the organization, that detail was buried under lock and key. When pushed again by our guy, Sion falls back on the one excuse he has left. The organization's endgame is something he genuinely doesn't know. Verdun doesn't buy it for a second, and he says exactly that. That's the breaking point. Tian snaps, not with anger, but exhaustion. Venting about everything that's crushed him since Marty's, the constant performance of pretending the professor never died, the daily grind of running from people who wanted him in the ground. None of it moves Verdun. This is a man who once put a target on his back. Sympathy isn't something that applies here, and his expression makes that perfectly clear. What does catch Kane off guard, though, is the tactical shift. Gluttony used to operate in the shadows specifically to avoid drawing the Ark's attention. Now they're moving openly, even inside Dutch territory. Verdun's read on it. Something at the top of the organization changed, whether that's leadership, power, or both. One location comes to mind when Verdun asks about the captives. No debate, no hesitation. Verdun issues the order to lead him there directly. Outside, a cave entrance yawns open in the dark, and a cab is already sitting there waiting. Verdun confirms the ride is for them, and a reluctant Tian falls into step. The hunter's concern isn't the cave itself. It's what's augmented and waiting inside. Verdun makes his position clear without softening it. Walking into that den alone, with a former assassin as his only backup, is not something he's willing to do. Tian fills in the gaps. The augmented arch is strong. They're evolved past the point where death normally applies. Having already taken down 2 of them, Verdun quietly calculates that whatever neo-humans the organization has inside are almost certainly operating at a higher tier. Sean accepts the grim math, hoping mostly just to not be recognized. And somewhere in the process, he starts treating Verdun the same way he once treated the professor, like someone whose authority isn't questioned. The cave swallows them whole. Inside, the silence is the first wrong thing. Tian clocks it fast. The tunnels are empty, which shouldn't be possible. Hidden traps or mana-blocking fields are the likely cause, because Verdun finds his mana detection completely shut down the moment they step deeper in. Then Tian's face shifts. He's figured something out. The guards aren't hiding. They're already neutralized. Put down with blunt force. Someone else got here first. The Ark. Almost certainly, the confirmation comes fast. Deep in the cavern, a full battle is already in progress. One man, alone, is fighting something that looks like it crawled out of a grave, and he is absolutely dismantling it. Every movement is precise. He drives the creature sideways with a single slam. Threading through each counterattack, he lands blow after devastating blow without breaking rhythm. The monster tries to vent, opening up for a breath attack. A torrent of fire begins to build, a fluff, and the flurry of rapid strikes cuts it off completely before a single flame escapes. The resulting pressure detonates outward, and the creature comes apart. The man takes stock of what's left, mutters something about justice being a long and exhausting road. Then his gaze finds Verdun and Tyon standing among the wreckage. And something in his posture changes. No pause, no question. The stranger is already moving, fist cocked, closing the distance toward Verdun fast. He announces it plainly. Justice is being served, and Verdun is apparently next in line. Verdun stops him cold with a single question. Does he belong to the Ark? The man confirms it. Realizes Verdun is on the same side. Lowers his guard, slightly. His read on Verdun is that he doesn't carry the paranoid, shadow-dwelling energy typical of Gluttony operatives. He starts talking himself through possibilities, official mission, skill trial, constructing his own explanation out loud. Verdun watches the man build a narrative that conveniently benefits him and decides not to interrupt it. He mentions completing a trial in Roalene, and the warrior snaps to attention, immediately connecting it to Lady Rara's famous ordeal. The realization lands. He knows exactly who he's talking to now. Varian is bound nearby, quietly absorbing every word. When Lorien gets mentioned, and specifically the blood-red sword, something clicks. The sultry, the chaos of it. And then the conclusion. Vivi Wardon is the mage who took that ancient monster down. The warrior assumes Lady Rara must have passed significant knowledge to Verdun, given what she carries. Verdun registers that the man already has context on the sultry incident, likely witnessed the aftermath, so a lengthy explanation would be redundant. The introduction comes next. Locke, leader of the Ark's subjugation missions. He explains the casual tone up front. Formal respect is something he reserves exclusively for those who've earned it through strength. His attention moves to Tyon, wants to know who he is. Our guy gives the clean version, Gluttony member, kept alive for questioning. Locke's response is immediate. That plan won't work. The reason, Gluttony operatives carry internal fragments wired as failsafes. The moment they try to expose real secrets, the fragment detonates from the inside. No testimony. No survivor. The color drains from Tyon's face. This is now a life or death calculation, and he starts silently running through everything he said, desperately hoping it all reads as honest enough to keep him breathing. Locke offers a middle path. Tyon is clearly an unusual case, so headquarters can handle a deeper debrief later. Before they move, Verdun states plainly that he wants the people behind the kidnappings found. A concealed chamber is pulling at his senses nearby. Locke offers to follow his lead without hesitation. What they find is not clean. Blood on the floor, bodies arranged without dignity, scattered like they were discarded. Every one of them hollowed out. Life force gone, nothing left behind. Exactly what Sion described. The mana theft is real, and the evidence is right in front of them. Loki surveys the damage and states his conclusion plainly. Living people were bled out in this room. Verdun's attention snags on something that doesn't fit. A sarcophagus, hidden in a place like this. The only logical move is to open it. But multiple figures drop behind them before anyone touches it. Locke reads the room instantly. The threat gets handled first. He turns to face the newcomers. These modified fighters know exactly who Locke is, and they declare their intention to harvest his mana alongside everyone else in the room. Locke tells Verdun and Tyon to fall back and clear the crossfire zone. He counts 4 opponents, and the expression on his face confirms this isn't going to be a quick cleanup. Verdun questions whether Locke can manage 4 alone, and Locke doesn't sugarcoat it. These opponents are operating on a completely different power level. The biggest one launches itself directly at Locke, demanding his vitality. Locke holds his ground and shouts for the others to run, using himself as the anchor to keep the attackers occupied. It doesn't hold. The enemies shift formation and close around Verdun instead, cutting off the exit. A wolf-type fighter clocks him as a mage. Another one suggests they only need the head and heart. Everything else is optional. Verdun's response is dry. They talk way too much for people who are supposed to be killing. An internal blast detonates through the first one, ripping him apart from the inside. The wolf type moves next. Its strike gets shut down the same way. Verdun doesn't even flinch. A third enemy commits to the charge, certain that its attack speed outpaces Verdun's casting. It doesn't. A lightning strike spell fires out, the resulting explosion fracturing the walls around them. Across the room, Locke finishes off the giant and moves to check on the others. He stops dead when he sees Verdun, because the other 3 are already gone. Verdun's explanation is straightforward. Interrogation was never an option, so he solved the problem the other way. Loki can't move past it. The reports about Lady Rara's trial had led him to assume she handled the heavy lifting. Standing here now, looking at the result, he understands he had the wrong person in mind the entire time. Verdun was the one. Verdun catches Loki staring and asks flatly if he's alright. The shift in Locke's tone is immediate and complete. Formal, careful, respectful. The Mad Mage nickname that Tyan has been sitting on in the corner suddenly makes total sense. Verdun moved through those three enemies so fast that no one even had time to get hurt. Verdun moves back toward the stone coffin. Locke is now speaking with noticeably more deference. He admits he didn't recognize Verdun initially, but he does now. Verdun brushes it off and announces he's opening the box. Locke steps aside without argument. The lid comes up, and the interior is filled with blood. 3 small fragments sit submerged in the liquid. Nobody in that room was prepared for that sight. Tian leans in and studies the fragment resting inside the stone box. The mana's signature matches Gluttony's operatives, that much is consistent. But this piece is larger than anything standard, and the potency radiating off it is on a completely different scale than typical augmentation fragments. The blood circles carved beneath the box. The drained victims scattered around it. The fragment soaking inside. 5 Redeemer's mind starts threading it all together. And the picture forming is not a comfortable one. Someone ran an experiment here that got completely away from them. That much is obvious. Without hesitation, our guy reaches in and claims one of the fragments for himself. Locke's discomfort is visible, but Verdun doesn't entertain the concern. The item is already secured. 2 fragments are still sitting in the box, and he leaves those for the Ark. Locke accepts the arrangement, quietly resigning himself to whatever lecture is waiting for him back at headquarters. Back at Cohen, he sits down with Pale and delivers the summary straight. This thing is far bigger than anyone initially estimated. Getting the Count to extend the timeline isn't something Verdun trusts will happen on its own. So he asks Pale to handle the persuasion and make sure the necessary supplies reach the end by the next day. With that settled, he shifts focus and starts preparing his next move. Pale doesn't get the full picture though. Verdun is deliberate about what he shares. The sensitive details stay locked behind his teeth, filtered out before a single word leaves his mouth. Gluttony operates from the shadows. Exposing everything right now to this particular person would gain him nothing. The one he actually needs to talk to is someone else entirely. And he already knows who. Later, tea in hand, he sits and watches a shipment roll past the window and calmly notes that Risner's arrival was expected. Sure enough, the old man is right there at a nearby table, settled in under a convincing disguise. He might not see the world the way others do, but he sees everything that matters. Risner skips the small talk and brings it up first. He already heard about the encounter with Locke and the red fragment Verdun walked away with. His position is clear. Artifacts like that belong in the Ark's research facilities, not in a mercenary's pocket. The second warning follows immediately. If Verdun has no intention of joining their ranks, then continuing to dig into Gluttony's business is something he should stop. The man acknowledges that Verdun has personally eliminated every Gluttony operative he's encountered. But that's precisely the point. A talent that hasn't hit its ceiling yet shouldn't be burning itself out on unnecessary conflicts. Verdun hears the warning clearly and doesn't dismiss it, but his counter is just as firm. Dangerous enemies aren't something to avoid, they're opportunities. Sidestepping them would mean actively blocking his own growth, and that's not something he's willing to do. He also puts it plainly, Gluttony isn't just a criminal outfit. What they've seen so far makes that obvious. Risner's eyes sharpen. He wants to know how Verdun arrived at that conclusion. The answer? He tried using telekinesis on the red fragment. It didn't work. His telekinesis fails against living things that are saturated with magic. And a fragment built by absorbing the life force of hundreds of people qualifies. The implication of that is something with a much darker origin than a simple power enhancement tool. That detail is what pushed him toward a theory. The name Gluttony isn't random branding. It carries real, symbolic weight. Risner confirms it without hesitation. The group is named after a legendary creature, the world-swallowing monster. Long before the Ark put it down, this thing erased 2 entire nations by consuming everything in its path. Verdun sits with that for a moment. Not a single history book he's ever read mentioned any of this, which means either the event predates written records or someone made sure it was scrubbed clean. Risner continues. When the beast finally fell, certain Ark members moved in and harvested pieces of its corpse. Those individuals became the founding members of Gluttony. The conclusion practically writes itself. The fragments powering their operatives today are pieces of that monster's body. Risner confirms it and adds one more detail. The first successful experiments produced by those fragments were known as the 5 Teeth. The roots of this organization go so much deeper than Verdun suspected, and that realization sits heavy. Then Risner drops the detail that reframes everything. One of those 5 Teeth is currently operating as a top-ranking leader right here, inside the Stuchy. He can't share every specific, but the message is unambiguous. Something massive is coming, and it's closer than anyone realizes. Verdun reads the recent chaos for exactly what it is. An early signal, not an isolated incident. Then he produces something and slides it toward Risner. A token shaped like a tooth. Risner recognizes at the moment it hits the table. The professor's mark. Verdun lays out the logic. The token functions like a signature. Use it as bait, and the hidden members still lurking in the shadows will come to them. Risner turns it over carefully. Even Gluttony appears to have lost track of the professor's current whereabouts, which is significant. Given how high the professor ranked within the organization, a lore carrying his mark could pull something substantial out of hiding. The risk, though, is real. Extracting one of the 5 teeth won't be clean. Verdun's response is immediate. That part of the operation is his to handle. Risner agrees to the partnership despite everything on the table, because at this point, the evidence speaks for itself. Verdun finds his targets. Before leaving, Verdun pauses Gabe and asks about Tyon. What's his current status? Risner fills him in. The interrogation is still ongoing. The unusual part, Tyon doesn't carry a fragment inside him, which is almost unheard of within the organization. His rank is low enough that he probably isn't sitting on anything critical, but as a lure, he still has value. Across the duchy, deep in the Riviente territory, the landscape is buried under snow. 2 men are seated at a dinner table, the atmosphere unhurried and deliberate. One swirls his wine and comments that the date for their event is finally locked in. Late, but confirmed. The other explains the delay. The Soul Tree incident in Lorien threw everything off schedule. Word coming back is that a powerful mage stepped in and helped Lady Rara secure the win. And the reports aren't embellished. The first man notes that more chaos from that situation would have given them better cover against the Ark's attention. His counterpart assures him their objectives are still on course. A minor issue surfaced recently, already resolved. Total confidence. The Ark has no idea what they're actually building toward. He pushes his plate aside and adds the final condition. Once the professor's location is confirmed, the last pieces lock into place. Glass raised, smile easy. Everything is moving exactly as Gluttony planned. Back with our guy, he lays out the specialized alchemical supplies Pale sourced. Each piece necessary for stabilizing and balancing the power correctly. Once everything is accounted for, he combines them into the Black Hour's compass, a device engineered to detect one specific type of magic. With that final assembly complete, the Gluttony tracking instrument is finished. He sets it down and studies the needle, and something immediately seems off. It won't stop moving. Not a calibration issue. The needle is spinning continuously. The realization follows fast. The compass hunts for Gluttony fragments, and that means the constant motion isn't a malfunction. The sea, Gluttony's presence, isn't concentrated in one place. It's spreading across the entire land in every direction. Count Rodenmeyer's voice comes from behind him, dry and unbothered, remarking that a basic tool shouldn't be that interesting. He wants to know why Verdun is so fixated on it. Verdun turns and offers a proper greeting. Quartermeyer reads his expression and lands on the obvious conclusion. First time on an airship, no travel magic involved. That novelty must be what's pulling his attention, and right now, they are moving aboard a high-speed vessel dispatched personally by the king. Verdun admits freely that he never expected to set foot on something like this. Roden clarifies, this isn't just any ship. It's the fastest one the royal family owns. The magic engines humming through the hull are impossible to ignore. Verdun senses them immediately and mentions without any filter that he'd like to disassemble it and see how it works. Roden stares at him for a moment, then acknowledges that Verdun has the exact brain of a wizard. He follows that up with a reminder. There's no time for that. People at this event are expecting something significant from him, and walking in distracted isn't the plan. The grand audience is the flagship event of the Riviente Duchy. Local leaders stand before the Duke directly, report their accomplishments, and get judged on the spot. Strong performance earns rewards. Failure earns consequences. The system keeps the nobility competitive and drives the country's growth at a pace that wouldn't happen otherwise. Verdun connects it to something Pale mentioned earlier. Roden consistently ranks at the top of these evaluations. Roden figures Pale already covered the basics, but opens the floor anyway. If Verdun has questions before they walk into the king's presence, now is the time. The question Verdun actually has is the obvious one. Why is a mercenary being brought into a room full of high-ranking nobles? Rodan lays it out plainly. Reporting achievements is the main event, sure, but on its own, that gets dull fast. So after the political proceedings wrap up, a combat tournament runs to keep things interesting. The format is straightforward. Bracket system. Each noble selects one champion to carry their banner. Roden's pick is Verdun, and Verdun processes that quietly. Roden, for the record, is a very capable fighter himself. Rodan also mentions the previous champion, the Crimson Sword Rara, a name that carries weight. The winner receives a direct reward from the king himself, which makes this far more than a prestige exercise. Verdun's mind goes straight to the practical. He asks Rodan what his personal cut looks like if he wins. Rodan can't help but smile at how fast a mercenary's brain goes to the money. The conversation closes as the airship touches down. A carriage is already waiting for them outside. Roden explains they'll cover the remaining distance to the capital from here. The ride is almost unsettlingly smooth. No jolts, no vibration, even moving at speed. Hergine starts to suspect the carriage itself is a magic item. Rodan confirms it, and notes that very few nobles ever get to sit inside one. Verdun is riding in it because the king happens to have a rather unusual personality. That lands as an obvious hook. Verdun asks what the king is actually like. Rodan's description is remarkably blunt. Picture a rough, hot-headed boss straight out of a tough neighborhood. Verdun absorbs that with a look that says he was not expecting that particular answer. Rodan follows it with a quiet warning. If those words ever left this carriage, Verdun would need to be silenced permanently. Verdun files the mental image away without comment. The capital comes into view shortly after, and they arrive without incident. A knight pulls the gate open, and the carriage rolls through. The moment they enter, something shifts in Verdun's awareness. The scale of where he is lands all at once. This is Rydran, the beating heart of the country. Gordon watches him take it in and notes something interesting about Verdun. Sometimes he seems to see straight through everything, like nothing in the world is new to him. Other times he looks at it like a complete outsider experiencing it for the first time. Either way, staying on Verdun's good side strikes him as the smart play. Rodan suggests he walk the city before sundown. The carriage will wait, and it's clearly meant as an invitation, not an order. Verdun hesitates for a beat, then decides to go. Walking through the streets, the mana of the city settles over him. Dense, layered, alive. People fill every corner, voices overlapping, laughter cutting through the noise. This kind of ease, the specific, unhurried warmth, is something he has no real experience with. Set against this, the magic tower feels less like a memory and more like something from a different life entirely. Normal life, what that actually feels like, is something Verdun has never had direct access to. Until right now, walking through these streets, it lands for the first time. Then a stranger approaches and breaks the moment. The Count is calling for him. The timing reads wrong immediately. The sun is still up, the day isn't over, but the message seems legitimate enough. He follows the guide into a room where the light doesn't reach. Inside, two knights flank a single man standing in the dark. The man's smile arrives before anything else, a quiet acknowledgement that Verdun has finally shown up. That's all it takes. The bird reads the room instantly and brings his magic gear up to ready. Steel clears scabbards, both knights draw, but the man raises a hand and tells him to stand down. No fight necessary, the pieces connect fast. The servant who led him here, that was the Count's man. Which means the Count never actually sent for him. Verdun cuts straight to it. Who is this person? A laugh fills the room, genuine amusement at the nerve of the question, and then, with Isaac carried the easy confidence of someone who owns every room they walk into. The man states plainly that he owns the entire country. Verdun's mind snaps back to Rodan's description from the carriage, the rough, hot-headed boss from a tough neighborhood, standing right in front of him. This is the King of Riviente. Recognition hits, and Verdun drops to one knee immediately, a formal greeting to the king. The king waves it off before the gesture is even finished and tells him to get up. No long ceremonies, no drawn-out protocol. They move past it instantly. Our guy straightens up and invites the monarch to get to the point. The king notes that Verdun has probably already worked out why a private royal aircraft came for him specifically. Verdun confirms it. The Lorien situation. The king corrects him. Lorien is just the surface layer. Officially, yes, that's the reason. But underneath it, the reality is more complicated. Verdun is an unknown mage with no traceable background, and the doubt surrounding whether he actually brought down a high-level monster is loud, with some voices insisting the reward he received was wildly disproportionate to his actual contribution. So, the king starts reading the record out loud. Enemies and orcs cleared in the Arnak Empire's Pytho region. A terror plot stopped in Martas. An undead army dismantled in Varen's lands. And then, the Soul Tree. Having laid all of that out, the king delivers his conclusion. He's chosen to extend his trust to this mage, but trust comes attached to a condition. The tournament is the vehicle. Verdun's job is to use it to make the doubters irrelevant by demonstrating exactly what he's capable of. Verdun reads the subtext clearly. The king gets to reinforce his own credibility through this while simultaneously validating Verdun's reputation. He accepts without hesitation, then asks the question that actually matters to him. What does he get for delivering? The knights surrounding them react with visible irritation at the boldness of that. But the king's response is laughter, loud and unrestrained. The reasoning follows. If Verdun speaks about winning as though the outcome is already decided, then compensating him properly for that certainty is only fair. Standard prize for a tournament winner is a piece of land. For a traveling mercenary with no fixed base, land is essentially useless. The king acknowledges this immediately, offers gold as the alternative, then pauses and puts something better on the table, the ring of bitter frost. Verdun hesitates. The original item belongs to someone still living, and that creates a complication in his mind. The king clarifies. This is a high-quality copy, not the actual ring. Even as a replica, it operates at roughly 30% of the original's output, which still puts it above nearly every other magical item in circulation. Sati sent. Satisfied with that arrangement, Verdun gives the king his word that the performance will be worth watching. When he gets back to the carriage, Roalene takes one look at his face and wants to know what just happened. Verdun meets his gaze with a perfectly calm expression and says nothing for a moment. Then he admits he's also a little on edge. The king's unpredictability makes every interaction feel like standing on ground that could shift at any second. The next morning, the grand audience opens formally inside the palace. One by one, nobles stand and deliver their annual reports, achievements, governance, outcomes, and receive judgment on the spot. When performance falls short, the king makes his displeasure known without any softening. Then the announcement comes: best report of the year goes to Count Rodenmeier. He acknowledges the recognition with composed gratitude. The mood shifts as the king moves to the issue that's been sitting over the room: the mass disappearances of citizens. He makes it clear the search is not resolved, hundreds of people unaccounted for. The king wants answers, and his tone makes clear that vague responses won't satisfy him. Roalene steps in and explains that a covert organization is behind it, and that an investigator has already completed a preliminary trial connected to the case. He commits to a full resolution, asking only for a bit more time to close it out. The king accepts that, but the warning attached to it is unambiguous. There is no version of this where failure is acceptable. With the business portion concluded, the entire gathering moves outside, where the real event is waiting. The announcer calls the king's arrival and the crowd responds accordingly. Whispers move through the stands almost immediately about the second prince's absence, a figure known for skipping events like this in favor of actual government work. The king settles onto his throne and announces with zero ceremony that the dull part of the day is finished. Glass raised, the declaration is simple. There's exactly one thing he genuinely enjoys watching, and it's a good fight. The rules are laid out for the nobles and their chosen champions. Fight for your lord's honor, that's the assignment. Verdun scans the field. 16 fighters total. 8 of them are warriors, 5 are assassins. 2 other mages round out the bracket. One of those mages is putting out energy that sits somewhere in the same range as Rhaera, which is not something to overlook. Roalene leans in quietly and asks the honest question: can Verdun actually win this? The answer comes back without a single beat of hesitation: victory will be easy. The announcer maps out the schedule. First 2 rounds run today. Finals are tomorrow. A royal mage named Ferd will maintain a protective shield over the audience throughout. One rule gets emphasized specifically: fatal injuries result in punishment. This is a contest of skill, not a killing ground. Verdun keeps that in mind as his first opponent walks out. Robin, a high-ranking elemental mage who was visibly unimpressed with the person standing across from him. The crowd hasn't quieted the gossip either. Debates are running through the stands about whether Verdun genuinely took down a special monster or just got lucky with a random mutation. The question of how someone this young is ranked this high is getting passed around freely. Robin himself caught a distant glimpse of the soul tree once, remembered exactly how it felt, and still refuses to accept that Verdun handled it alone. Verdun takes stock of his own road to get here, and one thought settles clearly: losing to someone operating at this level is simply not going to happen. The match opens, and Rob launches immediately. A water javelin and an earth spear, both aimed with intent. Robin's confidence cracks almost instantly. Verdun's casting speed doesn't match anything he prepared for. In the space of a blink, Verdun vanishes from his line of sight entirely, and before Robin's feet can even shift position, Verdun is already standing directly behind him. One strike. Staff connects cleanly. Robin goes down and stays down. The audience doesn't make a sound. The questions starting to circulate through the stands aren't about his rank anymore. They're about whether elemental magic is even what he's using. Verdun stands over the result, composed, as the stadium absorbs what it just witnessed. A duel that left absolutely no room for alternate interpretations. Roalene surfaces the earlier conversation shortly after, quietly asking if Verdun still plans to sit in on the Night Order's training sessions. Verdun confirms it, adding casually that he's fine just observing if his presence creates any concern. That particular framing visibly irritates Roalene, who pushes back. Does Verdun actually think a mage can simply keep pace with elite knights without issue? Verdun walks it back slightly, clarifying that the request isn't arrogance. It's about sharpening his own approach. Roalene reads the actual intention underneath the request. Verdun wants to study how knights move so he can fold those techniques into his own combat style. That specific hunger, the constant restless drive to absorb and incorporate, is what built the reputation that preceded him. Picking Verdun as his champion was clearly the right call. That much is settled. Verta stays quiet on the outside, but internally the focus tightens. The night training isn't optional. It's exactly what comes next. A nearby mage has been quietly studying that last bout, running it back in his head. Even with magic reinforcing the body, what Verdun threw at the end read exactly like trained knight footwork: precise, deliberate, efficient. That detail doesn't leave him easily. A different mage nearby arrives at a completely opposite reaction. Not impressed. Disgusted, actually. Using the body like that. Fighting like a brawler. In his view, that's a betrayal of what magic is supposed to represent. A new matchup is already assembling in the ring. The hero of reversal, Jack, Stepping out to face an assassin named Louisian, she enters with total composure and no particular respect for the older man across from her, mocking his age openly before twin blades clear their sheaths, and she drives forward in a storm of steel. The blades are a half-second from connecting, and Jack closes his eyes. One beat. Then movement timed with a precision that shouldn't be possible. The counter launches her backward with force she clearly didn't account for. She keeps her footing, barely. But the steadiness is gone. Her hands are shaking visibly from the impact. Jack closes back in, delivering his verdict on her power level out loud as he moves. She commits to one final attempt, throwing everything she has left, and he's already passed it. Single punch. Floor. Done. The announcer confirms Jack as the winner of the second group. Verdun watches and offers his assessment without hesitation. Power and composure in equal measure. Jack is a serious contender for the whole tournament, and Verdun should factor that in. Next up, a fourth circle mage from the academy, Professor Lucannon. His entrance comes with an unsolicited suggestion to his opponent. Quit now, while it's still a choice. The northern warrior across from him, Darker Van, has no interest in backing down and fires right back at the arrogance. Lucannon gathers mana without rushing, then informs Darker that whatever honor is on the line here. He'll never understand what that feels like. An illusion snaps into place, his position vanishing and reappearing elsewhere in the same motion. Staff already in motion, already swinging, and Lou, the spell releases, Scream of Nightmare. And whatever comes next, the battlefield is about to change completely. Scream of Nightmare doesn't give Darker Van time to process anything. He's out cold before the sound even finishes. The announcer confirms it without ceremony. Lucannon wins the fourth group, and then the perfectionist turns and finds Verdun in the crowd. A small, deliberate smile crosses the professor's face, aimed directly at him. Verdun receives it and files it away without a clear read on what it means. The bracket pauses as the first few rounds close out, and a break opens up. Verdun finds a seat inside the palace with a glass of wine running through his expectations. A gathering this large and this significant felt like exactly the kind of stage a high-ranking Gluttony member would use for cover. But the tracking tool is completely still, not a flicker of movement. Jack crosses the room and stops in front of him, confirms who he's talking to. Verdun acknowledges him without ceremony. Jack pays the compliment, notes that their final showdown should be worth watching, and walks away, already treating his spot in the finals as a settled fact rather than a possibility. Our boy clocks that immediately. The man's confidence isn't posturing, it's expectation. From across the room, Professor Lucannon is watching Jack leave, and the expression on his face isn't admiration, the slightest personal to him. Jack's entire framework of respect runs through physical power, which means someone like Lucannon doesn't even register on his scale, and that burns. Lucannon redirects and walks over to Verdun instead, leading with an introduction. He works for Count Deverick. That's the context he opens with. Verdun's response lands somewhere between minimal and non-existent. The brevity irritates Lucannon immediately, and he pivots to what he actually came over to say, a critique of Verdun's earlier match. Effective, he concedes, but crude. A proper magic duel, in his view, is something closer to music, refined, elevated, deliberate. Watching a mage throw his body around like a street fighter is, to Lucannon, an embarrassment to the discipline itself. Verdun listens to the entire thing without offering a single word in return. Then Lucannon arrives at the real point. If Verdun steps aside before their upcoming match, he at least walks away with his reputation still attached. Verdun considers it for a moment, then responds with a single pointed question. Lucannon stiffens and demands to know what exactly is being implied. The implication, Verdun explains plainly, is whether Lucannon's noble approach to magic also covers interfering in other people's matches from the sidelines. That lands like a slap. Lucannon demands an explanation with his temper already rising. Duran lays it out without raising his voice. Robin's aggression in that first match was off. It didn't read like his natural rhythm. Verdun is an expert in mind-based magic, which means he caught it. A faint mana thread, thin enough to miss if you weren't looking, running from Lucannon directly to Robin. That thread was the leash. Lucannon was steering Robin's behavior from outside the ring the entire time. The silence that follows tells Verdun everything. Lucannon knows he's been caught, but confession isn't something his ego allows. He pivots immediately to denial, accusing Verdun of fabricating the whole thing without a shred of evidence. The temper is fully loose now, the composure cracking at the edges, and Luke,